Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. We talked for a while and then you couldn't hear us because I didn't hit the button. Hi, this is Jay Burry and this is Clover. Hey, Jordan. Can you tell us if you hear us? We have set everything up without our fearless leader DM because he is on his way with Bunny, who is awesome and really exciting. So if you could tell us if you could hear us, that would be great because we kind of set this up and broke some things in the process. Well, I did. Anyway. So we're probably gonna play just some.
No audio.
Oh, no audio. Okay.
How do we still not have
How do
audio?
we not still? Is there a delay, Jordan? Can you hear us now? Oh God. All right, the light is on. Okay. Oh jeez.
Where's our cheat
In
sheet?
there. I don't know. Oh yeah, you can hear us now.
Okay.
Yay! Okay, there is a delay on the video, so I'm glad you can hear us now. Hopefully you heard me say that we're waiting for DM and Bunny. We set everything up. We broke some things. We had fun. We've rated DM's decks, and we're gonna play some 60s together, me and Clover. So I'm gonna move over there, and I'm not changing everyone's name because I already added everyone's name, and now I'm gonna sit somewhere else than I normally would sit while we wait for other players.
Right.
So thank you for joining us.
And I don't think either of us have played these decks before.
Yeah,
because he
we
has so many.
Yeah, so DM has a lot of decks, and we just picked some based on their names.
Yeah.
So Clover, tell us.
Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense.
So Clover, tell us what you picked out.
I picked out White Exalted Humans.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be primarily the Bant mechanic, specifically in white, from the Shards of Alara sets.
Oh, okay.
So all about having lots of creatures, but only attacking with one of them.
All right.
What do you
I picked out black and white clerics, and I see some demon tokens in here, and some spirits, and some zombies. So we'll see what that is. And it's probably black and white
And
clerics,
cleric-y, yeah.
and demon producing, as all clerics do. Stop tempting you. What are we tempting you with,
I don't know.
Jordan? Question mark. So, on that note, hi. I don't know how to turn on the music because I don't feel like it. So, we're just going to be quiet. And
Yeah. Not the tech.
we are
people.
not the tech people. There's a lot of technology in this house, not all of which I know how to use. It's what you get when you are friends with sound engineers
Right.
and musicians and people who are creative in ways that I'm not.
Right,
So,
no. I'm good with a pencil.
I would say I'm good with a pencil, but I'm left-handed, so
Oh,
that makes using a
that's so
pencil. Yeah, because I get the
smudgy.
ah.
Oh no!
And I dropped all the cards on the floor. Quality streaming, everyone. So let me go fix that.
You want to play Magic again? You should always play Magic again. Oh no.
Okay.
Well-
So, Clover, tell them how much you're excited about the new set. Are you excited?
So I was super excited about the new set when I heard about it, but seeing all the cards revealed, I'm not as excited. The escape mechanic seems a little expensive. And I haven't seen a lot of payoffs for how I'm going to play, which is going to be Enchantress, because it's Theros.
Yeah.
But we still are missing some official big reveals, I think, so who knows.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, I don't have, I think, many original Theros cards because I wasn't really
I
playing
missed the first Theros, yeah.
then. So should be fun. Yes, it wasn't quite a 60 card pickup.
It was like
It was
35.
like a 35 card pickup. So yeah. So they should be good and shuffled now, right? Anyway, let me get the dice box.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, we are preparing. Wish me luck. I'm gonna be at.
Magic is awesome.
Oh,
Oh, fun.
that is super fun.
Yeah. We went to Command Fest
In DC.
in DC, which was a lot of fun. Definitely worth going.
Where is the dice box?
I don't know, but I have my dice with me.
Okay. Oh wait, I think I found it. Oh.
Definitely check out the artists while you're at Magic Fest. Because
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things.
I found it.
To get cards signed and check out their original artwork and stuff like that. So
Oh yeah. We're gonna when DM and Bunny get here, we'll do a fun little art reveal. Something I recently acquired. But in the meantime, get that.
by the time we get set up.
Yeah, by the
they're
time
gonna
we
be
get set
here.
up, they'll probably be here.
So if it's your second favorite plane, what is your first favorite plane?
Yeah.
And if the answer is Innistrad, I think we have the same favorite planes.
Yes.
Because even though I didn't play during the original Theros, I love the art and I love the concept.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a big fan of enchantments. So I'm good with any set that's primarily enchantment themed.
I don't know what my favorite. I don't know if I have like a favorite set. I guess in that way. We're gonna roll the sacred D12 to figure out who's going first. An 11.
So it's you.
So it might be me. There's still room to improve. Hey, it's you. Well, if you choose to go first, I guess you get to choose if you
Sure,
want to
yeah.
go.
Oh, Kamigawa.
Good job.
Yeah.
Kamigawa.
That's a commander player.
Nice.
I haven't played 60 in forever. Are we drawing 7 or are we drawing 6?
No. So if you go first, you don't draw.
Then
I
I'll go
will
7.
Draw,
Yeah, I'll go
if you wanna
2nd because I already drew 7. So.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Oh yeah,
Kamigawa and
I think DM's favorite is Innistrad too.
It's
So
amazing. Though I think we might see. Oh, I can't remember the name of it, but we might see the Norse-inspired plane this year.
Scoured Barrens comes in tapped. I gain a life. Go.
Okay, and I'm gonna skip a draw because I already drew one accidentally.
That's fine.
So planes.
Tarkan, huh?
Ooh, Soul Ring.
Interesting.
And pass turn.
All right. Draw.
I didn't play
And-
during Tarkir, and then I also don't really own a lot of cards from Tarkir. Despite one of my favorite color pairings being Abzan and Mardu, because
Oh wait. Okay. Am I on camera? I'm not on camera.
I don't.
Why am I not on camera?
Is this?
No, it's this one. So
Yeah, so I was thinking it was
this
definitely.
one's not looking. Maybe
No, it's not live because
It's not
that's
live.
definitely like 2 empty chairs. where
That's
you're
2 empty
sitting.
chairs.
Okay.
All right.
Do
you
I-
can't see me because something's wrong with the camera.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so yeah. Wait till it's highlighted in red.
Okay.
Hey, we're fixing cameras again. Sorry.
Properties?
Properties? Okay,
Reconnect?
reconnected device. No?
No.
Reconnect. Refresh devices.
Connect. Refresh.
Reconnect.
Is it on? Maybe the.
It should be on. Hit reconnect one more time. Okay.
No.
Just hit okay,
Oh,
I
okay.
guess. Alright, well, we got a camera down, so you can't see me.
I
Not
mean,
really. You
if
can't
you
see
lean
me.
fully forward.
Hi. Things are broken. We'll figure that out later. I played a Soul Warden. Go. We'll just go like this. We're just gonna wing
It's a very
this,
intimate
and
night.
DM will
Yeah.
come and fix it.
He's gonna come and be like, "What did you do?"
We didn't do anything.
Oh no.
Man. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't play like solely in one set long enough to like have a favorite. Oh, I hope you don't have a tornado tomorrow, John.
Play Banisher Priest,
Ooh.
and I'm going to exile your Soul
Oh
Warden.
no! Bye-bye,
until
Soul
this
Warden.
comes Leaf's play.
Oh,
so.
it has to leave play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pass turn.
Okay. My Soul Warden is gone. Planes.
I mean, they do. They're just not here. Hence the issues we're having.
Yeah. We were like, let's start the stream on time. No one else is here. It's fine. High Priest of Penance. Whenever a High Priest of Penance is dealt damage, I may destroy target non-land permanent.
Oh, yep.
Alright.
Fun and mean.
So.
My two favorite things.
Yes. Pass turn.
Okay.
So yeah, John, I hope you don't have a tornado tomorrow.
Yeah,
wherever you are.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
Yeah.
where's in tornado zone right
Yeah.
now. Because I basically only think Midwest for tornadoes that are not in the middle of summer.
Yeah. Yeah, filmmakers do live in the house. One is driving back from far away, but not that far
Not
away.
that
Should
far.
be that pretty
Feasibly here soon.
feasibly here soon. And the other filmmaker is got the plague, so we are
So
letting the cave girl
2,
rest.
3, and 2 white for Angelic Overseer.
Ooh.
So
What
is that on screen?
Yeah.
So flying, and as long as I control a human, which the priest is,
Mm-hmm.
Angelic Overseer has hexproof and is indestructible.
Ooh, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Do you have a human? You do have a human.
I do have a human.
Yeah. Hexproof and indestructible. That is how I'm gonna die. That is how I'm probably gonna die. Oh, Texas. You in Texas?
Yeah.
Oh.
Casts assigned murder. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. And pass.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, one of my coworkers was talking about how we might be getting weird, like, tornado-y type weather here because
Mother of Runes!
Yes!
There's a theme here, I think.
Because it's going to be like 70 degrees tomorrow. Or Saturday. is 70.
Saturday. I don't know what it's going to be tomorrow. Yeah, it's here in the DMV.
The weather's doing weird things.
The weather's
like always.
Yeah, increasingly weird over the years. I've noticed with
Yeah.
the extreme change in weather. I'm not going to attack you, so you go.
Okay. Yeah, you're waiting to block so you can kill something.
Well, or actually, if I do attack with this and you choose not to block, then I guess it wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
I'll just wait. Go.
So 2 and 2 white. For Sublime Archangel, I love it very, very much in many of my decks.
This is how I'm gonna die.
It is definitely how you die. So it's flying and exalted, and then other creatures you control have exalted.
Yes.
And then, like, the parentheses say, like, if it already has exalted, it gets it twice. But
Yeah.
that doesn't apply right now.
Yeah.
But it now applies for my Angelic Overseer. So I can attack you, and it gets +2.
Okay,
So it's a 7/5.
Okay, well I can't block that, so I go down to 14. I'm in danger. I'm in so much danger.
Oh, so Saturday he will die. Well, I hope you don't die on Saturday.
Please do not die on Saturday. That's bad. I go?
Yes.
Alright. Tap, draw.
Hello, Dragon Gem.
Hey, Dragon Gem!
I keep getting distracted by these sleeves. They don't show on screen at all, but they have like
holographic?
what's like hologram? Like the thing that you used to get a lot in the 90s where if like you look at it from one angle it's one picture and the other angle it's the other.
Yeah.
But then it's also holographic rainbows, so it is very distracting.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. do that. I am going to die. It is bad.
So, hold on.
We're still trying to get a camera working.
Oh, no. So, John is going to be at Magic Fest Austin.
Yeah.
Rather react to Yo-Yo Weather.
Yeah. Oh, you got great news yesterday? Dragon
Ooh.
Gem, what is your news while I try to figure out how to stay alive? I'll play another High Priest.
Oh, invited by
Yes.
Wizards of the Coast to be in their Theros pre-release streamer event.
What?
That is so exciting!
What?
That is so exciting!
That is crazy. Yeah, when DM gets here, we gotta tell him that, like, immediately. Like, that's amazing. So, like, how do you... Like, is it gonna be live? Like, when is it streaming? Can you tell us?
Or is it like a... Like, do you go to somebody's house and play live? Like, or are you all on, like, Arena Live? Like, I don't know.
Are you like at a Magic Command Fest or some other thing? Or do they have, like, do they take over something and have, like, do they light fireworks in the air?
I mean, they did at PAX East last year. There was definitely, like, sparks flying and pyrotechnics on the stage.
Yeah.
Oh, it is an arena.
Oh,
okay,
it's
that
an
makes
arena.
sense because it's streaming.
Okay. Is it going to be live? Like, can we watch it? Can we like
pick our favorite person to watch and just, like, watch you through the pre-release?
Okay. Oh, nice.
Oh, that's so fun.
Is it going to be broadcast, like, through Twitch or anything? So
I'm just asking so many questions.
But we want to know more.
Okay, so
Wednesday, 2 p.m. Mountain Time.
that makes sense because they both want us to watch the streamers, but at the same time they want us to go to pre-releases.
Right.
So they wouldn't
Yeah, they don't want it
necessarily-
at the same time. Oh, wow.
I believe in you.
Oh, I want to watch. I want to watch you play. Like, yeah. Tell it. We'll have to talk about
Right.
how to find you.
Right?
How to watch you play.
If I knew more Magic streamers, I'd be like, let's do a March Madness type bracket, but I'd be like you and then 2 other people that I would know.
Yeah. Well, I should have done something different. Oh, well. Go. Your turn. That is awesome.
I think Seth really likes this card, so I'm gonna play it.
Is it another Supply Archangel?
No, it's Sigiled Paladin.
Okay.
I've just pulled a
Is
few
it really
of
bad?
these. No,
Oh,
I've just
okay.
pulled a few of
Like,
them.
am I really... Oh, okay.
It's
Okay, so
Okay.
you're going to be streaming on your channel.
yeah.
That's awesome.
Do
Okay.
all the things.
That is great.
So I'm just gonna attack you again.
Wednesday, 2 p.m. Okay.
But then this time it gets +4 because it already has exalted and it gets exalted again. So it is a 9/7.
I'm so dead. I'm down to 5. Oh, it's not fair.
Right.
All right.
I probably shouldn't have chosen exalted in a single player game.
It's okay. It's okay. All right, my turn for
Yes.
one more turn. See if I can live.
I used to play with somebody who made a Rafik of the many exalted commander deck.
Mm-hmm.
And he was in the play group that I taught how to play Magic.
Mm-hmm.
And he used to get so angry because if he played when I wasn't there, he stomped all over everybody. But then if I was there, I would just keep exiling his commander, Rafik, whenever he chose him to attack. So then, because it's exalted, none of his other creatures are attacking. So he just kept getting reset to 0 every time.
Well, I'm dead, but before I go, I'm gonna murder that.
Yep.
Yep.
So not only does this die,
Yeah.
but your other thing comes back.
Yep. But I'm still dead.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter. Kill me! Kill me! Oh, that is so exciting. Played Murder Pies.
Murder Pies.
Did I bring Murder Pie deck? I don't think I did. I don't think Murder Pie deck would have
And to show you
worked against this deck.
how much Seth likes
Murder
this
Pie
card,
deck is-
I'm gonna play
Oh,
the other two in my
God.
hand.
Murder Pie deck is fun, but it is not on this level.
No.
Yeah, I'm dead.
I also pulled apparently a crazy opening hand because I had these two in my
Yeah.
hand and Soul Ring.
Oh.
Like,
Oh my
I probably
gosh.
had one of the best hands this deck can
Yeah, no, that was
Yeah.
amazing. No, that was super
make.
fast.
And then another Sublime Archangel.
Oh,
Oh, this deck
I'm
is
just gonna moan.
awful, and I love it.
I'm just gonna moan and suffer.
And this is why we should go back to
Why we
Lara.
Oh, is this mostly Alara?
Exalted is an Alara mechanic.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
But also why I normally don't play 60s, because I like a little bit more variance.
Yeah. Whereas If
you've got
DM
four of each
is
card.
four
yeah.
of each card. Make it brutal and fast.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I don't think I brought any of my 60s, but I'm gonna look real quick because I forgot.
Yeah. If you happen to have two, we can play them against each other.
Do I? I definitely see one. I do not have two. But yeah, this deck, well, could be fun. I don't think it's still not on that level, but this would be fun. I can play one of my own. All right, do you want to pick something else?
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard the turning deck? Tuning deck? What does it say?
It definitely... Turing. Oh,
Turing
yeah.
deck, yeah. Yeah, why don't you pick something else out?
Yes.
I'll just tell you that this is what you would expect out of red and blue.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I like both of those colors when they're not together. But I don't
Yeah.
actually have any, like, Spellslinger decks, because I just...
I don't know, that, or maybe I could play this against that and it might still be fine.
Let me go to the drawers of decks.
The drawers of decks. Let's put it out to the people watching. Any requests for colors? Because I'm playing...
Yes.
I'm going to be playing red and blue.
Make them pick my deck.
Does anyone want to pick Clover's colors for her next deck? All right,
Yep.
there's a time delay, so we're waiting
Yep.
for the responses. I'm gonna see if I can fix this camera, because there's an empty chair camera, but I'm
Right.
actually sitting there.
Is it this one?
Yeah, it's that one. So we're gonna see if we can get this camera working.
You want to go to...
Is it versus Simic?
Is it versus... Okay.
We've gotten a Simic
I
request.
do very much enjoy Simic.
Okay.
Let me see if he
Waiting
has
for
one.
connection. Are we not connected? Okay. Alright, while I try to fix the camera, we got a request for Simic.
Alright, let's see.
USB, waiting for connection. Okay. But why though? Aren't you connected?
You are plugged in.
Well, I gotta change the frame rate. Hey, you can hear us doing our setup thingamajigger. USB waiting for connection. Alright, I'm gonna unplug it. I'm gonna plug it back in.
Ooh. Does he even have any Simic?
There's gotta be a Simic in there. How can this man have so many decks and not have a Simic? Alright. Connection? Ugh. Alright, I unplug. I replug. Alright, sorry we're off camera. There's only two of us. Yes, there's got to be a blue-green in there somewhere.
Right?
No?
I guess I'm doing spider spawning?
If that's your only option, I guess so.
No, let's do evolve.
Evolve? Okay. What colors is that?
It looks like it actually is Simic. I was just...
Oh, okay. We think we found a Simic.
some.
Okay.
Because spider spawning was also Simic. I was just like, that's not a Simic mechanic.
Yeah.
Spiders don't have enough tentacles for Simic.
Hey! There we go.
Woo!
We got the camera back. Sultai? No.
Now.
Alright. Hey, we got the cameras
He
back.
does have some
now
Sultai
you can
decks, but now I'm
actually
sitting. So.
see me when I sit in this chair. Alright. Rematch.
Woo!
Gonna win.
You have the upper hand. You know what's in your deck.
I wish. Yeah, I guess I do. Alright, so since I died first, I guess I will go first. But first, we shuffle.
The least, like, tension building part of the game. So we shuffle our cards.
Shuffling. And not have me play 60 card pickup this time, please.
Now you're just naming
Now, why are you
tribes
just naming
from
tribes?
From,
I don't know what those are.
those
I don't have them memorized very well
those are
that way.
the 3 color combinations
Okay.
from Khans of either Khans or Dragons of Tarkir.
Okay.
Abzan is black, white, green. Sultai is blue, black, green, and Jeskai, I want to say Jeskai is America, is red, white, and blue.
Jordan, tell us more.
And I don't know their mechanics. I have no idea what their set mechanic
Yeah.
was.
Yes.
Because that was during one of my many hiatuses.
Yeah.
How do you pluralize hiatus?
Is it already plural? Hiatuses? Hiatusi?
I don't know. Maybe it's a self-pluralizing word where you just say, my
Probably
many hiatus.
hiatuses.
Yeah.
I don't know. Alright.
So, we shall roll.
No, I get to go
Oh,
first because
yes,
I
'cause-
died.
Yes.
I died first. Okay. 6, 7. I have no. I won that.
Oh, no.
That's not gonna work. No, I get a free mulligan.
Woo!
I decided.
I mean, I
We all
like
get a
that.
free
I
mulligan.
like that rule in general.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you're just like, this is
This
thoroughly
is not,
unplayable.
No, this is not gonna go. 3-3. What's a 3-3? Not following something. Oh, you got it right.
Oh.
Wait, maybe you guessed right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. You got it right.
Yep.
Hey, Tempest. What's up? Welcome to the Coven stream. We are waiting for our 2 other players to get here from wherever the heck they are.
I mean,
I'm Jayberry. This is Clover. Our names are not properly identified right now because I'm lazy. Don't feel like changing names.
yeah.
1 land still?
Go again.
Fine. We play casual, and we like to get a hand you can start with. Play
Yeah. I mean,
in
I
life in general.
I like to play the decks.
Yeah,
not
I
sit
don't
there
like
and-
I don't want to suffer,
Yeah.
especially in a 2-person game.
Yeah.
Please no.
Okay, yeah.
Mm.
Because my token deck is Abzan colors, so like, you make lots of tokens, and then you kill them all, and harvest their life to do other things.
All right, I'm up to 2 land now.
I mean,
Fine. I'm just gonna go with this.
Okay.
So I go first. I play Is It Guildgate? Comes in tapped. Pass the turn.
okay. Oh, I like this. Okay. I'm gonna play Temple of Mystery. It comes in tapped, and I get to scry.
Cool.
I'm actually gonna place it on the bottom. And pass turn.
Okay. Tap then draw.
This guy wasn't
Play
popular.
Mount.
Okay, yeah. Now I have decks in many color combinations, but Jeskai and
I'm gonna draw 2 cards and then I discard a card unless I attacked with a creature this turn.
okay, yeah. Jeskai and whichever one is red, white, green, which is from Alara. Those don't work for me. Oh goodness! So Tempest is asking us, what are our commanders?
Oh, so we do normally play with Commander, but we are starting out with 60 card decks because we are waiting for our 2 other players and we don't want to get stuck in a long Commander game and then kind of like lock them out. So right now we are having fun rating our host DM's decks, and I do have one of my own that I'm playing with. So I'm playing with a an Izzet deck, and you're playing with a Simic deck.
Yes.
So we got a request to play Izzet versus Simic, basically. But we are going to break out Commander as soon as our other players get here.
Which should hopefully be soon.
Hopefully be soon. All right, I have to discard a card. Okay, I'm going to discard Maximize Velocity, which I'll let you read. So Maximize Velocity is a sorcery, and it has Jumpstart. So I may cast this card from my graveyard by discarding a card in addition to paying its other costs and exile this card. So in my turn. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm glad we're giving you your most favorite.
So, island. And then... what do I want to do first? I'm going to do this first. So, tap for green. Hardened Scales.
Oh, no.
So, if one or more +1/+1 counters will be placed on a creature you control, that many +1/+1/+1 counters are placed on it instead. Great card, especially for an Evolve deck. Which is counters.
Yeah.
Bolas versus Bolas.
We'd have to find that. We might be able to find decks in those colors.
Right.
But anything else?
No. We could probably do Bolas versus other Elder Dragons.
Untap.
I bet he has
draw
5 color dragons.
Yes, I bet he does. I know he bought the Dragon deck, I'm pretty sure. Or if he didn't buy it, he made it for sure. Play an island. I am going to then... I'll go ahead and do it again. I'm going to chart a course again. So draw 2, and then discard a card. Caster. While I figure out what to discard.
Okay. So Thornwood Falls, it comes in tapped and I gain a life. I still just have 2. So we'll do Simic Guildmage.
Ooh, dive down in my graveyard.
And pass turn.
Alright. Tap. Draw.
Oh, Hardened Scales. Yes, it definitely is. I believe in my Abzan deck. And it's in my Atraxa deck. I just was looking at that last night.
Crackling Drake.
Oh no.
So its power is the number of instant sorcery cards in exile into my graveyard. So right now that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yep. So it is a 4/4. It came in, I draw a card, and I pass the turn.
Yep. And that's how I'm going to die. I lost to that so much at the pre-release.
Yes, I saw a deck list on what is one of the mini Magic the Gathering, popular Magic the Gathering websites, a deck list for Izzet Drakes, and they had like an affordable version. So I was like, ooh, that looks like fun. So, I had some of the cards and I went out and got the rest. So it's fun. It's a fun little 60 card deck. Yeah, they're extremely powerful. Crackling Drake is just a great card.
Oh, okay. So 1 and 2 green for Renegade Krasis.
Ooh.
So it has Evolve, which is whenever a creature enters the battlefield under my control with greater power or toughness than this creature, then this creature gets a +1/+1 counter.
Nice.
And then whenever it evolves, I get to put another +1/+1 counter on every other creature I control with a counter. However, do not currently have any counters on anything. So.
Oh. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Move counters.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, it's
Yeah.
great at moving counters, not
Yeah.
great at putting counters on things.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna untap then, unless you're gonna do anything.
No.
Okay. Draw. I am going to play. Oh, I think I hear a DM.
I hear cars.
I'm gonna play a Sulphur Falls. It does not enter tapped because I control an island or a mountain already. I am then going to play 1, 2, 3, 4. Another Crackling Drake.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
No.
Okay.
Maybe I should have chosen spiders. Reach would have been really
Booters,
great.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. I hadn't played this deck in a while. Alright, I'm gonna deal 2 damage to that.
Yep.
So that makes my Drakes bigger. Hey! Bunny's here, and DM is here, and we're live. And you'll see their faces soon. So I'm gonna hit you for 5 in the air.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
I brought incredibly good molten chocolate cake.
We got molten chocolate cake, everyone.
One for everyone.
Oh my god.
Did you go
Very-
to sleep already?
I haven't heard from her in a while, so probably.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll be right back down as soon as I
Okay.
put my pants on.
This is probably gonna end soon. I'm
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
It's definitely
I'm
gonna end
done.
soon. With me doing a whole lot of nothing.
That's just like me last game. Turn him out. Fair play.
Woo! Especially since this is the grand total of land that I have. All of 4.
Ouch.
Um,
Well, I had 3 last time, so I feel you.
so 1 and a green for Gyre Sage, which also has Evolve, and then you
Nice.
tap and add mana to your pool for each +1/+1 counter. But guess what it doesn't have? +1/+1 counter.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna throw down another Simic Guild Mage,
Cool.
which does have a greater power.
Okay.
So it does get a +1/+1 counter.
Nice.
Woo!
Awesome.
Oh, but it gets 2 because of Hardened Scales.
I pass you some metaphysical chocolate molten cake to you from
we
wherever
don't
you
know where you
are,
are.
from far away. All right.
And
Attack.
yeah, I'll attack you with one of my Simic Guild Mages.
I'll go ahead and take 2.
I did something.
You did.
Pass turn.
All right. Untap. And draw. And an island.
Up or down for Stormwall?
And then I will play. So 1, 2. Let's make this game end faster. I'm gonna blow that up. 4 damage. That creature would die this turn. Exile it.
Yep. Okay.
And then I'm gonna do 1, 2.
goes back to you.
Yeah, thank you. What else do you got? Okay, and then I will blow that up.
Oh no, both of my Guild Mages. Is that another Lava Coil?
Yeah, another lava coil, and then I can't do anything else. Okay, then I'll hit you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
14?
14 in the air.
I've got 2.
And I pass the turn.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's
I-
literally nothing I can
In
pull
hindsight,
that'll
I
help
probably
me.
should have let you play spiders. But we had a request for Simic, and we
Right.
found one, so.
Woo.
Yay, another Hardened Scales.
Yep. Not much else is,
Yeah.
is gonna happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll throw down, so tap for 2 green.
Yeah.
And a blue. Actually, wait, 2 green. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah,
Don't have enough?
not to make it worth it. So I will instead do 2 green and a 1
Mm-hmm.
for Renegade Crisis. It's back.
Yay!
And it doesn't have a greater power toughness, so I don't get any counters.
These are the things that happen when you rather marry a
Why are you,
well-endowed
what?
goth
We're
chick
live!
and try to change in the dark.
Why are you showing?
Oh no!
Because it was hilarious.
Oh my god.
Trying to change in the dark.
The other night, my lights were
I
off.
go?
Yeah, my dog was being too quiet.
Uh-oh.
So I was like-
That's how you know.
I was like,
something's
no,
wrong.
no, something's wrong. He is a
Yeah.
blind puppy. He should be making a lot of noise. I
Yeah.
flipped the lights on. He has shredded makeup wipes all over my laundry pile, and he's wearing a pair of my underwear like a necklace.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's a
That's,
thing that happens.
That is great.
Alright.
Is it Guildgate or whatever?
I have no flying. I'm
Yeah.
going to die. I'm
I'm gonna play another Drake and then hit
Yeah.
you for 14 flying in the air.
I'm trying to figure out what we should do to include Bunny.
Well, we already have the name set up, so I'm gonna move over here,
Okay.
yeah.
and then Bunny's gonna sit here,
Okay.
and then Clover and you stay where you
So
are.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first video I watched was when you guys were teaching her. Has she actually played? Because I'm
Yep.
like,
Yeah.
let's play.
All right. Okay.
We're ready. All the names are set up. We're
Yeah.
just
Finish your game.
yeah.
Oh,
we
we
know
did.
the game
I
is over.
died.
I just murdered her.
I died.
Oh, okay. Well then.
We are currently
I just did
1 for
28
1.
flying damage to her with
Oh,
2
with that
Izzet
thing?
Drakes.
Yeah.
2 crackling Drakes. Yeah. So,
Cool.
Game is over.
All right.
Um,
What is? Ask
So.
the stream if they would prefer. Oh, you played that. That's a multi. That's why.
Oh.
well, we
It's
had a
designed-
we had a request for Simic, so
yeah.
we were digging
so,
through
so I
your
was digging
decks.
for stuff, and I was like, spiders, but spiders isn't a Simic,
Simic, so-
mechanic.
yeah.
It's Simic colors, but not
Right.
mechanic. And then
Yeah.
I sat down, I was like, oh, you're playing Drakes. Maybe I should have chosen
that's,
spiders.
That,
Yeah.
That's a beat the shit out of your one-on-one deck.
Yeah.
Well,
So if you're looking through my decks, anything that has a black dot on it is multi. If it's a silver, you can do
It's
both.
got both.
But it's black. That's what I was silver. I'm like, yeah, this is actually
Yeah.
really a one.
But
I
it's
got
fine
multi
because
for it.
I
Yeah.
was playing White Exalted, so I destroyed her.
Yeah, I got
4
dis-
turns last
I
time.
got
Was it my White
destroyed.
I hope I
Exalted?
dressed
Yeah.
appropriately for the
You
stream.
did.
So my question to you is, and the stream, do we want to? Do people need to see EDH, or do we want to do? Because we're going to throw
Yeah.
it to the deep end of the pool with
Yeah.
EDH.
Well, we
Let's
did.
do it.
We did have a
Let's do
request
it,
for EDH.
All right.
Also, we have a request for that the cameras need work.
Yes.
We'll fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had some camera issues.
We had some technical issues.
And we still have some technical issues where the
Okay.
cameras are in weird places.
Hey, Jordan.
Because you can see my face
Yeah.
if I lean forward.
But-
Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's
yeah.
okay. We'll fix it.
Now
Yeah.
all 4 cameras
All right.
are working.
Yeah, and we started the stream with this camera not working, so
It
no
was
one
just
could
2
actually
empty
see me. So it was just 2 empty chairs. So I was going like, "Hi, everyone. We'll fix this later."
Alrighty then. Well, that's cool. This one's actually set up pretty well. You guys did good.
We tried.
We tried.
Yeah,
we,
you guys did
we
awesome.
broke-
Hey,
we
Dragon
broke
Gem.
Some things. Oh, Dragon Gem has some awesome news, by the way.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tempest. I would have. No one gets the cake but us. All right. So that's good. That's good. Now this is gonna be the hard part because the other 2 cameras, for those following along at home,
Yes.
are on the same stand.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where I was like.
And this is the one that we accidentally put in
Yeah, this is the one that we
portrait
messed up
mode
a
that we
lot.
couldn't get
Yeah.
to go back.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
So there's Dragon Gem's amazing news.
Oh, so read Dragon Gem's amazing news.
That's
Holy
awesome,
snap.
Dragon Gem. Congrats.
That's awesome.
So Dragon Gem is going to
And
be.
I just picked the thing that I just set up.
Yeah.
Well done.
God.
So Dragon Gem is going to be
Who's playing?
streaming live on Arena
That's fucking awesome.
Wednesday 2 p.m.
That's awesome.
Mountain time.
Yes, Mountain Time. 2 p.m. Mountain Time.
Cool. We should put that on our socials and shit.
Yeah, we should.
Bonnie, what kind of deck do you want to play?
Oh, I'm playing? I thought I was just here for the jackassery.
Oh no, you're
I
playing.
mean, you're here for
I mean-
both. Like,
Who
why
says
you
the
gotta?
game is not Jackass?
Why you gotta choose?
Do you want to do Two-Headed Giant maybe so that you can help?
Do you mind?
Sure.
Do you
There
mind
you go.
having a non-functional friend?
You are not a non-functional friend. Oh my gosh.
What are you gonna play? 'Cause-
Yeah.
Because that.
Oh, I didn't share with you guys yet. I have a new deck.
Ooh.
Oh, what is
It's
it?
a
What
mono
is it?
green deck.
Ooh.
Is it elves?
It's Hydras.
Yeah.
Gargos.
Okay.
Gargos, the
Did
vicious
you,
watcher.
Did you see the amazing Hydra that was spoiled for Theros.
I have not yet seen the amazing Hydra.
It comes in with a
Theros.
certain amount of token or counters, and then it
Okay.
doubles the counters every upkeep.
What should we?
That's
I-
awesome. That's like the Bane of Mortals that you have to pay to do it.
I need it. I
What should
need
Bunny
it.
play?
Well, okay, I'm gonna play Hydras. So,
The
Okay.
last Angels you gave me was cool, but I don't know how that goes up against Hydras.
Probably.
well,
pretty
see
well.
what Jayberry wants to play.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me see. What do I have?
If you're playing Hydras, that feels like I should play Atraxa to synergize.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I think you should absolutely do that. That would be
I think
great.
that's absolutely a terrible idea.
Well, here's the deal. That's gonna be fine, but it's gonna get overrun by Elf Ball. Or by like
yeah.
spirits or goblins.
I didn't bring Elf Ball.
Okay.
All right.
Like
well,
Elf Ball will kill us both before we get started with those two
Yeah.
decks.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So what did I
Okay. So
Alright.
I have several. Well, all of my decks are slower, which is a
Yeah.
problem.
Bunny, you are actually sitting here.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
No, you're fine.
So I have Angels, Demons, Dragons. I have tokens, counters, Derevi that I put more stacks pieces in.
Don't play stacks.
No.
It's not fun for everybody.
No.
Except
I hope
for
I
you.
dressed appropriately for the
You-
stream.
And
You
then
absolutely
Absolutely
did.
did.
and then I
I
have
wore-
my
Wearing more black this time.
All right.
my sacrifice deck.
Okay.
I'd say play tracks.
Play Atraxa, yeah.
All right. So I have. So Jordan said Selesnya, and I did bring my Selesnya deck.
Try the Selesnya tokens. It's not as
Okay.
fast as Elf Ball, but it
Yeah.
has
No.
a really good chance of overwhelming us.
Then the question is, what should Bunny play?
Yes.
One of mine or one of yours?
You know what? This is just fun. It does one thing, but it does it really well.
That's the best kind of deck to give a beginner.
Okay.
Kalia of the Vast.
That's literally
Okay.
Kalia.
You have Kalia too?
Yes.
Okay.
I just
So the
Well,
deck,
this one's
the
third.
deck is stacked with very, very, very large angels, dragons, and demons.
Yeah.
So when she attacks, you just get to drop one into play for free.
Woo!
Right.
And
Mono red dragon fodder.
yeah. No, Kalia is my favorite.
Excellent. Why is she your favorite?
Because
Okay.
I love all the beautiful, powerful lady angels.
So yeah.
Let me
That's
just
a
make
good
sure. I
reason.
want to make sure I didn't leave. Ionia's banned, so I want to make sure I took her out.
Oh, okay.
Why is she banned?
When she
she's
comes
too
into
good.
play, she says, "Pick a color. Your opponents can't cast spells of that color." So, like, let's say I'm playing a mono green deck. That means I can't play my deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
no.
it.
So I just want to
That's
make sure I took her
problematic.
out.
Yeah.
All right. So with two.
Oh
With
my
two
god,
headed
this is
giant-
awful. Why am I giving you this?
Because I'm a
Please
beginner.
give it. Please give
I'll
it
say,
to her.
There's a reason why I stopped playing Kalia despite it being my favorite deck, and that's because
Because there's a good chance that I'm going to make stupid mistakes that
But you have a second head to your giant.
Yeah.
to
I
help.
Yeah. So how does two-headed giant work?
We have 50 life, and it's
Okay.
still 21 commander damage.
Okay.
Anything that says each opponent hits us twice,
yeah.
Okay.
and there you go.
All right.
Thank
All right,
you,
I do
Sam.
not see Ionia in
Ooh.
here, so
Okay.
a sacrifice deck would be fun with this.
Or do
It
you want
would.
to? Or do you want to change your play based on the fact that?
No, I'm keeping this
Kalia's
because if we're
being
playing
played?
Kalia, I want this because I want access to counters and I want to be able to help him.
Okay.
yeah,
Got
you
it.
guys are gonna.
I'm not gonna let you run away with
All right.
Avacyn and
Here is your
Gisela.
deck.
I mean, I could play with something
Here
weaker.
are the dragon tokens that you will inevitably need.
Excellent.
I mean, I could play with something weaker if that would help.
Unarmed goat says hi, bunny.
Yay!
I like that name.
That's a great name.
That's my husband.
Oh, that's funny.
Even better.
All right, so let's see what we got here.
Hello, husband. Hello, bunny husband.
Oh, we haven't been changing views, so
No.
No, I didn't.
That is-
I didn't set any of that up.
that's okay.
That sounds like
There's
a
no
great way for us
music.
to
Also, there's no
break
music
something.
set up. if you
I can
haven't
set that up.
noticed.
So let's see. That would be my commander, Gargos the Vicious Watcher.
Nice.
Ooh.
That's terrible. Maybe. I don't know.
It is. It's awful.
It's amazing. Oh, and I bet. Do
Okay.
Hydras have reach?
Some do.
Some do.
Most of them are Vigilant Trample. Or
Okay.
Vigilant or Trample. All right, and to my left, the second half of my two-headed giant will be playing Atraxa, the Praetor's Voice,
Oh, and it matches my playmat.
the Angel Horror.
There you go.
So she has everything she needs to be successful, but for strike.
Yep.
And then Bunny is playing Kalia.
Two-headed giant EDH. Yes, that is in fact what we are playing.
It is. Of the
Kalia,
vast.
One of my favorite cards.
Who is your Selesnya commander, Jibber?
Tristani.
Which Tristani?
Selesnya's voice.
Ooh, go on. Selesnya's voice, that one.
Yep.
I love the art on that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's
It's
gorgeous.
really cool.
So what is it? In the lore, the chorus is what, 3 dryads that rule the Selesnya?
Yes.
Alright. So we go as a team. So we take a turn, you take a turn, blah blah. We
Yeah.
can block for each other, but we cannot share mana or spells.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
And you give us our life
Oh,
of
yep.
60?
Did DM
50
tell you?
or
50,
60?
sorry, 50.
50.
Did
Yeah.
DM tell you that he convinced me into purchasing one of the like blind box things that they sell at
Oh.
Target for $30?
Oh, okay.
Did you get which
So it's
set?
like there's like a whole bunch. It was
Yeah,
just a
like
clear
one of
box.
those-
Oh,
those
the
little-
clear-
And it's
yeah.
got a whole
yeah.
bunch of
Yeah.
lands. It's got like a dragon and then a whole bunch of
Like
artifacts.
a
Yeah.
bunch of, like,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I bought one once and I got half of the like Nissa versus the demon dual deck.
So you basically got like
Weird.
either the green half or the black
I
half?
got the black half, so
Okay.
I got
That's good.
and I put him in my EDH deck.
Nice.
Like,
Yeah.
Well, these are the first Magic cards I have owned, like real Magic cards.
Yeah.
Other than the starter
Oh,
deck
the
that I
starter
got at
deck.
Gen
Okay,
Con,
yeah.
which
Also,
I
you didn't-
conveniently left here.
I was
Which
like,
I gave to Ronja's kid,
Oh,
so it is
good.
now
Aw.
in the hands of a 10-year-old.
Excellent.
You
didn't
As
get
it should be.
hooked on the crack that is booster packs.
Not yet.
That's-
That's,
not yet.
that's the next step.
Yeah.
I keep threatening my coworker to just leave one on his desk because he's like, I quit Magic because Modern was getting too expensive. I was like, oh, but you should come back.
Here it is.
Magic
But
never
look at this.
Magic never forgets.
It doesn't. I've been
Yeah.
playing for way too long, and the amount of like
I can play this.
Yeah.
half
Alright.
a decade long gaps that I've had, but I always
Holy
come
shit,
back.
that looks amazing, Jem.
Yeah, we were gonna. Do we want to show it off now before we start?
Sure.
Heck yeah,
Here, wait, hold on.
beautiful.
Yeah.
So,
So I finally got a piece of artwork that I bought or a sketch from the Throne of Eldraine that I bought last year, framed. DM's gonna display it for us. Okay. So this is.
well, you can
yeah.
actually like.
Yeah, I gotta like. Okay, so this is animating fairy showcased art by Chris Seaman, and the frame is gorgeous. And
It is. That's
Actually,
amazing.
okay.
yeah, the art is gorgeous. I don't know if you can see the sketch pretty clearly, but I'm pretty proud how this turned out.
Yeah, it's
So it's beautiful.
Yeah,
That
it
is
is.
gorgeous.
It's
I'm
Alright.
really happy you got that.
DM, put this down.
Okay, I was putting
It's
it on.
big.
I mean,
That's
So-
what she said.
Crack
Oh,
is
yes.
Come on.
Crack is cheaper.
Crack is
Yes.
cheaper
I
than
mean,
magic cards.
yes.
Buy Magic cards, you won't have money for drugs.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go.
yeah.
So yeah.
All
I'm
right.
gonna-
Music.
Music. All right. Go ahead and get an opening hand. Draw
I am
sound.
happy with my opening hand.
Thank you.
and teach
Thank you for
everybody.
reminding me of all of the
I am
things.
happy with my opening hand.
Okay. I guess we should have rolled to go first here.
Oh, yeah.
I'll roll for our side. 10.
8.
8. All right. So I guess we'll go first.
That's a lot of things.
So we'll have to see how much land you have. 2. You have 1 and 2.
Oh, I'm very
Oh, this
happy with my
one's-
opening
alright.
hand.
But if we don't like our opening hand, we can mulligan and draw another 7. We get a free mulligan. I would say let's go ahead and do the
yeah.
free mulligan. Yeah. Try to shuffle your deck a little bit if you can.
Crack is cheaper. You're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
I mean, it's very true because I have found drugs in a parking lot before, but you know what I haven't found?
Magic cards.
I haven't found an unopened booster pack in a parking lot, so.
Yeah. Once upon a time, someone, heroin habit or
Warhammer.
Oh, heroin
Warhammer.
saver.
Warhammer.
What in the shit is this?
I have no idea, but I brought it.
Wait,
It's
what is it?
wine.
I like that it's like.
It's some
I
kind
like
of
the
red
bottle.
wine.
Rouge Souplesse.
I have no idea. I just bought it because it looked pretty.
12%.
That's how it's wine. All wine is like 12%.
Yeah, which is why you drink it in bulk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have some water because Tony and I have been drinking all night.
Can I have water too, please?
Awesome. All right.
Well, that was unfortunate because now I have one land.
Okay.
No, two. I have two. Never mind.
You land again.
Yeah, 2 lands.
So what you can do. Let me draw my 7.
It feels weird being like, let's help the
So
Kalia player get a better
we-
opening hand.
Yeah.
But
Like,
how about
you
just
sure?
something that gives you one of each of your colors
Yeah.
so it can actually make it an interesting stream?
Okay. So what you can do is you can discard 1 until you get. Is it a land?
Thank you.
Is it a specific color of land?
Just
or?
say, look, I need a black and a white, and I'm discarding these 2 cards
Okay.
until I reveal something that gives me a black.
Okay, I would discard this one
Yep.
to get a red.
Okay.
Okay, so next thing you do is say I need a red. We find the first source of red.
You gotta do it all together, though.
Uh,
Like, if you need 2 colors, discard 2 cards until
yeah,
she's
we're
only
only
discarding
doing
one.
red.
Okay.
Okay, so here's
Is this
no.
official? Is this actually the partial pairs, or is this just
I
your...
mean that'll do.
Okay.
Because
It's so we have an
That'll
interesting
do.
stream. It's so that
Like-
we're not like sitting
So-
around and nobody playing their
I
deck.
mean, I like this rule because I've played just
Yeah.
friendly games where you're just like, I've mulliganed 3 times, I still don't have an opening hand, I have like 4
4 cards.
left.
Like, what's the point of
No,
playing?
Yeah.
no one's. It's no fun to suffer.
Well, and also if I'm at the table,
Heroin.
it just means
Jordan,
that we're
heroin.
like going on a slightly lower level so we can teach basics to
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
you know.
That's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
I love teaching
I
people.
want to give you an enchantment.
That's what she said.
All right.
Hey, baby.
No,
I like
oh
the size. I like the cut of your enchantment.
Pure sorcery.
Oh my god.
Clearly, I have brought the ridiculous with me.
How you doing? You good?
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
You
I
are
am
just fine.
not good.
What's up, too?
It does amazing things.
This is one of the
I'm
partners.
gonna
Yeah.
discard
So when you
that
play this, can you search your
and
library for the other one?
search
I don't know. I
for-
think this isn't a partner
planes.
with, so I
Right.
think it's just I could have them both
Okay,
as
it's
the
put you
partner,
down.
but I don't.
planes. I got a planes. Okay.
Hooray.
Because they work
Oh.
just great as
Oh,
regular
that offended
cards.
even me.
That was good. That was good. Next time in the key of G.
Okay.
Yes.
In the key of, I don't know, Q?
Yeah, right.
All right. We won the roll off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
You guys go first.
we are gonna go first. Do we draw?
Everybody draws him.
Okay, with
Okay.
Riku.
Okay.
Riku is fine in Casual Commander. He's
Okay.
in my
so
Animar
start
deck.
your turn by drawing a card.
Our friend Gottsox plays Riku, and the title of the deck is Anything You Can Do, I Can Do like 11 or 12 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
No,
long as you're
it's
not
like-
playing Riku infinite,
Yeah.
like infinite
Well,
turns
it's all-
or
yeah.
infinite like
First.
counters,
Okay.
then I would say Riku is
I would
fine.
play.
Yeah.
this
I mean,
land
Yeah, I was gonna
first.
say.
Everything's allowed here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We kind of frown on land destruction, like decks that rely on
Actually,
wiping the land every
I'm
time,
gonna
because
do
that's
that
boring
for
for
mine.
fucking everyone.
Yeah.
And we
So-
all know how stacks plays out, so
We're-
like,
Okay.
we
So no, we both. She played a Terramorphic. I played Evolving Wilds. We're gonna
Oh, so you're
crack
both
crack
gonna
them,
crack
go
them.
get your
So
thing.
tap
Yep.
them, and then you're gonna cert. This goes in the graveyard.
so
and
read the
then
card
you-
out loud.
Yeah. So sacrifice Terramorphic Expanse. Search your library for a basic land card and put it on the battlefield tap. Then you shuffle your library.
So it
Okay,
basically
so-
allows you to go
yeah.
get whatever color land you want.
Yep.
Well, as long as it's basic.
Yep.
Yep. So a basic is just say it'll say basic land.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and you know, like we don't bring these things up all the time, but sometimes it's good to just like,
They
hey,
come
this is the
in-
card we played.
Yes.
Terramorphic Expanse and Evolving Wilds come in every single commander.
Yes,
Pre-con.
And they're great.
Yeah.
I believe.
B for
Yeah.
bourbon.
Yeah, I believe.
Actually,
that's
I'm going to
the
disappoint
color
you.
that
W
we
for
want.
water right now because
Yeah.
Bunny and I were at a work
Yeah,
event
that
and
sounds
we've
good.
been drinking since 6.
Wow.
Hooray!
Hooray!
All right.
All right. What do I need?
While you're going, can we go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go. I'll take a
Oh.
white. Basic white. I'm gonna go
I'm
for
going to play
plain.
forest and pass
That's
turn.
that, and the
Yeah.
other one comes in top.
Yeah, it comes in
I'm
tapped.
going to play Command Tower
Nice.
and pass turn.
Muldrotha Stacks is so fun. Muldrotha Stacks is awful.
I think it's like anything you can do, I can do 3 to 7 times. I think it's not 11 or 12 times.
Oh, well.
It's,
Yeah.
it's a very reasonable 3 to 7 times.
Yeah.
Because, you know, copying a Cyclonic Rift, no.
You know, it doesn't do anything.
Right. Well, I guess, I mean, it really would not
Yeah.
do anything since
Yeah, I would do it once.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
never again.
that was a bad one. How about, you
Right.
know, copying a Star of Extinction 3 times would
Our
be
turn?
awful,
Yes.
All right.
which I've seen
So-
her do.
So then we untap,
Yes.
and then upkeep. No upkeep right now.
Yes.
Draw.
And just for everyone else,
And
one of
then
the
play land.
one of the cards that was very overlooked. Star of Extinction.
Oh,
Who played that?
no.
What? Where?
Got socks and then copied it several times.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That's awful.
Oh
Nice.
god. Oh god.
It's an overlooked card from
love
Brutal.
Yeah.
From Ixalan, right?
Ixalan, yeah, and it's
I don't
like
even
it's a
remember
buck.
that.
It's $1. The card's $1 if you want to buy it,
Wow.
but it's great in Commander.
Yeah. That's what I love
Well
about
done.
Commander is you get those
Can you play
weird
any,
cards
is
that
there
you
anything
find in the
worth
set
playing
that people
for
wouldn't
one
ever play, and they
white?
find a home.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Like the
Okay.
silly, stupid
Yeah,
shit,
you
like
definitely
Death
wouldn't
Cloud.
play
Like
anything
you're not gonna play
else.
Death Cloud in
You
anything but a
wouldn't
Commander
play
deck.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what that does. So
Okay.
yeah. So
So-
tap those two.
So these get tapped, and that
So-
one gets played.
Yep.
So now you have an artifact where
Yep.
when you throw 1 mana into it, it makes a black and white.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay.
So you're basically filtering a color to make a black and white.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes
Yep.
sense.
Or if you get a different, like an artifact or land that taps for colorless, you can turn it into the color that you need.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I played Call of the Conclave. I created 3/3 green centaur.
Do you have your tokens or do you need the box?
I have tokens. I hope I have a
I keep
centaur in
hoping
here.
if it's awful, let me know.
And
That's
yes.
fine. I had coffee, so my breath.
So
was
I have a
good.
3/3 centaur, and we pass the turn.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna play a forest. I'm gonna play a forest for a Soul Ring,
Oh no!
I'm
and
gonna play an exotic orchard
And a soul ring.
and a soul.
Man.
The mana wrapping.
Oh, man.
I am playing a Cream of the Crop, which we don't see too often.
What is that? No.
Every time I play a creature enters the battlefield under my control, I scry its power.
Ooh,
Goodness.
that's fun.
Ooh.
So then, based on what I have here, would this be the next?
Normally I would hold off on
So-
this,
You don't
but
have-
because of their
Howard Lyon. Howard, that's an awesome
Four
card.
plus
Okay.
2 white.
I might actually
So
A lot of my
Play
things are
this
really just
now.
high.
yeah.
just to
One,
have
two.
It's like
on the
4,
board. So I'm gonna throw
Do
down.
they have a blue over there?
No.
9, 6.
Mhm.
Oh wait.
Well, you play that for
Well,
that and then
you'll
that for
find
that.
out
Yeah.
which draw.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
Also,
So I'm
remember
going
this
to
only
throw
costs
down
4.
Thrumming Bird,
So you just
Cool.
only thing you're missing is
which currently does
red.
nothing.
Yup. Soul Ring Squad. Exactly. Wait for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you won't be able to play it right away. But
Right.
you
I haven't
next turn.
decided which deck is gonna get the promo
So,
Soul
yeah.
Ring.
Okay, cool.
I'm still
yeah.
mad at
Just
Cave
remember,
Girl for
if
giving
you
away my
attack
promo
the
Soul
turn-
Ring to NPC.
You can
She's like, I didn't know you wanted it. It was just a card.
Okay. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's what you want to do.
I
You want to
see.
get her out.
And I'm not sure if they're
Yeah,
gonna.
you want to get her out as quickly as possible
Yeah.
and attack with her
Yes.
before she
Yeah.
can be killed by a
I
blocker.
see.
And it's also
Yeah.
you never want to hard cast your angels and demons. They cost
They're-
too much.
Yeah,
Right.
you just want to
Yeah.
play your forecasting cost thing, attack with it, and start dropping the big things.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, Argo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is
It's a
that?
1/1.
It's a 1/1 flyer that when it does combat damage to a player
Proliferates.
Okay, got it. All right, so untap.
Now, let me bring that up just so
nothing,
everybody
upkeep,
sees
and
it.
then draw.
The
it's-
thrumming bird.
it's
the
the-
bird that thrums.
It's the bird of your
But
nightmares.
I would play.
It really
the other
is.
one because you want to leave that red.
This, yeah, this
Yeah.
one.
So
Alright, so then that's going down here.
Is it?
okay,
And this one's still in the
that's
graveyard.
in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce that name.
Pretend that's your graveyard.
The graveyard up here.
Yeah, graveyard up
If you can pronounce that name, you go girl.
there.
It's
Thrumming Bird?
Ephraim something.
There we go.
All right. So play play a forest.
So I have enough for her now? Or no?
That is informatic.
I got red,
No.
white, and swings.
So what you need to do, right now you don't,
Okay.
so what you need to do for your turn is we're gonna pay one. You're gonna tap and pay 1 life.
Okay.
You're gonna sack this and then search your
Oh,
library
okay.
for a swamp or mountain card and put it into play.
Okay.
So now, then you can do it. All right. I think. No, wait. You can only play 1 land per turn. So
Correct.
Wait, no,
Well,
wait.
not if
it
there's-
comes into play.
Yeah, that's not playing the
Untapped,
land.
yeah.
That's putting it onto the
What
field.
are you casting?
Bloodstained Mire.
Yeah, so that comes in, you
Yeah.
sack it, and the ability is...
Yeah. So then we get the red, and then we can play Kalia.
Tempest, that card was designed for
For
infect.
No, it has to
Hence
be
the word
a swamp.
horror.
Or
Yeah.
Tells you
Bird horror.
it's
has to be
Phyrexian.
Fey Mountain. That's it. That's it. That's what you need.
Yup.
Okay.
Or, you know, what is it? This one.
Oh,
It's just, I tend to just throw it in a blue deck.
yeah.
Like, okay, you've played your 10/10 commander. Thanks, it's mine now and it has infect.
Now you can put it down into play.
I don't know if
Now
I
you
have any
can tap
effect in this. I want
all
I
of
want
your mana.
Skitherix in my
So, and then this will tap.
Skittles,
for-
yeah.
So
Yeah, I
you'll
need
use
Skittles
this
in my,
one, tap for 2,
I'm
3,
blanking on the
4,
name.
Okay.
Do you
my
understand?
Sultai deck.
and Kalia.
Kalia's in.
Yeah. So-
Kill it on sight.
Yep.
No, I don't want to.
Kill it.
I love
So
her.
his name is Ephraim Palacios.
So.
Palacios. Thank you. Appreciate that, Jordan.
So she can't tap. She can't attack right away because she's summoning sick.
Right.
So next turn, you attack with her, and then you bring something in.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
I can't do anything else, but I do have a creature. I'm just gonna attack with a 3/3 centaur.
I think we're gonna take it.
Yep.
All right, take 3.
We're
And
at
then
47. Are we
Pass
up?
the turn. Yep.
All right. Let's see what we get. That's a thing.
Island.
All right. Cool. Can you play any? Oh, you can. No, you can't play your commander yet, can you?
Me?
You need 4 colors.
Yeah, I need one more.
Um,
I can get her next to her, but that's okay.
I mean, I can play. Does Kalia fly? Yeah,
Yes.
Kalia flies.
Yeah.
does.
She's got.
She's an angel.
She's got 4 pairs of wings.
Yeah, that's right.
She flies very well.
Yes.
So, well, maybe we can at least block the flying thing that's gonna come in.
So I'm going to throw down Ishai Ojitai Dragon Speaker.
ISHAI. I don't remember
what
what
does
this
that
thing
do?
does. Let's pull it
It
up.
does amazing things, especially getting it out this early in the game.
All right. So,
Colorful.
whenever
Oh,
an
no.
opponent casts a spell,
Oh no!
that's awful. That's
So
awesome.
We are both an opponent.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. So
Ouch.
then, here's what I'm gonna do this turn. Then
That's a pretty card though.
Right?
It is.
I'm gonna tap 3, unfortunately, but whatever, for a Seal of Primordium, and just let that sit there.
What does that do?
The Seal of Primordium is an enchantment that I can sack to destroy an artifact or enchantment.
Okay.
Right? However, then I shall play a Jungle Basin
Okay.
and return this force to my hand.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. Infect is not that bad.
I mean,
in Commander, no, it's not.
as
because-
soon as
Okay.
you see an opponent playing Infecting
So,
Commander,
untap.
the table immediately paints a bullseye on that
Yeah.
person's
Yeah.
face.
All right.
And then upkeep, draw card. Okay. I'm gonna play Plains.
Should I play the other swamp bag?
Yes, for sure. Always play a land if you can.
Have
Okay.
a spell that could target a creature, whether it's good or bad.
I'll bring in my commander.
No.
No.
Alright.
So Tristani
Tristani is in.
His voice is in.
Okay.
Okay. So
I
let
assume.
me see what you have.
Oh,
in
you
your hand.
played a.
Played a
Oh, yeah,
spell.
played a
Played a
spell.
Oh god.
Okay.
Okay, so now that's great. That is, I would happily sacrifice that creature to kill Kalia if it attacked.
That's a good one. But we probably don't need it right yet.
Popper Infect. Yeah. How do you make that? What is it? Blue green? It's gonna. It had to
Yeah,
be blue green
it had
because
to
you
be.
need
That
those
would be
elves and the unblockable
good.
blue things.
Yeah.
Maybe that one over, or let me see this.
She's the
one.
most expensive. That's why I pulled it front.
Yeah.
Well, think about the effects. So you
I
want
would
something
say
that's gonna
don't do
help you with
that
an effect.
yet because we don't have
Anything
anything
in the- yeah.
in the graveyard. Okay, so all right, so
I
let's
think
move.
I know what angel that one is.
Yeah, let's move to combat.
Rhea.
So
I'd
what are we doing
say
now?
no.
Say tip window.
Okay. So
No,
this
let's do.
Oh.
Rhea.
Oh, that's right. Oh, okay.
Why
say
why do something once when you can do it every turn?
True.
Yeah, let's do that. One.
That's okay. That's what I was thinking.
All right.
true.
So we're gonna move to combat. We're attacking with Kalia,
Okay.
and then we bring in Steel Hellkite.
Okay, tapped and attacking.
Tapped and attacking.
Okay.
Do I want to sacrifice it?
The questions of the
She's just
universe.
gonna blow it up anyway.
Hooray, death!
Oh wait.
Oh, actually, never
wait,
mind.
No. Wait, no.
I'm sacrificing the seal to destroy that artifact.
I forgot about. No, that's my blunder.
Do you want to redo
I
it? Do you want
forgot
to
about that.
redo it?
Yeah, I forgot that
Redo
was
it.
in play.
Think about a different one.
Okay.
Or we can play a different one.
Yeah, because let me.
Because
know.
I mean,
play
literally,
that.
I sack it. I kill your thing immediately.
Yeah.
That one.
Okay.
Subjugator Angel.
So it taps all of our creatures, so
Yeah.
they both hit us no matter
Yeah,
what.
so they
Okay,
both
yeah.
hit you
So
no
all of our
matter what.
creatures are tapped.
Yep.
But you didn't play the spell; you just put it into play.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's 6.
We take 6.
Yep. Okay. All right. And that's our turn.
Cool.
You've never played Commander.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
It's the best.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I will play
Let's
Gargos.
see what else is in your hand.
Going to
Uh,
put down a swamp,
Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool.
and then look who's coming to the party.
All right. Gargos is in, so I am going to
Yeah, so we can-
scry
so what we're gonna do
6.
is we're gonna do that.
Sorry, 8. Right?
Okay.
Your power,
Yep. 8.
Right.
and then Atraxa is in.
Okay.
Which means
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
All right. We're gonna have to get something really terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
oh, I know.
With your deck.
Yeah.
Honestly, that might be. So look at that part of it.
I'm sorry you got stuck with me.
No.
You're fine.
It's just I got a really interesting
Oh
scry.
yeah, no. Yeah.
Fuck.
Counting is hard.
I need one more mana to do what I want to do.
No.
Can you imagine how amazing Two-Headed Giant would be if everything had
But I'm gonna take this.
not support?
That's gonna go on
it's
top.
Whichever the mechanic was from Battle Bond, where your partner could like tap lands for you.
Partner.
No.
No.
It was
Standard's
assist.
a different thing, man.
Yeah.
Assist.
Uh,
I mean, I never really liked standard.
oh, wait.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if you don't
You
have
doing
the
any
people to play
attacks?
with, that's when you.
Is
I
this
would
what
like
you
to
do
attack
with?
with this. Are you gonna attack with anything?
We're gonna wait a little longer.
Okay.
I
Just-
can't attack.
I'll say their 2 flying creatures are tapped,
Yeah, you might as well
so I might as well.
attack
Okay.
with definitely that.
Okay.
So I'm attacking. It's flying
Okay.
1/1,
Okay. And we take.
And then you're
and
gonna
I
proliferate.
proliferate.
Okay.
And then at the end of our end step, or at the beginning of our end step,
You're gonna proliferate
I'm
again.
gonna proliferate again.
Okay. Okay. Is that it?
You're up.
Okay. At the end of your turn, we're gonna tap 3 for Sarkhan's Triumph. We're gonna search for something.
Cool.
Searching for a dragon.
Yes.
Any dragon or?
Any
do you
dragon
put a counter?
creature. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. All right. So we gotta find some. Awesome. Oh.
But no, so if you don't have
That's
people
a
to play with
potential
now,
good
you can
one. Go ahead
either
and read
teach
that
people that you already know how to play, which is what I did for a while.
Oh, wow. That one's great.
Or
Yeah.
go out, play at different game stores, or go to
I just don't know what else he
conventions.
has
There's
in
always
there,
people playing
so
at conventions.
Yep.
So just kind of put yourself out there, which is
Go
terrifying for a
zombie.
tabletop nerd to say.
I
But,
know, right?
'cause I don't do that.
We don't have anything right now.
Yeah, but you can't play Commander
That's the
on
last
Arena.
one.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
I really wish, the old ones, what, 2012 and 2013,
That's
Duels
kinda
of the Planeswalkers?
Yeah.
They had the Arch Enemy,
Yeah,
so you could play
yeah.
Plane Chase and
Okay.
Arch Enemy. Those were amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I still play those just so I could actually go in And nobody ever plays them anymore, but it's me playing against 4 computer opponents, but I get to play Arch Enemy. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorite variants.
And an arena feels like it was built for Brawl, but they just haven't made it multiplayer compatible yet.
Let's make Jayberry a little bigger. Whee!
I mean, there's so much space. Just make it
That's good.
massive.
Two-headed giant Sultai Boros versus Abzan and Izzet.
You know,
That sounds
for-
like fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess it is.
I mean-
demon.
I've got an Abzan deck with me.
Yeah, you can only get a dragon with that.
Yeah, I know.
But you're
I
just looking
forgot
to see what
about
else is-
Kalia.
yeah.
Like, oh wait, she can bring in demons. That's why there's so many demons in.
Right.
Got it.
But just trust me, go get the Utvara.
Yeah.
Just take the Utvara Hellkite and put it in your hand.
Yeah, that one.
Which
what I was
is,
gonna-
it's already in your hand, huh?
Yeah, no, it wasn't already in our hand. It was.
pulled it out.
We
Yeah,
we pulled
we
it
should.
out first.
Yeah.
Here. Okay. All right. So in hand.
This is
And
gonna
then-
be awful.
Yep.
We're gonna get hit, but it's gonna be awful on our turn.
Yep.
Oh great.
Hooray, death.
Hooray death.
Unfortunately, Gargos does not have reach.
Oh no.
Really? Are you out towards Eastern Shore now? You don't have to tell me on the stream if you don't want
Yeah.
to. Sorry.
Oh, it's better than living in a desert.
Wait, MTGO Online? Oh, I don't play MTGO. I mean, that's a money pit from what I understand.
No. I'll grind forever to get to the cards I need, but I will not pay money.
Yeah. So I've been
For
playing
digital goods.
for about 3 months. I've been playing Arena, and I basically go on and I win a pack a day,
Yeah.
and I add it to my collection, and you know, it's fun. It's a good time passer, but it's not playing with my friends
Yeah.
live. And...
Yeah. All right.
All right, what are you hitting us with? I'll bet you it's gonna be a dragon.
Nothing yet because we have to go through the draw step.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought we were already in combat
No.
phase.
Nope.
And I'm gonna play a thing.
I know, I'm like,
So I get to play another land.
Yep. Play another land.
I'm surprised.
Cool.
Cargos is a
Craving
killing play too.
Cares.
I mean,
So I add
so
one of
is
my
it.
lands. One tap.
Yeah, when you tap it.
I
That's
know.
this part though.
I know.
So I'm gonna
Well,
create
so I'm gonna
two.
drop that. I'm gonna play this, and Gargos is gonna fight 2 things.
And then I can start.
That's
That's why I'm like, oh, if you're playing Hydras, you gotta do proliferate.
All right, so I got two
Yeah.
1/1 white lifelink soldiers.
Woohoo! You played a spell.
Play a spell.
Foreign companions, yes, I did. Then let's see when I
Oh.
yeah. So then we
I
gain
mean-
2 life, so
Yep.
we're back up to 50,
Yep.
and we're gonna get beat to death by Traxxas.
Now you're gonna get beat to death by Hydras.
Oh, Hydras. Okay. All right. So yeah,
Not a lot going on over here. Just 1 Hydra and 2
So-
enchantments, but
go ahead and attack with Kalia and the Subjugator Angel. Bring in that.
The Ultra Hellkite.
okay.
Uvara
So
Hellkite
that is attacking.
Okay.
So when it attacks, we create a 6/6 red dragon token with flying.
Okay.
That's a 5/5.
There you go.
Yeah,
Use those as
there we go.
6/6s.
This is our 6/6.
The Christopher
but
Rush dragon token from Gen Con.
But it does not get to attack.
Correct.
Yep.
It just sits there.
Cool.
Okay.
I can block and not die.
Hooray, not death.
Really?
4/4 and a 6/6.
Yeah.
Oh, I would just say let the 6/6 die and keep a Trax around.
Okay.
Kill the Utvara. The Utvara needs to go.
Not kill Kalia because she doesn't have enough land to play her again.
Well, kill Kalia with this.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
So get rid of the Hellkite and then
Okay.
block Kalia with Traxa.
And Atraxa is lifelink. We gain 4
Yes,
life.
she is.
Nope. Does this die? This
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, no,
Actually,
that
wait.
does not.
Yeah, that didn't die. No.
She's Death Touch.
Oh my god, Jordan.
Wait, what did
I'm
you?
so
what
sorry.
Did you block? What
Blocked
did you?
her with that.
God,
Okay.
that's
And
And then
awful.
blocked the other one
The
with
other
my
one,
6/6,
yeah. Okay. So, your commander is now back in the command zone. instead
You
of
can
going
play
to
it
the
again
graveyard.
for 2 more mana.
Yeah.
I see.
So now you can play it again for 2 more.
I think she does have enough to play it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's
so,
fine. Let her, it slows it
Um,
down.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead. Since you haven't played any spells, you can go ahead and play Kalia again.
Okay.
So that's.
We took 4, I'm sorry. Right?
Yeah,
You attacked
you
with the
took-
Subjugator?
Yeah. and you
So
took
it was
4.
a net gain of nothing and a net loss of
So,
nothing.
so that's
Her
2,
new player. Yes.
3.
You don't learn
4,
by
5,
people letting you
6.
win.
Exactly. You learn by what happens when
comes
shit goes
second.
wrong.
Oh my god. The
Okay.
best
Okay.
people I ever taught how to play were 2 sisters,
so-
8 and 10. And so I was literally bouncing back and forth between them being like, so if you want to like screw your sister over,
Here's
do this
what-
to her.
yeah.
And I'll go to the other one and be like, so she did that, this is what you do back to her.
We're done. That's the
Okay.
turn.
And technically, it's not hurting me; it's teaching.
It's not hurting, it's teaching.
That feels like something my Catholic school would say.
Yeah.
You don't have any way to put a counter on her already, do you? All right, let's do this.
No, that's what that was for.
All right.
Ooh, I could do this and. Can you kill something? I can do either of these.
I'm going to kill something.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to try to kill 2 things.
So 1, 2, 3, black and a green. For Vulturous Zombie.
Let's bring that up because people need to understand what the fuck that does.
Uh-oh.
Also, it looks interesting.
It's a plant zombie.
How did that thing got moved?
Okay.
Okay.
I just love
Vulturous
weird
Zombie.
character- like,
No, I actually have that.
connotation.
I actually have that card in my Atraxa deck.
Because I think it came with it. It did. And
So whenever a card, not a creature, if you could discard it, if you sack a land, whenever a card goes into an opponent's
no.
graveyard, it gets a counter.
Oh, no.
Wow.
and then I'm gonna throw down Azorius Chancery and bounce back to the island.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's that.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna bring back Gargos for a second.
Okay, yeah, remind me for sure.
Okay. So Hydras are 4 less.
Yep.
Playing my land for turn, and I'm paying 2 green for a 6 casting cost Hooded Hydra.
Okay.
Okay, so it is now it comes in with 4+1/+1 counters.
How did you play
4 less.
Gargos?
Hydras
Okay.
are 4 less.
Okay. No, I mean, no, Gargos in the first place.
Oh, I have
Soul Ring.
2. The Jungle Basin taps for 2. 2,
Oh,
4,
okay, got it,
5,
got it.
6 last
got
turn.
it, got it. Okay.
Yep. All right, so the Hooded Hydra has 4 counters on it,
Yeah.
right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm playing Nissa's Judgment.
Okay.
All right. So whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell, Gargos Vicious Washer fights up to 1 target creature you don't control.
Okay.
Both of my creatures are targeted with spells.
Okay.
Okay? So
becomes the target.
Gargos is going to what is it?
How does he... Wait. So whenever a creature becomes the target of a spell.
Right.
So Nissa targets both of them?
So I'm going to pull up Nissa's Judgment.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk everybody through it because I built this deck to do just this.
Yeah.
All right?
Support 2.
Okay.
Okay.
So I guess both of my creatures get a +1/+1 counter,
Yeah.
right? When Gargos gets targeted to be its +1/+1 counter,
Yeah.
it fights Kalia.
Okay.
Okay.
When the Hooded Hydra gets targeted for that, Gargos
Okay.
fights your Angel.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Gargos still has 2 more toughness before he dies.
Okay.
So,
So does he gets to attack... He gets to target 2 things?
whenever any creature of mine is the target of a spell,
Okay.
Gargos fights something.
And since it targeted
Okay.
2 creatures.
Since this
Okay.
targeted 2
Got it,
creatures.
got it. Okay.
Right.
I see.
So
All right.
Kalia...
How big is
back there.
Tristani?
2/5.
2/5. Next turn.
Okay, and then Subjugator?
Yeah, Subjugator and Thingy You're Dead.
Okay.
So that's
So that's
2 counters.
2 counters.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
no, 1 counter. Actually,
Why?
no, 2, because
Oh, yeah.
because it doesn't get 1 for Kalia, because Kalia didn't hit.
Oh,
graveyard,
right.
But it does get 1 from your spell.
All right. Yep.
So,
Oh, we know, just 1 because it's opponent's graveyard.
Right.
yeah, we can't. Well, we have.
Hype, not how.
Is that our turn?
Oh, cool. Well, you should probably attack.
I was gonna say because if
Well-
it's not, I'm gonna proliferate.
Yeah.
There's a 6/6 dragon.
Yeah.
Because.
So like
Right.
it can block, so I have a blocker, a flying blocker. So I'm gonna proliferate.
And by the way, just
Okay.
because it's the one card I didn't pull up that I played this turn. So the Hooded Hydra, when the Hooded Hydra dies, it explodes into snakes.
Yep.
You won't be able to.
So I proliferated my counters, and I'm also going to proliferate yours.
If we play that, you can destroy it. So maybe we might want to play that first.
By the way, Gargos is now a 10/9.
That's what I was thinking. Is to have it on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 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 Yep.
And then we can play
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how to play this one.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I
yeah.
figured that the other
Yeah.
one was.
Okay. All right. Our turn?
Yes.
Or is it our turn? Okay.
It has to be because I proliferated, so that was our instant.
Okay.
And remember, if you target a creature, Gargos fights something. If you cast a spell that
Okay.
targets one of my
Okay,
creatures,
got
Gargos
it.
fights something.
Got it.
Like Tristani.
Well, you're just fighty today.
This deck is literally big green Hydra stompy things.
Yeah.
And by the way, just to clarify for you guys, the Hooded Hydra that I played, when it dies, it explodes into a number of snakes equal to its power.
So you
Alright.
make it worse because instead of blocking one thing, you have to block.
You're fighty and wriggly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
And as long as she keeps proliferating it up, it's going to explode into more snakes.
Okay. So,
There are too many snakes on these planes.
did you draw?
I did not.
Okay. Play a
So
land if
the
you can.
three
I was making
heroes
bad
and
jokes.
Tales of the Tome.
All right.
It's a game.
Okay.
I played Hall of Heliod's Generosity, and now my Temple of the Boss Gods.
Is it an enchantment land?
No, it's a legendary land.
Oh, it's not an artifact or
but it
enchantment
is the tap 1 and a white.
Yeah,
put
to
target
return-
enchantment guard from graveyard on top
Yep.
of my library.
land. Yep.
Okay.
I hate that card. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot a scry for my cream of the crop. Came with 4.
Okay.
1, 2.
Okay, so I'm going to.
Oh my god.
Let's just go with the theme and keep
Yeah,
shooting things.
that's what I was gonna say.
So that's
Stop
on
being
top.
fighty.
No.
Like, the
They
theme of the
won't.
deck is I just fight your
Is
creatures.
I'm gonna fight you.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
fight you.
I see.
Fighty Green Stompy.
That's pretty much what this deck
Let's
does.
Yeah.
see.
Is that its name? Fighty Green Stompy?
It is now. It is now.
Yeah.
Green Stompy is so much
Okay.
fun to
Let me
play.
see if I can do this.
It is. As long as you can survive like being overrun
Yeah,
in the
that's-
early game
that's
by
the problem,
goblins
like,
or elves
it's
or
slow
spirits.
to start because everything's expensive.
Whatever
But-
happened to that goat deck where it just kept producing goats?
I mean,
It was like
it's
weeks
a
ago.
thing. It didn't keep. It just had one card, but every time somebody would attack, I would like, I make a goat.
Yep.
I make a goat.
That was a good deck.
It is.
Yeah.
And you just throw it in whatever. Like it's a land. It's a land. Or is it an artifact? It's an artifact. It's the trading post.
Oh, good night.
Good night, Jordan.
Good night,
tired
Jordan.
creature.
So long, farewell. I'll be the
Parallel Lives.
Ah.
And Hall of Heliod's is tapped. Kill it.
Oh wait, how?
His.
Artifact and enchantment kill.
It's not in an artifact.
No,
It's a
I'm saying
no,
that's
he's
tapped. I'm
killing
killing the parallel
parallel
lives
lives.
while Heliod is tapped.
Okay, got it.
So at least we have a
Temporary
turn
seal
with
of
before he comes
Guardian,
back.
destroy
Yep.
target. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, now.
Now this one?
That. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pay for that.
Sure. So
Parallel
I'm just
Lives
tapping
goes away.
things now?
Doesn't have haste. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, it'll get eaten
yeah.
next turn.
tap 6.
Okay.
Let me see what's in your hand first. So we have. Well, that can make.
I want to draw better cards.
So this can make 2. And
Predator
then
is
3.
fine.
I mean, yeah,
Four.
that's why he's in almost
Uh,
every deck
the
that I
card
have.
hit her
that.
graveyard.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll have to tap most of it.
Yeah. I figured as much.
Okay. So we can leave that one.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. All right.
Steel Hellkite.
Still Hellkite.
You got
Yep.
What do you have out? Yeah,
A bit.
Pass turn. Gonna have to.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do.
So what is the X mean?
How much mana do you have?
Total?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think
five.
I think we can kill them right now.
I have 6. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you want me to?
Can you double on both of these?
So this means that we can destroy each
so let's see here.
permanent with
So,
mana cost X,
one
whose
and a-
controller was dealt
so I
damage
can
by
do-
steel. Okay, so if he
I only have
attacks,
2
he deals
green.
damage to
So I can do, yeah, I can do both.
a person,
Right.
to our,
Um,
our opponent. If we pay X, they would have
Oh,
to...
they have 2 green.
Let's see, destroy each non-land permanent with mana cost X.
Oh, wait, I have not
if we
played
chose
a
this.
But-
land.
Yeah, so if he
So I'm
deals
gonna throw
combat
down-
damage,
But
Then
you
we can
definitely
pay
want to
X
do that on this
destroy
and
something.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, destroy something.
This
that-
Actually,
and-
that command
can you
cost
do
of
3?
X.
That makes sense.
That
so
and
I
that?
only
X
have
is
2
in fact a
green.
variable. It doesn't mean.
Gotcha.
And
It's
it's
a variable.
one and a
Yeah,
green
you
for
choose
each.
how much it is.
I
So
would
it's
do
like,
these
how
two then,
much
because this
does
one's
the
gonna
mana
this
cost
one's
of
gonna
it?
Yeah,
explode
it's
into snakes.
Yeah.
So you
And
get
this one's
tap
gonna kill
2,
him.
Right.
If it
Yeah,
does
okay.
If so, it
Yep.
damages them, then just.
Let's
Are
do
we
that.
dead?
I don't think so.
You might
Hooray.
be close.
Oh.
Solidarity of Heroes
Okay.
on 2, so I'm doubling both of his. So it
All
is
right, so
choose
Gargos kills the Steel Hellkite.
choose
Okay.
any number of target creatures, double the amount of +1/+1 counters on them.
Okay.
So Gargos goes to 4 +1/+1 counters. So Gargos is now a 12/11
Okay.
that has taken 6 damage. So it has 5 more on it.
Okay.
And the Hooded Hydra is targeted, so Gargos kills Tristani.
Okay. Can I populate in response with
Oh,
this?
What
that
do you
is
mean?
a busy Thursday.
Can I?
Probably.
Yeah, if you have the mana,
Yeah.
populate before it dies.
All right. I'll populate a lifelinking soldier.
You got it. All right. Keep your blockers. You ready?
Keep my blockers, yep. And then proliferate at the end of turn.
This is going to be awful.
Pretend this is a lifelinking soldier.
Well, no, I need an attack phase.
Slightly different one.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bellowing Tangleworm.
Okay.
Green creatures I control have Intimidate.
Okay.
They can only be blocked by green creatures.
Okay.
I will swing at you for a 10/10 Hooded Hydra. And I don't want to do that because the Centaur can kill Gargos.
It's a 3/3. Can it? It's
Well,
only
because
3/3.
Gargos has taken so much damage this turn.
Oh, how much does
So I'm
he
not
have
gonna
left
attack
to
with him.
take?
I think you said
2.
5. Oh, 2.
Oh, 5, right, because your
Yeah.
thing isn't a 5/5, it was a
Right.
2/5.
It's a,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
The Centaurs is a 3/3.
Right.
Oh.
So I'm attacking you with the 10/10 that can only be blocked by green creatures. Or artifact creatures.
Sure, I'll throw the Centaur under the bus.
There you go. And I'm going to pay 2 for Pulchronos the World Eater.
Should bring that up. Sounds bad. I don't know.
Imagine that. He's a legendary Hydra.
Wrigley's
Oh, how do I spell it?
Polu-
P-O-L-U.
Polucranos.
P-O-L-U.
Yeah.
So
So that's a thing.
Monstrosity.
he's 5/5. And hey, when he goes monstrous, he fights to like however many things I want him to fight.
Alright. There you go.
More stomping and wriggling.
All right,
Yes.
now we end step and you
And then
proliferate the fuck out of
proliferate,
things.
yep.
Yep.
And hold on, I gotta scry 5 for Pulchronos. Actually, I need to scry 4 for the Bellowing Tangleworm first.
You might have to do that.
Yes.
That one or that one?
Ooh,
Does this even make sense?
Because this is all they're gonna stop. Like, they're gonna stop me by killing Pulchronos.
yeah, yeah.
That's pretty much the only thing that I have.
So, let's do that.
I mean,
Like, if they don't kill Pulchronos, it's
I
over.
would say
Yeah.
9.
Yeah,
So I would say that's probably your
right.
Like, with
Yes,
the
yeah.
Traxa,
Let's do that.
literally,
depending on what you draw.
Right.
10 cards in my deck are monstrous.
Yeah. Our turn.
Yes, you're
All right.
up.
Untap.
I mean, a board wipe would be lovely.
Draw.
Technically, the token hits your graveyard before it evaporates.
It does.
God, that really is a
Right,
rough
yeah.
Thursday, dude.
Right?
So that's 1, 2, 3, 5. So let's say 2.
One of these days, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna wake up early to watch you guys before I go to work.
Well, this one doesn't
And
make
game
it.
nights tomorrow.
This one doesn't
I,
make it.
I
nine.
can't go
That's okay.
because since
This one doesn't make it
before
nine.
the
No.
November
So-
game night was the last time
yeah,
we
so I
had
guess if you
our
tap-
D&D
Oh,
night.
yeah, you should play
Right.
your D&D.
Then you can tap this for either 2 white, a white, and a black, or 2 black.
Right.
So that would be using these 2 together would be 2. It's
Oh,
it's
okay.
mana fixing.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can tap it for 1 or mana fix.
I see. Okay. So I still don't have enough for the one.
Yeah, you don't have enough.
That
So
stinks.
I think. Yeah. So that would be 2.
No, we proliferate at the end of the turn, right?
3,
Yep.
4, 5, 6.
It's already
7.
ticked
It would
mine
still
up.
be 8.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So, but if you need a mana fix, that's
Right.
It explodes into snakes.
all right.
Snakes on the plain of Ravnica.
Oh, great.
Ba-dum-tsh. I'm can't possibly be the first one who's ever made that joke.
I'm fairly certain not only have you made that joke before, that I've
I
heard
never
it.
have. Tempest, we stream every Thursday. We took last week off because it was MagFest.
Yeah, Magfest.
So every Thursday night, 9 to whenever we get tired. We're thinking about moving it to 8, but we'll see. There have been hints and allegations and discussions because we all have fucking
We
real
haven't really
jobs.
talked about it.
Yeah. All right, what are you guys doing? What is our doom?
Play that. Yeah, play that. Whip of Arrows.
Ah, there you go.
Alright, so one. Yeah, so.
The whip is a
That'd
good
be
thing.
fine. Okay.
2, 3.
So I'm assuming most of the people who watch us know. Creatures bunny controls have lifelink.
Yes.
So that's a 6/6 dragon.
Yep.
And better yet, you can use it, and you can use it next turn if you have the mana, or right now if you have the mana, to bring that Subjugator Angel back.
Yeah.
Or the Steel Hellkite back. Just for a turn,
Yeah. We don't have the mana now, unfortunately.
but it gets exiled. You get one hit with it,
Yeah.
and then it goes away
I see.
forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, anything else?
Nope, I'm just gonna leave all this mana open.
You got it.
Fear it.
Fear your mana.
Fear my mana.
Forest. If I had gotten this last time, I could have
Wait,
doubled
hold on.
3
1, 2, 3, 4,
creatures.
5. Alright, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
So anything you want to do first?
Yeah.
She's not gonna tell you.
Predators!
There you go.
What is that?
It's my ooze baby.
Predator Ooze.
It's
Okay.
ooze baby. He's in every green deck I have.
Still not as good as
Because I
Squid
pulled
Babies.
so many during
Squid
Innistrad.
Babies. Wait, where is it? There it is.
That makes me so happy.
It's indestructible, and whenever it attacks, it gets a counter.
And whenever something dies to it, it gets a counter.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright.
Ooze baby.
Ah, fuck it. I'll do it. Oh, actually, maybe I should just go monstrous.
I wouldn't fuck ooze. That would be bad.
Ew.
Maybe I should
That's
just go
a
monstrous
whole
instead.
fetish.
He said
Ew.
fuck it. I mean, that wasn't me.
I mean,
I think I am.
Girls is
if
a
you
whole fetish.
say it, it
Really?
It's
it
like
exists.
girls made out of translucent jello, basically.
Clearly, I have not spent enough time, or I've spent too much time on the internet. One of the two.
Alright, you know
I
what?
would
I'm
go
gonna do it this
first,
way,
'cause
just so they can't be
shows up
targeted.
random places. Yeah?
Alright, I'm gonna play the archetype of Endurance.
What's that?
All my creatures have hexproof,
Okay.
and yours cannot have hexproof.
Okay.
Well, so there.
And then I will swing with... You have no green creatures? I'm sure there's a fog or something. But I'm gonna swing with everything.
All right.
So,
in response.
Yep.
Should I also swing with predators, get a counter?
Scatter the seeds. Create 3
Yeah.
1/1 green sapperlings.
You got it.
Yep. I also threw in the predator ooze.
Okay. So I get 1 sapperling. So how big are the things? Coming at me?
5/5, 4/4, 13, 12, and 11/11.
Any of them trample?
None.
Okay. I'm blocking the 13
Yep.
with a sapperling. I'm blocking what's the next biggest?
The Hooded Hydra.
The hooded hydra, and I'm blocking. What's the next biggest?
Pulchronos, 5/5.
Okay, so what's the damage
4.
that's left over?
So, 2 things hit your graveyard. Because they're tokens.
3 things hit.
3
my
things
graveyard.
hit the graveyard. Woohoo.
So how much damage is left over?
Why didn't you attack with that?
Because it's a flying blocker. That's
Yeah, but so is
bigger than-
Atraxa, and you can just play it again. We
Yeah,
want
but that one's
Atraxa.
bigger
We need
than
that
the
to die.
6/6.
That's a 6/6. This
Ah,
is
true,
whatever.
yeah.
Like, I don't, you know,
Yeah, true.
we'd rather that die.
Yep.
But I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And I need to scry for my...
So how much damage is left over after
Just
I
4.
block the 3 biggest
Just
things?
4.
Just 4.
1, 2, yep, just 4 damage.
No trample.
No
yet.
trample yet.
Alright.
They're hydras. They're mostly vigilant
Yeah.
Alright.
and intimidating.
If you can get me to draw
And
8 more
stomp it.
cards,
Okay.
Hold on.
I can fix that for you.
For what did I play? 5, 6.
No. No, you only get to draw 1 per turn.
I'm thinking
unless
one of those 2.
Something else.
This is the one I probably care about.
I don't have anything that I can really use.
Yeah. So we're probably gonna, depending on what you draw, probably gonna use that
Right.
to bring back the Udvara.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you want to bring the Udvara.
Oh.
Probably. So we're gonna need.
You can have it fight
Because it'll make it-
anything, right?
Right.
Like it doesn't have to be an
Yes,
opponent.
but I have nothing to target.
So those
I need
are
a
the-
spell that
yeah,
targets.
True.
Yeah, so these three
Like,
are your options.
I played it.
And I didn't draw a single one. Like there's a bunch of them in the deck. Like this deck has an enchantment sub
Yeah, we
theme,
could do
Oh,
that.
yeah.
and it's
they're
like
just not,
rancors
yeah.
and.
But how much life do they have?
I know it's
41.
depressing. Fuck.
I mean, that could be something.
But this
to
is
do.
funny.
Yeah,
Like
just because she was planning on using that, so.
Yeah. But this only works because to make them over
so,
to our attack.
that's actually a key to the deck.
So,
Like,
I mean,
oh,
we
5
can
mana.
attack
All right, kill that
them.
this turn.
Yeah.
I killed
It
that
would
this
make more sense
turn.
if we had more things that we were attacking.
It's funny, but
Yeah.
it actually
So,
works
I mean,
really
she was
well.
supposed to
Yeah.
do that.
There's a but then once this is gone forever.
Oh.
Like, because once it comes in, it gets exiled. So we get
Good night,
this
Tempest.
and another.
Good night.
Or
It
we
was
can try
lovely
to
chatting
ban
with
it.
you this evening. Follow us on Facebook. Blah 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 blah
We do
blah.
have enough
We
to
stream every
buy
Thursday.
too. So we can't
We have a
believe it.
Patreon if you
We
care.
do this, or bring Kalia back in.
I don't know. Listen to the girls. They're prettier than I am.
Okay. Okay. I'm cool with that.
All right. What you
My
doing?
turn? All right. So we untap. Upkeep draw.
Did you not put the doubling season on?
What?
I thought you would put that on top.
No, because I have to pay for that,
Yeah.
and I needed to do other
Ah.
things. I needed mana open to do other things.
To save your ass. Yes.
Yeah.
So this enters a battlefield tapped.
Yeah. So you can't. Yeah, you can't use it for mana.
Alright.
But we do, I think, have enough to play Kali again if we wanted to, or do that. So I think we decided. To
Yeah, I
do
think
that.
we're doing that.
Okay. So we're gonna tap it and pay 4.
Yes, correct.
So we need black. Let's see, we need 2 black and 2 colorless. So,
We're a little-
that'll create
we're a little
2
overextended
black,
here, so.
and
Yeah.
then let's see.
Wasn't one of the other ones coming? No, that was
Yeah, this one makes
Right.
2 of whatever. So yeah, we could. Yeah, we can use the planes.
Just make sure you're following what she's doing.
Yeah.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
She's very good at explaining what she's doing
Excellent.
when she's
No,
doing
Okay,
she is,
So
I agree.
now we have 4 potential mana to work with
Right.
for something else.
So this
So-
means we're bringing
Damage.
that.
Yeah, so we're gonna bring back Utvara.
Okay.
So it has haste. It makes another one of these
Yep.
buddies, and yeah, it's gonna. It has to come in. Attacking.
It must attack. Yeah.
Oh wait, and I gotta figure out what I'm doing. Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
We're certainly going to kill it.
Yes.
What does the whip say? If it would go anywhere else, it's exiled. Like even if it dies, it's exiled.
Yeah, I think so.
No matter what.
Yeah, it gets exiled.
State.
Moving to the next end step, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if it would die.
Exile it instead of putting it anywhere
Yeah.
else.
So no matter what, it's
It
gonna
doesn't
get
hit the
exiled.
graveyard.
Right.
Yeah.
I wish I had one more mana.
Me too.
Yeah.
For once, I don't.
Sad.
I wish I had anything left.
Yeah. I might have to play my commander again.
Well, yeah, if you don't have a blocker,
I need a,
yeah.
I need a green
If you don't have a
blocker.
green creature,
Yeah,
yes.
We're fucked. 2, 4, 6 for my commander. Okay.
So we're gonna eat your Udvara. You're gonna gain
Yep.
your 6 life though. And it's exiled. So
yeah.
just put
so
it like
it goes
somewhere
face
else.
down
Yeah.
underneath your graveyard.
Fair.
that's just where
Yeah.
normally you put
Yeah.
it. Technically, under the rules, it should be visible somewhere in a different zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that's our turn. Yep.
All right. That's what I needed.
Not what I needed. but
No, we're good.
trouble.
We're
Yeah.
yeah. All right. So let's see. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm really sad.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna put.
Yeah.
Pulchronos is gonna go monstrous with 2 counters,
Okay.
and it's gonna eat your commander.
Yep.
Before you started doing anything, I threw down Brawn.
Okay.
Okay.
Pulchernos, so goes Monstrous. 7/7 fights your creature.
Yeah.
Do we want to enter tech?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Or just
Yeah.
sit
Yeah.
with your blocker. I mean, they can't block anything of mine.
No.
Okay. So how much are we taking from your side, I guess?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Actually, I'm going to attack with Brawn. Or no,
Didn't
I
have
can't because
haste.
he's not haste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
11 plus 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 24. 35. 41 damage.
We're at 5.
All right.
And at our end step, I proliferate.
Yay!
Yeah.
So is there a
Right,
card
yeah.
if someone did 41 damage to you, you win the game? Like...
So if you get hit with my commander again, you're dead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, but you're at
I mean,
5
we're
again.
definitely dead.
So this card is the Bellowing Tangleworm is just fucking amazing, and people don't realize how good it is.
Yeah. Well, I have the mana I need now.
So
To probably, but we're probably still gonna die.
I have another one.
so there
Oh,
it is.
yeah, that is really good.
Like all my green creatures have Intimidate. Okay.
In a mono green deck, that just makes
Yeah.
sense.
Sandworm Convergence.
Nice. So you're gonna get a green creature every turn.
I get a green creature every turn.
Yep.
Nice.
But probably,
I
and
don't-
flying creatures with flying can attack me, I guess, or planeswalkers I control.
So that functionally that team can't be attacked by flying creatures.
Yeah.
So
Well,
does it make sense
boo.
to play this?
It's okay.
Or Kali.
Oh, you should have. Let's pretend you attacked with. Nah, don't worry about
No. We're not going to ping them to death with
it. No, they're gonna, I
predators.
can't. I don't know what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
How much do you have? How much do we have? Oh, so we have to sack this to get the land. So this doesn't itself tap for land.
Okay.
So
Never mind then.
yeah.
When they
so
sack the evolving.
So that's 2.
So here, let's see what they're doing over there.
3, 4, 5,
What the heck is that?
5, 6,
I don't
7, 8.
No,
I guess we do have 9.
it's centered
Yeah.
in the other.
Might
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
weird.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna tap everything.
All right, what you got?
Ray
Oh,
of
you
Dawnbringer.
Ray of Dawnbringer.
I know what happened.
Yeah.
We forgot to rotate that
And
one.
then
It
you
accidentally
will-
went the other way.
Yeah, but-
Sack
Someone
those.
rotated
But if it's here,
Your turn.
it's
Okay.
the same
End of
camera.
our turn.
Yeah.
I can reset it.
I just like the quote, "You have not died until I consent."
Yeah.
It's like, no, back, get up, get up. All right, here, let me bring that up for the people who don't know the older
Yeah.
card. I guess they reprinted
Well, they
it.
did reprint it in the last Ultimate.
I mean, she's
Masters.
key to a
Yeah.
whole bunch of angel decks.
Yeah. And that's the new art. That's not this art
Yeah.
either.
Yeah, that's nice. That's who Matt Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, any attacks?
Yeah, but the art is different. It's a different mat. It's the same artist, but different art. Yeah.
They like to do that. Like
Interesting.
Todd Lockwood's done a bunch of things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, combat-wise, what flying do you have?
I
guess,
have a
just
4/4
curious.
flying vigilance, death touch, lifelink.
Yep.
A 1/1 flying,
Yeah.
and a
12.
12/12 flying.
I guess we'll just sit here then.
I think you're dead on your turn. On your
Probably.
turn. Unless you have a fall.
Well, I get a. Well,
Oh,
I'm
you get a
tapped out.
sandworm,
I
right?
get a sandworm.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you have one
Probably
green for
still
him to
dead.
block all my green
Mr.
things.
Sandworm.
And my stuff is flying, so it's not like
You
I
can't
can
attack with it.
them. Now they're
Yeah.
just our blockers.
Yep.
Oh, that's trampling worm. I need a regular worm. I need a normal worm.
Oh, hey, look!
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so cute.
Do I have a normal worm?
Call me Dr. Worm.
All right. Well,
Yeah, that's a great.
I'm gonna
one.
enter my attack phase, and I'm gonna swing at you with everything.
Okay, so are we dead?
And yeah, you can block one of them.
All right,
It's
block one
another
of them.
41 damage.
Hooray, Dad!
Sorry, no, it's
Hey!
42, 43. It's another 44 damage.
Excuse me.
Hooray! Wait, there's
It's
more
40
damage.
Oh, it's sorry that
48 damage.
the use.
It was
Okay.
very slowly coming at
We're
you.
dead. The
All right.
game's over.
Okay, you know what? What did you call it? Bitey and Stompy?
Yes.
It
Yeah.
is fighty or bitey? I like bitey.
No, I think it was Wrigley and Stompy.
Uzi and stuff.
So it works.
It does.
Yeah, we're
As
God,
if
I
this
was-
was the
Oh, yeah, it
inaugural
was
play.
Fighty. You're right, I said Fighty.
There we go. There's
Yup.
one of my payoff
All right.
cards.
Well, get your
So it
exile
goes.
card.
Did you like
Clearly.
Kalia? Do you want to try it again?
Sure.
I think you've played Kalia. But
It's
I wanna
one of
think-
the
I wanna say
easiest
I have.
ones because it
It's
literally does
really
one thing. It's like
straightforward,
Yeah.
play Kalia and drop something big,
yeah,
Yep.
and wipe the board if you can't. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
So I'm surprised that deck has like 7 board wipes in it. You didn't get any.
What I love is my Kalia deck has the demon that's also a board wipe.
Oh yeah.
Which the first time I played it,
Was it the Kakademon or whatever?
No, it's I forget the name, but basically you discard your hand and then everybody sacrifices
A creature.
a creature for each card.
Yeah. I think that's a Malfugor.
Yes, it is Malfugor. Because the first time I played it, I thought I had
All right,
to
Shreen,
sacrifice.
what color should I play?
Then who's still watching?
It says-
Who knows?
It says we have like 8 or 9
Yeah, it
people.
says 8.
Hello.
So. Yes, also,
Chime in if you are watching.
pick my deck.
Pick our decks.
I
We're
have...
gonna have Bunny play Kalia again.
Yeah.
I can play Mono Blue Control. I can play Mono Red Warrior Tribal. Or I could play Kadena Slinking Sorcerer.
What's that? Oh, the morph.
Oh,
Yeah,
Morph,
the Morph deck. Or
That's fun. Try
I
that
could,
one.
yeah, or I could play Kicker.
Your
Kicker's
kicker
fun
deck.
too.
Yeah.
I can play Abzan tokens. I also have my Kalia deck.
We also have chocolate cake.
Yes, chocolate cake.
Uh,
Anytime you
Really
guys want to
good.
hit it,
It is really good.
just save one for Cave Girl. That's all I ask.
I
Okay.
have Mardu
Have you already
Pingers.
had one
I've had
today?
2.
Today?
They are,
Yeah, I'm
they are
done.
extraordinarily
You're not
rich.
gonna have any?
I am sweet, man. We've been drinking and eating at our firm thing all night. Like I'm just done. I'm
then I
drinking
have-
water.
And then I also have Derevi Tap and
Oh
Flicker.
yeah, the Derevi deck.
Yeah.
The last thing I'm going to be eating today will be the last of the Oreos that we purchased as snacks when coming here, and that will be till like 1 o'clock this morning.
Nice.
We should do Two-Headed Giant. That was fun.
Yeah, that
Wanna
was
do it
fun.
again?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's do it again.
I'm gonna play Aili the Eternal Pilgrim. Black, white,
Okay.
lifelink, death touch.
Okay.
So,
All right.
This
Well-
deck is literally it's designed to just be disruption.
did I not bring tokens? I thought I brought my tokens deck.
No.
Well, we could get
Oh,
out
it's-
tokens.
Is it? No?
Well, the deck itself, I think she's saying
Yeah.
she forgot.
Oh.
I think I did. I think because I play it too often, and I haven't updated it, like so it's not
Horsies!
nothing fun.
Oh, I have horsies too.
Clearly,
Alright.
both can't play horses at the same time.
I mean,
Well,
I was just about to
play
be like,
seahorses.
do we want to do Kalia versus Kalia?
Oh, what did they call?
But I don't think like
no.
I no.
What did they call the new thing? The new enchantment creature. It's not a sea. It's a seahorse, obviously.
Oh no!
they
It's,
called
it's
it like a
no, it's
a fish mutant or something.
It is a.
Seriously, it's a seahorse. It's an enchantment creature, and they
Yeah.
called it like a
Here's my
fish.
token deck.
I think they called it a fish horse.
Yeah.
Took them back.
It sounds like a really poor translation from another language.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
I still love Ooze
It's Bowie
Lizard
Cat.
Wizard.
But we got
So we got
So, tokens or pingers?
pingers.
It's my sacrifice that does like 1 damage to everything, and then I sacrifice more stuff. And
Well,
it
no,
does-
because I have creatures. so tokens.
it does to opponents.
Oh, okay.
But tokens
You
is fun.
play
Yeah.
whatever brings you joy.
I mean, they both bring me joy.
Okay,
They're my 2 favorite
I
decks.
swear to God, you were just about to say whatever brings you whores.
Whore Island.
Go back to your home on Whore Island.
We still need to make that a T-shirt.
We
We
still
really
need to
should.
do so many things. With
If
that.
only you had a T-shirt connection.
Yeah.
Oh, do we
Someone
have a
who
t-shirt
works
connection in this
for a
room?
t-shirt company.
Well, I created the map of 4 Islands.
I literally pulled this out to be like, oh, this is a swamp. I need to replace it with a swamp.
Would you like a swamp?
Um,
Let me get you a swamp.
Can I offer you a swamp?
Madame, may I offer you a swamp?
And I was going through all my decks last night, being like, I need to update my cards. And this is the one deck I didn't open. So I was like, I don't have
coffee,
any.
tea, swamp.
yeah.
I was like, I don't have any cards to update in this deck. Why
Well,
would
their
I look at it?
hospitality was unconventional, but
I mean, offering somebody a swamp while in DC feels really appropriate.
It really does.
Yeah.
and done.
What
I have a
block
word-
is that mostly?
Oh goodness.
Vesuvian shapeshifter. I don't know that one.
Not like, it's mostly a hodgepodge of various Saproling blocks.
Okay.
I have a funny word story.
I'm gonna give you a Ravnica.
Oh no, it's not a lot of Ravnica.
that I should tell off the stream.
I have an off-color joke that I would like to tell.
No,
off the
it's not an off-color
Oh.
joke. It's a funny work story, but I'd probably rather tell it off the
yes.
stream. It's
Partic-
politically based, and it'll make you angry.
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Yeah.
Or well, as
We
long
don't
as
want. This is a fun stream. We're not
you
here
can
to
you
be
can share
angry.
the fecal jokes.
I don't
Please
know if those
don't.
Are, I don't know if those are jokes or if
Please.
those
I
are just
mean,
sad
I don't
These
have
are
any
cautionary
jokes.
tales.
Hi, I work for a public library, and I've cleaned up human excrement, like outside. You know.
Because that's your job as a librarian.
We just had an event where the event that happened before us
Had human excrement
yes,
involved?
in the stairwells.
Oh.
No, Mag didn't do it.
Right.
Mag does not
No.
shit in stairwells.
I mean, it was.
They do other things, but they don't shit in stairwells.
No, somebody shit in public at the Gaylord at the New Year's Eve event.
Oh God.
Several times.
Yeah. And then I work with a chemical at work that
damn it.
legitimately smells like human excrement.
Ew.
And we use it in drops at a time, and it stinks up the entire room.
Yikes.
I'm always like, don't drop the bottle. If you break
This
that bottle,
will work.
I'm leaving. I'm not, like, I'm going home for the day. I'm not going to be here.
Yeah.
Bad times.
Profane procession
That's exactly what's going on.
and
here.
exsanguinate. For,
You're
for a
discarding those?
swamp and a plain.
Drug
Making
sex.
me sad.
And I say
know.
we go first because we
Plain.
died
Yep, that's
a
fine.
horrible, violent death.
Swamp. Jesus, I should have just kept it all. I would have drawn the swamp and the plain next 2 turns.
Nope. Too bad. Too bad.
I know.
Okay.
Shuffle it all back in.
I still ended up with 2 lands.
These are
I
my
don't know
shiny
how I
sleeves.
managed
should
to
have
just
replaced
draw
these
2
sleeves.
lands every time. And magic.
You want a mulligan for free? You can just do that.
Well,
Just
I mean,
reshuffle.
I kind of wanted to keep this in the
Okay. I mean, we can. If you want to keep
well,
it,
no,
we
those
can
are-
keep
those
it.
are-
All right. Well, let me go around the table. I'm
They're all
playing
the same, so I
They're all
probably should.
Ailey.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go ahead. There will be plenty of opportunity.
Yep.
All right. So,
I'm gonna crack one
Ailey,
of those
the
chocolate
Eternal
things.
Pilgrim.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
It's bad news.
2/3 death touch, sacrifice another creature, and I gain life equal to sacrifice creature's toughness. And I can sacrifice another creature to destroy target non-land permanent, but only if I have 10 more life than my starting life total.
Interesting.
So that would be our team would have to have 60 for me to
Yeah.
invoke that.
Okay.
I don't super. Actually, you know what? I can ditch to get a land, right?
You can
Yeah,
ditch
just
whatever you
tell us
want to
what
get
color
lands.
you want. Just tell us what color and then draw from the top.
Hey Zulazak, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Yay.
Long time no see.
Indubitably. Oh,
I have a
and
lot more.
sorry, we just started with my commander. We
And
forgot
then,
to.
all right, let me read that again.
I am
Sorry, sacrifice another
pitching
creature, gain
Mystifying
life,
Maze to get a plains.
exile 10 or more life
there
than your
snakes on your
starting
plains?
total. Second
Good thing you
now,
did that.
exile. Okay,
And you're
Oh,
playing
drowsy
Gave, right?
yeah.
Oh my god, these are so many good. Where are my planes? I found a command tower.
There you go. That's fine.
That
It
works.
makes yep. So Clover's playing Gave. Bunny is trying her hand again at Kalia.
Can I shuffle it?
If
Like,
you, yeah, just
like
go
I
ahead.
can. I'll keep these to go on the bottom. I just
Yep.
want to
Super
reshuffle.
rich. You may want to drink.
And yeah,
Is it flourless or is it?
I have no idea.
It's
fucking
just, it's chocolate overwhelming.
Yeah. Like
It makes
eat
your
it
life
slowly.
chocolate.
Yeah.
And Jay Berry, what are you playing?
Kadena, Slinking Sorcerer.
Spell
it's
it.
basically the pre-con.
Kadena.
Kadena.
Kadena. It's basically the precon. All right. The precon is nothing to sneeze at in that deck.
I mean, I think I won because everyone ignored me for too long.
Well, the problem
Last
is
time.
you have a bunch of shit in play and we have no fucking clue what it is because
Yeah.
it's face down.
Yeah.
Hello, Zuluzak.
Star Wars kicked your ass?
It was a long movie.
Yeah, what? I had to pee. I actually had to run pee.
Yes.
So how did it kick your ass? Was it like, did it like make you have feelings that were hard to have?
I'm good, by the way.
Hey, I'm stressed from work
I
too.
mean, I have a
Yay!
hand now. I just wanted to shuffle because
Funny.
Yes.
reasons.
Jay Berry, did you already play your first turn?
Yeah.
If you're ready to go,
Yeah.
just play
So,
and then we'll go.
Play a land.
Okay.
What kind of land do you have? Let's see.
Oh, you work in the theater.
That.
Got it.
Oh.
I I can't even fathom what it's like to have to just deal with cleaning up after people's messes in the theater. That's so I worked in the theater. I worked at the Eric Theater on the Scranton Carbondale Highway in high school,
Yep.
Blood Crypt.
and but I was in the. I sold the tickets. I never
We
had
are
to deal
not.
with the.
Yeah.
We are letting it come intact.
Yeah.
Got it.
My sister worked at
Because if you wanted,
tiny
if you had
theater
something to
in
do with it right
Leesburg.
away, you could pay
So
for the
I
come in untapped.
had a lot of free
But
popcorn
since they're
in
in
middle
just
school.
play it and you don't have to do that.
I'm gonna play a Soul Warden.
Command Tower.
Of course you are.
Anytime a creature comes in, we gain a life.
Command Tower and pass turn.
Great. All right, our turn.
So just for the folks following along at home.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't know you worked for a movie theater. Huh? All right, our turn. So untap.
This entire deck is just about disruption.
Oh.
This is gonna be ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
I had no idea. Well, Gave is Abzan, but
Yeah.
you could
now I'm
go
gonna
many
play
different
You can do
directions with
many
it.
different things, and I put all of the
There's only
different
things you
directions in
have
this.
I put all of the
Yeah.
different directions.
I almost never actually play Gave. He's basically like a backup plan of I didn't get my tokens online.
Gotcha.
Because you
Alright,
can do basically
Which is gonna be fun for Kalia.
All right. I'll play a Sunken Hollow. Comes in tapped.
For the players.
Okay. got
That's
Blood
it,
Crypt
right?
then.
Oh, sorry.
And do you have anything that costs 2?
Oh, she got.
so like so that comes on later.
Yep. Pass turn.
Great.
All right. This one I have to pay.
Swamp
pay more
and
attention.
a blind obedience. Be blindly obedient to me.
Hate it.
Forest.
Hate it. So blind obedience. We would have to pay
Actually, no, I'm not going to bring in a forest.
1 for.
bring in
No,
Scatter.
no, that's
Wait,
the.
no.
All of your artifacts and creatures
Oh,
come in tapped.
All of our artifacts and creatures come in tapped.
Suck it.
That's one of the cards I put in.
The
But then it's
entire
also
point of this deck is
extort.
disruption. It just
Yeah.
disrupts everything you want to do.
I see
Yeah.
that.
So my question:
Yeah.
its casting cost is white. The extort is black or white.
Yep. Extort is a cost, so you could play that in a mono white deck.
Okay, that's what I was asking because I think I put that in my Derevi deck, but I wasn't sure.
No,
I'm
it's so
allowed
it's
to.
the white. It's a white spell,
Okay,
and
yeah.
it has a cost on it. That's whatever. So that doesn't affect the color identity of the card.
Okay. But it does for commanders.
Yeah,
Yeah. Just weird rules.
I talked to Gothsox about it.
Okay, yeah.
I don't understand this card.
If you want to ask,
What
just go
card?
ahead.
Let's all learn together.
Pendant of Prosperity.
Oh, it helps everybody but you more.
So how does it help? I can't figure out how it helps me.
Okay.
I need help.
Pendant.
Yeah. Pendant of Prosperity.
All right. So when it comes into the battlefield, you give it to somebody.
Right. So I can only give it to you guys.
Right.
You.
Well, you could pick one of us.
Okay.
Right? So then I could pay 2 and tap it to draw a card and put a land card. You draw a card also. So basically you make me
so
pay
I'm still the owner.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Got it.
you make me pay the cost and I get the benefit, but you get it for free.
Okay. Got it.
Right?
Okay.
So you're giving me a card and a land, but you're getting it for free.
Yeah. Got it. Cool. All right.
All right.
Our turn?
Yes.
Okay. So untap, but you don't have to draw. Reliquary Tower.
Should I, which one of these two? I was thinking
Just show
No.
the stream.
Play
that.
that. Okay. Anything you can pay for 3?
Pardon me, I can't stop burping. What the hell did we have at dinner?
Good food. Very rich food.
That's it, very rich food.
Yeah, that rich food will do it.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
3
see, this one I
Manhattans.
need one of each, unfortunately.
Yeah, wait on that one.
Yeah.
That one we can use later.
So yeah, no, nothing.
Okay.
Congratulations on turning 21 and not dying of alcohol poisoning, too.
Yay!
When I was 21, none of my other friends were 21. Everyone was younger than me, and so I ended up going to a bar by myself. They, rather than stamping my hand, stamped my forehead. So everybody in the bar
Knew you
knew
were
that I was
21.
21. And I spent
That's hilarious.
the night getting bought Cosmopolitans by the creepy guy next to me and getting hugged by the women with too low of shirts.
Yep.
So it was just boobs
All
and
right.
alcohol. So it
I
was
Alright,
like
great.
all
bring
those
this
things.
up.
Yeah, right.
It's a trail of
I
mystery.
got you. Yeah.
Trail of mystery.
It's mysterious.
It's a mysterious trail. You don't know what's gonna happen.
So whenever face down creature, you can go get a free land card.
So this is like a
Okay.
Nancy Drew novel.
Ooh,
Yeah, and whenever it's faced up, it gets 2/2 until the turn.
that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's it for us.
Yeah, there's nothing else I can do that's
Yeah.
relevant.
We're gonna
'Cause
hold.
it's gonna ramble
Yeah.
like mad.
Play that next.
next. Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Okay. All right, we're done. And I'm gonna take a bio break. That chocolate cake was delicious.
Yeah,
by the
and
way.
hold on. I'm
Swank.
Oh, you're doing a thing. To
I'm
me?
gonna mortify that enchantment.
Aw.
You don't get free land ramp for playing your free morph creature every turn.
Ooh.
I can't play the free morph yet.
Yet. No, I'm doing it. Doing it now.
So,
No free land ramp.
And I'm
Exactly.
putting down 2 and a white, bringing out Pious
We get it.
Evangel?
Pious Evangel.
I never know how to pronounce that.
Here, let's bring it up. It's a flip card too.
It is a flip card. I don't
Uh-oh.
remember what's on the other side.
Why don't we take
and
a
I
look?
didn't want to pull it out while it's in my hand
Yeah,
to look
so
at it.
Those are
There's the
some
battlefield.
sideburns.
I know, right?
I believe those are
Mutton
full-on mutton
chops.
chops.
They're actually bigger than the ones on it over his ears.
Right?
Exactly.
All right, so
Yeah.
that's what happens there. And if you sacrifice another permanent to transform it, it
What
flips
happens?
into
a 2/4.
Ooh.
Oh,
Whenever-
fun stuff
A
happens.
wayward disciple.
target opponent. So not each opponent. So
Yeah.
target opponent. We'd have to
How
target
did he
one
lose
of
one of his eyebrows?
them. I don't know.
Madness, apparently.
He got.
He cut it off with.
Tortured.
Probably.
I don't know. It's Eldrazi, so
Yeah,
he's
it's
probably like got an
Eldrazi, yeah.
Eldrazi inside him
I
like an
see.
alien, incubating.
Wow. Okay.
All right,
that's all I
we're
can do this
done.
turn, so I'm going
All right.
to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so untap.
You go to the bathroom, and I know what's in your hand, so
Yeah, and I mean, I'm tapped out, so.
that's a thing.
Alright, so
Well,
playing.
then, let's see. Can't
Wait,
play
which
my
one? I'm
commander
doing. I'm
yet.
playing this land, right? Not that one. This one.
Yeah, play that one. It's an
What'd you
evolving
play?
wilds.
Yeah.
It's
It
an evolving
is.
wilds. But you can only do thing that costs 3
Yeah, and I don't
because
have.
your wolf's gonna crack that. So I would say hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah,
have
hold on
anything
to what
else.
you have.
I need
So,
one
yeah.
more.
We'll crack. What should we crack it for? What else do you have in your hand? Just want to see the colors. Should probably do it for.
DM, if you're trying to mess with the game, you should play Teferi's Puzzle Box and possibly Storm.
Okay.
There aren't very many
We'll crack
Storm
that
cards in
for
black and white.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
I mean,
Look
I
for
think the
white.
really good white one is in here.
I'm gonna-
The
I can
Wing
pull.
Storm.
I can pull a white.
Yeah,
Land or
planes. Just
okay.
a planes. It can only be a basic, so I would say planes. And I'll tap 3.
You can just pick the whole thing up. Put it in your hand.
For
There's a lot of non-basics in the deck
for a.
because it needs to be.
All right, so I'm gonna have to do the Pendant of Prosperity.
Yep,
So I'll
comes
give
in
it-
tapped.
Yeah. Right.
Oh wait,
But I still have to give it to someone. I give it under the
it
control of an
enters under the
opponent.
control. Oh, all right,
Enters
cool.
the
Then
battlefield
it does not
under
enter
the
tapped.
control of an opponent
Doesn't
of your
matter.
choice. So
Yeah,
there you go.
cool.
Command tower.
Yeah, I guess I'll give it to Clover.
Clover, you have a pendant of prosperity.
Cool. Probably never going to use it.
Right.
Right. So
Let's just.
It's poison.
It is poison. Well, I mean, if we're land
not-
first.
Yeah.
I
We're not
haven't
land
played a
first.
land this
Not
turn,
currently.
so I'm gonna play a
Basically,
land.
planes.
Yep.
I'm gonna play Simic Growth Chamber and return the Reliquary Tower to my hand.
How many cards you got in your hand?
6.
Okay. Oh right, that enchantment got
Yeah.
killed.
Yep.
All right, you guys done?
Hold on
yep.
a sec.
We're done. Yeah, we're done.
Well,
Yes,
is there
we're
something
done.
you want to play for 3?
No.
Okay.
Starting slow.
Swamp. All right. So this is gonna be fun. I'll fix your camera in a second, but...
Oh God, no, it's Smothering Tithe.
So I shall play a Smothering Tithe.
Yeah.
That is grotesque thinking.
Yeah, so whenever an opponent draws a card, you
Yeah.
pay 2. If you don't, I get a treasure token that I can sacrifice for 1 mana.
I hate that.
Because, you know,
Need an enchantment
there just
killer.
might be a Revel in Riches
Yeah.
in here somewhere, too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem.
So they will never reprint. I can't imagine they would reprint that.
I know. I need
What's
to
it
buy.
sell?
as
It's selling
many-
for $777
I
already.
need to
so that
get
went down a
a
little
Smothering
bit.
Tithe?
Yeah,
I need to get as many as I can now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I love it.
It's breaking a lot of
Brutal.
Commander formats.
Yeah.
It's just it does nothing, and it just makes me a shit ton of mana until somebody kills it.
It's the worst.
Anything you want to do?
I'm trying to decide what I want to do, and I think I want to ramp.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
So I'm gonna put Verdant Haven on
I
Command
would
Tower.
put it on something like the command tower. If that gets killed, like put it on the basic land. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Because then it's also a non-base. It's also
So
on a
I'm gonna use
basic
it and
land.
leave it open.
Yeah.
So we gain 2 life,
Oh, nice.
and then makes it
53.
basically-
Sorry, was that like landsplaining?
And then I'm going to use it to tap it for a white and a black, and throw down Intangible Virtue
Nice. Creature tokens get +1/+1. Let me
and
bring that up.
Vigilance.
Let's do it like
I would probably play Kalia first.
Okay.
So this is actually one of my favorite pieces
And
of Magic
then
art.
play.
It's very beautiful.
I like things that use light really well.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like everything you think like an angelic fortress in the snow should be.
Yeah. I would.
I don't think it's angels. I think they're
It's soldier. It's their spirits.
Spirits, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you'll
I mean, this came out in.
turn after Kalia
Um,
comes up and you'll be able to drink something.
This one was
Innistrad.
Uh,
Or wait, was it
no.
Innistrad or was it the Ravnica?
Is it
Well,
our turn?
that version is from Conspiracy.
Okay.
Is it our turn?
I don't know.
Yes.
I bought a big old box of, of
Yeah.
uncommons and rares.
Untap.
Draw.
Draw.
I'm gonna straighten out your camera.
Oh, okay.
it's a listing.
Yeah,
We
could
had some
figure it out,
issues, and so
yeah.
we're like, if we just make it so you can't see the edges of the playmats, you'll never know.
So there we go. And that
Reliquary
didn't fuck with ours either.
Tower.
Good.
Did you have a land?
Yes.
Play?
I do.
And I'm gonna do this
Okay. Cool.
and zoom us in a tiny little bit.
So we have a homeward path land that we just played.
Got it.
just FYI.
So everybody gets you
So
tap
we
it.
tap it. Each player gains control of all creatures he or she owns.
Oh, permanents, right?
Creatures.
Oh, I thought it was
Creatures.
permanents.
No, creatures.
Gotcha. So that doesn't give you back your pendant.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
that would be awful. Because then it doubles.
Awful.
Oh.
You've got to
for
find that would
me?
be.
Oh.
Didn't I just fix that? I guess it listed again. Eh, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
All right.
The whole like stand.
Oh, it's
wiggles.
but it's also her lands are a little uneven, so it's making it look.
Oh my God, you're right.
Isn't that
It
funny?
makes it look like they're all.
Yeah.
Oh. Whatever.
It happens.
But you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like.
All right. I gotta do this.
You know, I don't know what I do with my phone when I get home.
Neither do I.
Should probably find it and hope like nobody's work related to college.
So to tap Kalia in, I have
Yeah.
to do red, black, white, and
Colorless. Yeah.
colors. Right.
Yeah.
So then she comes in.
Yep. Kalia's in tapped. She wasn't tapped.
Right. So that means that I can't play this right away.
No.
Did you?
Next turn.
Okay, no, never mind.
What did we have to do that we didn't do?
Because
Pay
Smothering
2.
Tithe is in, so did you draw a card? And if you did you pay for it?
No. So we both drew. So you get 2 from Smothering Tithe.
Yeah. Do you have a treasure?
Yeah, probably in the stack, but we'll just put a dice on it.
Yeah.
All right.
So I didn't know that this existed as a thing, by the way. They did a sequel to fucking,
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah.
and it's actually pretty decent.
Yeah. I play a morph. I did
Tapped.
not play Kadena, but I played a morph.
Tapped. We gain another life. Right? Yeah.
Did we already take it up?
Yeah.
I didn't take it up, so we
Okay.
gained one for the morph and one for Kalia.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop gaining lives.
Oh,
That's what
That's,
the
Not
deck.
at
that's
all.
the deck's
Yeah.
gonna
that's
do.
There's-
his deck,
there's-
and mine has a very heavy
there's my
Lesbian
treasure.
theme as
You
well.
get 2 treasures.
Okay, 2 treasures.
Because it's always fun
Yeah.
to kill somebody with 140 life.
That's true.
It is. Alright.
This is just gonna go over there. It's never gonna get used.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna play Polluted Bond.
Okay.
And I apologize in advance because this is gonna get oppressive pretty quickly.
Red. Oops, sorry. Sorry.
You're fine.
Whenever a land comes into play under an opponent's control, that player loses 2 life and we gain 2 life.
Oh god.
This deck punishes you for doing anything.
Clearly.
I think it's bad.
And I shall extort that spell.
So
You
we
each
a
lose
life.
1, we gain 2. Each opponent.
Yeah.
Which one?
Oh god.
Okay. Wow.
5?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the blessing yet, so maybe... This helps everybody.
Yeah, it does.
It's not going to help either of them. Do it.
No, okay.
So, Primal Vigor. Oh, it's Matt Stewart. So this is everybody, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it affects if any counters would come into any token creatures would come in under anybody's control, you get double. Like, oh, I don't know, an Uvara Hellkite,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
maybe we shouldn't have done that, but it is what it is, and
Quick, go find it. No.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And any +1 counters that get placed on any creature gets double.
Okay.
It's like worse.
Oh, there's too many enchantments that are bad.
It's an enchantment. It's
Yeah, there's a lot of enchantments in this.
Well, I mean,
They're
you have
just-
2 already
I
that
have
are
3.
a problem. Well, you have 2 that are especially a problem.
Blind Obedience, Smothering Tide, and Polluted Bonds. They're all awful.
Yep.
I mean, the first 2
I
are
am
worse
blinding
than-
you, smothering you, and polluting you.
Yes, we know. Yes, we know.
I just wanted to say that because it
I
sounds
know.
awesome.
Alright.
All right. Yeah, you got. Does it work over there? Is it plugged in
I may
properly?
have hit the wrong button.
Okay.
All
All right.
We'll find out.
I think we're passing turn.
Yeah.
All right.
Are you paying 2 when you draw your card?
So it's also.
No.
If
I'm not.
If I can
Um,
tap and sack
If you need to.
if I
Yeah.
need to, and then we get fun stuff.
Probably shouldn't because you want to. Well, let me see. What's this? Do you have any enchantment removal? Do you have anything that targets an enchantment? Ooh, 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 ooh. Yes, you do.
I do?
That.
Oh.
Which one?
I didn't know that it did. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Trying to think. It might be the dragon that when it comes in, you just
Yeah, I
throw
guess
an
we're not
enchantment
paying
and then it bounces back.
For the,
Right. Or it could just be Merciless Eviction
Yeah.
enchantments.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not paying for the draw card,
Okay.
so you get whatever the thing is.
It's another 4 or another 2.
Yeah, no.
No,
Sorry about that
it-
yet.
They drew cards.
So we can get rid
Right.
of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One
This
of
is the
those.
treasure. I was using
Oh,
this for
okay.
treasure. So
We
it's
can
there.
get
I
rid of
used the
one
2
of those
treasures from
enchantments.
last turn.
Okay, yeah.
That. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But we can.
Unless
She
you have a better
untaps
idea.
too.
Tell me before you enter your attack phase.
Okay.
I think we were
I-
gonna bring this one in.
Yeah, but we can't do both.
Oh, okay. You're right.
So I would say, don't do anything right now.
Okay. I'm good at not doing anything.
Do you have an angel,
Actually, no, I do have Steven's
demon,
Blessing.
or dragon in your hand?
Many.
Feels like control.
Okay.
it.
Sack that.
So let's
Dragon,
pick
angel.
one to bring.
I know what I'm doing next turn.
Yeah, so let's see.
Oh, that's genius.
Yep. That's awesome.
Okay, that could be good.
What you doing?
We're reading.
What you doing?
You can shut it, because there's
A lot of
you
words.
can do. You can shut it. I would play that. I would do that one. Okay.
Tell me before you enter combat.
We're not entering combat yet. I'm
Okay.
going to play a land.
Oh wow! I just realized why I had
Yeah,
like
the
a half of a
Maya
headache
curse.
all day. I slept on my neck wrong. It's been hurting all day, and I've been like, "Oh, I should do something about that," and then forgetting.
Then forgetting.
Well, that's why I was all during the meeting. I was stretching my neck out
Ow!
All right. One.
because I'm that person that orders extra pillows at the hotel and just builds a pillow fort around myself to sleep.
I've had to do the opposite. I can't sleep with any pillows
Oh.
because
Oh.
otherwise I get chronic neck pain.
Cave girl. I bring my own pillow everywhere. My head pillow,
Right.
and then I need 6 more.
I used to be like insane amounts of pillows, and then for years I was like, why does my neck hurt?
Literally,
Strionic
a
resonator.
strionic resonator.
How big is the Strionic Resonator? What's its casting cost?
2.
Okay.
So this is.
So what's
I've
it
got
doing?
2 here and.
Right now it's not doing anything.
I know.
All right, so I get 2 here and then.
No, so you're gonna attack with.
Oh, okay.
So we're.
You
all right,
tell me
so we're
before-
going. Okay, we are going to move
Before you
into
enter your combat step, I am taking those 2 off for black and white and blowing up Kalia.
Okay. Okay. So, but then we can still cast something. So
You can, but-
So
cast-
then this one.
I'm not giving you
Or no?
both. And it enters the battlefield tapped.
Oh, Kadena.
Everything,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would. I would hold on to your.
Oh, you played
mana
Kadena?
right now. Yeah. How many cards do you have in your hand now?
Oh, we gain. Okay, no, that one's under my control.
Yeah.
I would
have some that are
just-
just.
Oh, fucking hell.
Hold on.
It's only on
to-
creatures. Okay.
I
Because
would
that.
hold on to your
it
mana
gives me
Yeah,
okay.
I know.
anything,
Well, hold
and
on.
then-
No! It makes tokens!
And that makes tokens.
I have 2 more
We can do it
mana.
now. Might as well just do it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
We're
that's
gonna pay
ridiculous.
4.
So paying
We just
2.
realized that Primal Vigor
Hit
doubles the
treasure
Smothering
tokens.
Tide because the Smothering Tide
Makes
makes
tokens.
treasure tokens.
We're exiling Smothering Tide.
With
right
what?
now. With Utter End.
Utter End.
Yeah, I figured something like
Yeah.
that. But I still have 2 treasure tokens.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool. You're not
And
getting
did either of
any
you
more.
play land this turn?
I
You both did, right?
yes.
Lose 4
she-
life.
You did not. I don't, did you play land this
No,
turn?
I didn't get a land this turn, so.
No, she
Oh, okay.
did not.
You didn't crack a Terramorphic or anything?
No.
You did that last turn.
Yeah.
She did that
Oh, okay.
last turn.
Well, I had the. Oh, no, I played it this turn. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
I did, but she didn't. Okay.
Gotcha. Alright, so we gain 2, you lose 2.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep
Oh,
hitting
no.
you. I apologize.
I'm like 70% leg. It's bound to happen.
All right. So we're at 46. Go.
Alright, untap, upkeep, draw.
And this goes onto your.
Shockingly,
Okay.
what I wanted. A swamp. Okay, so I need...
I'm gonna play a Thrall Parasite and extort it. Actually, let me do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get rid of the last treasure token. For Sanguine Bond, whenever I gain life, target opponent loses that much life.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so
And let's do it that
I'm
way so I have
tapping
one life
to
left.
sacrifice your permanent. It's dead now. To transform
The Evangel.
the Evangel.
Okay.
It's funny, sacrifice a permanent you control.
And then I am also going to pay 2 and a white to put 2
Two,
white
but
spirit
actually
tokens,
4.
But it's actually 4, which
Right.
means we. Sorry. Maybe I should have kept him then, because then we would have gained life. On the other side, we gain life. Which one do you want?
Yeah, we want to gain life right now,
Okay.
so leave it. We'll take that back.
Depending.
Save your mana.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. So we gain 4, which means everybody.
So we gain 4.
Okay.
From that,
Mm-hmm.
5, 6, 7, 8. We shoot you for 8,
Man.
and we gain
Oh,
8.
man.
It's the Sanguine Bond.
Oh wait, Look what
I
I
suppose
can
it's
do.
futile to like ask you to stop with the death.
Flashback. Flashback.
Are you playing it again?
Yes, I am.
So we're gonna do
How
16
much
to them
mana
this turn.
did you have?
I had another black.
So it only
one,
costs
yeah.
3 to cast and 2 to flashback.
Okay.
Here, let me bring it up.
Yeah.
But the problem is when you're doubling it.
Tokens. I
Oh.
collect tokens.
So how much more
What
life
is
do
it?
we
It's
lose?
the lingering.
Soldier. Do I not have another? Here. We'll do it this way.
And then how much more life do we lose?
Well, okay, so hold on. 2 came in,
4 of these.
right? So actually 4 came in because of the doubling
Yeah.
season. So 4 from that and 4 from that. So it was
Look at
8 the
magic
first time. You already did
artist.
that,
Yeah, I
right?
did that.
Round where he does
All right.
sparkly and then hand
And then
rounds.
she flashed it back, so another 8. So 16 total.
Okay. So we're down to 30.
And
Yeesh. Yeah.
so now
Painful.
it's exile.
It
And
really
how much
is.
did you gain?
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Oh,
Gain
no,
another.
it's-
You gain
it's
another
fine.
8.
Well, yeah, we gained it all, so I didn't do any of it yet. So
You gained 16.
we already gained the first 8, so we're at 76.
Oh.
I want a slightly more of these.
So now it's time to play Eiley and start exiling all
Oh no.
your shit.
Yeah, I think we're gonna lose this game too.
Both of these 2 decks that we played worked
worked too well
perfectly.
together,
Yeah,
yeah.
we should have. I mean, we didn't plan it obviously, but
No, you didn't think that far ahead. It's not working.
Well, and here's the
Nah,
thing:
nah,
it's
I get you.
I don't care whether I die or not. I'm learning either way.
you're learning
Yeah.
really
And you're
weird,
learning
interesting
a lot
combinations.
Of, yeah, I was gonna say you're learning a lot of
but
different
it's
ways
so
that you can
brutal.
play.
It is kind of brutal.
Okay, can we go now?
Yes.
All right, untap,
I don't think we're gonna attack a single time this game.
upkeep, draw. Does something happen when we draw still?
Nope. It
Nope,
was,
you
it
got
was
rid of
removed.
it.
All right. Play land if you have it.
So this is only under your control.
Do we
Yes.
want to? So we can
But
pay.
this
I
still
have,
hits them.
I have
Untap.
that in here. Like I have a bunch that do the same
Gotcha.
thing. This is just the more narrow one.
particularly.
Mm-hmm. I would say.
Here's the problem.
Uh,
I'm gonna play that next turn.
You might want to
Next
do
order.
that because that might get rid of that gets rid of some of these effects.
Okay.
So, but we have to decide about the Sacred Foundry. Do we want to pay 2 life for it to come in untapped?
Did you play a land?
Yes.
Lose 2 life.
Okay, and I'll play a land.
Actually lose.
So we're gonna lose how much life?
So you're gonna lose 2 for playing the land. I'm gonna gain 2 life, and then you're gonna lose 2 because I gained 2.
Okay, so we lose 8,
4.
4.
So look at the interaction between these 2 cards, right? Whenever a land comes into play under an opponent's control, they lose 2 life and I gain 2.
right.
Whenever I gain life, target opponent loses that much life.
So we lose 4.
Right. So you play the land, you lose 2, I gain the 2, and because I gained the 2, you lose 2 more.
I see.
So,
Look how this would
so
interact.
do we
with your
need
thing.
this land
No,
for
we don't.
1? Okay, then it's coming in tapped.
Okay.
Okay, so I would play.
This is silly.
That one? Is that the one?
Jaybird, did you play land?
Yes.
So it's going to be a total of 8 this turn if you both play lands.
That's what I was asking. That's
Sorry,
why I
I'm
asked
sorry,
if it was
yeah.
8.
Okay.
Okay.
You were way ahead of me.
Yeah,
I was only asking one of you.
we're at 22.
You asked the wrong one.
Yes, and we gained 2 and 2.
So 8.
No, just 2 life, just 2 for each.
Yeah.
They played 2 lands.
So 6 plus 4.
Oh, 80. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were saying add 8.
Oh no. I'm saying the math is easy. It's just 80.
How
Yeah,
many
for
creatures
you.
do you have over there?
What's that? 1.
1.
And we
have-
have 4 spirits and that guy. The spirits are 2/2 vigilance.
If you play that, that'll get rid of one of the things that's helping us die faster.
Okay.
But I'm not.
Let me see what's in your
But,
hand.
I mean, I don't know of anything that's
Yeah.
better.
That's
so.
gonna kill them.
Oh, that's gonna kill them, huh? That's great.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well, either that, or we can't play Kalia because Kalia is 6 and we don't have it.
We
so-
could if you let that thing not come in tapped.
Yeah. I mean, but it'll come in tapped anyway.
Right.
Don't do anything yet. That's what I'm gonna say.
Because Madame might wipe the board. We hope. At least she hopes.
All right. So
Yep.
the first face down creature costs 3 less, so I'm gonna do that.
Yep, for free.
Yep, I get
All right.
to do that for free.
All right, we gain a life. You lose a life.
Just 1 or 2.
It's that doesn't double. So you played a creature. We gained 1 life, and I'm just shooting for 1 with the same one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. For my next trick,
That's what the deck does.
I'm just giving you shit because I can.
I know.
Now imagine if I was playing my sacrifice deck while doing this.
all right.
For some reason, my mind just connected and said,
1.
imagine if I was playing myself. Sure, you do you, man.
not with other people around.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, some
2.
people.
Okay.
Hey, you do you, boo.
Exactly.
And then I'm paying another 2 for the Strionic Resonator. So
To
I
take
turn
your-
this face up. What do I take? Something? Do I take damage?
No, because the creature's already in play.
Okay.
Take the cake.
Okay, so when Inox Survivalist is turned face up,
Yep.
it's AINOK.
Yep.
Destroy target artifact or enchantment a proponent controls. I did the Strionic Resonator, so it triggers twice.
There you go.
So I'm going to destroy
Poof poof.
your 2, which you have 3
You probably want to do the
enchantments
polluted
now.
bond and the sanguine bond.
Polluted
Yeah.
Bond and Sanguine Bond both
Poof,
get
poof.
destroyed. Okay. And then
Did that just come in this turn, or did it come in last turn?
what?
The Einok.
Last turn.
Okay.
It just turned face up this turn.
Oh, and this comes in taps still, right?
Yeah. Anything that comes in tapped.
Okay.
So that's blind obedience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, and then I draw a card from bringing in a thing.
I always forget that part of getting this ability.
Yeah. Okay. And then I guess you can go ahead and play your.
Innocent.
Maybe.
We originally were playing this.
Yeah, we can do that.
Should I get rid of this
Yeah.
resonator? Because the resonator's going to be a fucking problem all game.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm realizing as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so then I'm
Alright.
playing
Voice of All.
Yep.
So it has
White, green, or black are your choices, really.
All right. I guess white.
I don't see one white though.
There's only one.
These are
two white-
two flying spirits. So there's
They're white.
8
black.
damage worth of flying spirits. No, they're just white.
Color.
They're just white. I only have the white black.
Yeah.
Different from white.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yep. I think that's our turn.
Is that you, your
When
permanent, or her?
so
Just that
she has
creature.
protection
Just that,
from
okay.
white.
Yeah.
That it?
Yep, that's it.
Alright. Alright, please have a 5th land. I cannot, apparently.
I have one for you.
I know, right?
It's even in your colors.
I will play a... What should I play? Well,
Oh, and
You know
then
what?
this gets a counter.
I think you should attack with all of your spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they
Okay.
fly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Lingering Souls makes flying ones. Should I hold up for this, or should I?
Can you play both?
No. I still only have 6.
The problem is it's not going to be about killing us. It's going to be about taking our shit and destroying our shit.
Exactly.
So let me do this first. I'm going to Oblivion Ring the Strionic Resonator,
Okay.
and then I'm going to extort it. You each lose 2, we gain 2. Or you each lose 1, we gain 2. So,
Okay.
here, just put... Well, yeah, just put it out in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
So it'd be 19.
Yeah.
And that's my fucking turn.
Yeah.
But that needed to happen.
Yeah.
Need is a strong word.
So, you don't get to double everything Kadena does.
Yeah. Well, anything that the morphed cards do.
Well, so read Kadena's ability.
Oh.
It's the first is 3, right?
Yeah. The first.
So you can't
is
double it
3
'cause it's
less.
always the
Yeah,
first.
it's copy target triggered ability.
Right.
You control.
Actually, no. We're gonna
And
do-
that is
Target.
whenever you
Yeah.
cast your first spell each turn.
Yeah, so I could do it twice.
You can't because
No.
only one is the first you've done.
Yeah. So it's basically when I flip a card.
Yeah. Well, or other things like
Or
there's
other things.
yeah.
Well, but
I put that in Gargos because Gargos' ability is so I could basically fight a bunch of things.
I mean,
by
I never
Strionic
had this
resonating
card
it.
before. I think until
It's a great
buying
card.
this
That
deck.
card's
Yeah.
awesome.
I don't want to
'Cause
do
it's probably
anything
really
until
expensive.
I get this land back. Because it comes in tap.
So that's 1, 2, right?
It's I want to leave.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Because
You got it.
Yeah.
Yep. Leave it.
So.
But I would attack for 4. You'll lose 1, but who cares?
Yeah. Let me see. I think I can play Agave though. Yeah, I can. Nope. He's 2. So 1, 2, 3.
He's 5.
He's 5. Yeah.
You can play him, but
Yep.
you don't have that other amount left to do what you
Yeah,
wanted to do.
that's the problem. So yep, I'm
I
just
don't know
gonna.
that that matters really.
I don't. Yeah, true.
With all those cards, you're training the Bureau of Land Management.
It's green.
It is. This is welcome to Magic.
Green, you ran.
Yeah, so I'm gonna swing with 4.
They're vigilant.
Oh, they're vigilant.
So she can.
4, 2, 2.
You can kill 1, right? Because that's a 2/2.
Yeah.
But you're
they're
gonna
all,
take.
are
You're
they
gonna
all
take 8.
2/2s?
Yes.
Well, I can block. Or they
They're
fly?
flying.
Yes.
Oh,
They're all spirits. Yeah.
Okay. So we kill 1. Or are they
And
2/2s?
sacrifice the
Yes, they're
1
2/2s.
that's gonna die.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, you can block
Oh.
1.
Right. Second one that dies, and then
No,
it'll.
not even. Still sacrifice this
Oh, there you
before
go.
the other one dies.
Uh-huh.
It flips when it dies.
Okay.
You lose a life and we gain a life.
Okay.
Jeebus.
Now, how much more spirits are there?
There's
There's
3
still
spirits.
So there's
That's yours. It's
6
dead now.
that we. So we took another 6.
You took 6 total this turn, plus -1 for the life you lost when a creature died.
Yeah. So 12.
Yep. And I think we're done.
Yep.
All right.
That's just a lot of death.
Untap.
I don't know. I've played this whole game with 1 creature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mean a lot of death for you.
I don't know. I have my 1/1 Soul Warden. I am astounded that we're on, like, what is it, turn 8 or
And it's just
9,
still alive?
and my 1/1 Soul Warden is still alive. That I played first turn of the game. Like, all right,
Right?
don't kill me, don't kill me.
Yeah, I guess. Just so we can stay alive longer. Yeah, we might have to. Or
So literally, Soul Warden,
Yeah, you're-
Blind Obedience. That's and 4 lands. That's what I have. We also have 81 life.
actually, wait. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We might have to do that.
Okay.
Okay, so
Glad we did that.
yeah, so you pay 2.
Okay.
That's the thing. Nothing's
Yeah.
indestructible yet, so I gotta protect the
Yep.
4th state.
Okay, so pay
Yeah, it's-
2, and 1 has to be red.
Okay. So this.
Because I think we
Oh,
just
this
need
one.
to do it
This
now.
is my red. And then any of the other ones?
Yeah. Doesn't-
Actually, they might kill themselves.
Why?
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, no, it's only gonna do 4
So
damage to
when
them.
creatures die. Okay.
Well, creatures she controls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not
We don't
gonna
have-
kill
we
themselves.
don't
They'll do
have
4
Sanguine
damage
Bond
if they
out
kill everything.
Anymore. It's a weird Sanguine Bond out.
They'd be dead immediately. No, that was the absolute smart thing to do. That Inox Strynox resonated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, might as well just do it.
Okay. So-
Unless, hold on. Wait, let me see what this does real quick.
Is it worth flipping?
Yeah, it's worth flipping. Let me do that before you play that. So I'm gonna flip that Din Protector.
Oh, return a card.
So return target card from my graveyard to my hand. Trail of Mystery.
Sure.
All right, now do it.
Okay. So then, tapping these 2 and playing
Blast
Blasphemous
Act. Blast Act.
Hit it.
Okay.
All of her stuff's regenerated.
Rapid Vigor.
Okay.
Mine dies. Poof.
All right. Does this stay as it is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well.
And yours dies too, because it was protection from white.
Yep.
It took 13 damage.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, oh well.
You didn't know we were holding it.
Well, I figured you had something. I just was hoping it was something else. Okay. Well, it's still my turn.
Yep.
Regenerate is a die and come back, right?
It wouldn't have helped to do this.
No.
No, that's
Because that would mean tokens.
No,
don't
because
count.
it.
no, because it's
You don't wanna
it's
do
It's
not-
that
a
on top of-
if they would
Okay.
die,
Yeah.
regenerate them
I mean,
instead.
Yeah.
you can can't do it now,
Mm.
but you could do. You have 4 left over to do something else. If you want to. No, you have. No, that's 5.
We haven't dropped a single frame
Yeah.
tonight. I'm gonna
Yeah, you
shut
can
up and
play
bite
that.
my tongue, but
Sure.
shut up and bite your tongue.
Graveyard.
Alright.
I did a little bit of
And
overclocking on this
then
machine
I will
yesterday.
play-
Oh, yeah.
So then I'm playing Little Unicorn
Nice.
because
Comes in tapped.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I play the Unicorn card?
You have to play the unicorn card.
Yup.
Sparkly, pretty, stabby.
What is it? What did I say? Rhinoceroses are just
God.
unicorns that have let themselves go.
Yep.
There was a thing on Facebook today.
Alright.
I mean, there's a theory that all the Renaissance art of unicorns was actually people poorly describing rhinoceros.
That's funny.
That'd be good.
True.
Or like confusing zebras and rhinos and.
Yeah.
I had no idea that zebras were short. So I was at a circus the other day, and they had camels, and they had horses, and they had zebra.
Yeah, they're
and
like
I saw them.
ponies.
Yeah, I saw them
Only
next to
they're
one. I
mean.
But they're obnoxious,
They're
yeah.
mean. There's a reason we didn't domesticate them.
Yeah,
and it's
they
because
like
they're
bite and
assholes.
kick, and they can't be
Yeah,
domesticated.
well, I mean, we domesticated camels, and they're assholes.
No, but
They're
camels
assholes, but
are
not like-
chill assholes. Zebras are aggressive assholes.
like bite you, like
They'll
kill
bite.
you with. No, but I mean like
Camels
kill you
will,
by kicking
yeah.
you. And,
Camels will put up with a lot before they bite because they spit first. Zebras,
Or
straight up.
what is the other things? Not alpacas.
What you doing over there,
the
Jay
other
Berry?
things that look
I'm
like
trying
alpacas.
to figure
it out.
Llamas spit like
Yeah.
all the time,
Ugh.
and they'll
Llamas-
spit
yeah.
you in the eyes.
Yeah, llamas.
I
and
gotta
it's
tell
not
ya.
regular spit. It's
No.
like a special,
It's like-
sticky, smelly spit.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I gotta tell you,
Or
it's
a
it's awful and un-PC, and I hate myself for thinking it's funny. But the Conan punching a camel out in Conan still makes me chuckle. It's awful and terrible, but
I'm just gonna leave this mana open.
okay. Untap, upkeep, draw. Hey, look, it's a 5th land on turn 10.
It's not what you want.
No,
I mean,
it's
it's
not.
not what I want. No.
Let's do that. What are you gonna do? Yep. All right, I'm gonna do a Knight of Oblation, and I will extort it. You each lose 2, or each
Okay.
lose 1. We gain 2.
Just one.
1 each, yeah.
What does that do?
It is a 2/4 Vigilant Extort Knight.
Okay.
I'm putting down Tender Shoot Dryad.
So that's the if you control 10 or more permanents.
So,
Cities. So there's the Knight of
It does
Oblation.
Okay. Yeah.
Basically, I threw almost every extort card I could find in the
Yeah.
deck.
Oh, obligation. I was
Or
hearing.
obligation. I'm sorry, I thought
I
it
was
was
hearing
oblation.
ablation. Which
I was
should
also
be
hearing
different.
ablation.
Yeah, me too. I was saying
You're
oblation.
definitely saying ablation.
Yep. And you just played a Tender Shoot Dryad.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the worst problem. That's a bigger problem.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge
I mean,
fucking problem.
yeah.
So
That
during
looks really
every
cool, though.
upkeep, so you're gonna get
Yeah.
2 on their turn, 2 on our turn, 2 on their turn, 2 on our turn, because they each have an upkeep.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
Right. So it's basically gonna put in a 1/1 Saproling, 2 of them on every upkeep. So 1 on yours, 1 on yours. Oh, actually 4 on each upkeep. Doubling season.
Boo.
So
Or
this
Primal
only creates
Vigor.
1.
No, they each have an upkeep.
Okay, yeah. So 2 and then
2.
2. And then boom.
And then 2 and then 2.
Exile it.
Oh.
Yay!
It's okay. It's all right. No, but you exile that and
And
then
you manifest.
manifest.
Yeah, read it.
Can I look at it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can play. You
Only
can
if it's a
flip
creature.
It up
Oh.
if it's a creature.
Yeah.
So it's a 2/2. blocker.
However, if you can bounce that or destroy that, this will just flip up.
Okay. But currently it's not a 2/2 creature. It's a 3/3 creature, right? It
It's
was
a
the
token
manifest
creature?
token.
Yeah, it's a it's a
It's morph tokens.
manifest.
Morph and
It's a
manifest
manifest
are
token.
tokens.
Putrefy.
Well, alrighty then. Is it or another creature?
Yeah.
Alright, so lose 1, we gain 1.
So we're down
She
to.
just did all that, and you gained life.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
When-
that's
that-
why.
That's why you killed it, because it was
that's
whatever
how-
creature died.
Yeah.
I see.
So, okay, it's the last one you'll take from that.
Yeah. From that.
From that.
There are others. Anything else on your turn?
We haven't had our attack phase yet.
Yep.
For God's sakes.
I don't know. I think you should hit him for 6 flying.
Yeah.
6 flying, vigilant.
We're
Vigilant.
down to 2. Can you do 2 more?
Nope. Oh, wait. Do you have any blockers?
Nope.
I just played the knight. It's not hasty.
No.
Nope.
I was like, not this turn.
Yep.
Wait, what was this?
It's a 2/2.
It doesn't have haste.
What, oh, it was the tender shoot.
Yeah.
Or it was.
Yeah.
It's,
No,
it was.
Tender
the-
Shoot's
Oh,
exile.
it was the manifest.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, it was the manifest. So it's a 2/2 creature.
Got it. Hold on.
Oh no.
You have 2 manifests. No, you manifest a card, so that's just to
One.
copy it. Well, it's not a token creature.
Yeah, it's not.
All right, go ahead. You're up.
All right, let's find a way to win right now.
Yep.
Life total is just a number.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, all I have to do is play 1 spell next turn and extort it.
Yep.
I don't even have to play
Nice.
anything. I can just be like, poke.
Come on.
Like, my deck didn't even fire. Yeah.
Well, you allowed me to only play 2 creatures the whole game.
Yeah.
All right. I tap 5. For Urban Evolution, I draw 3 cards and I play an additional land this turn.
Wish my polluted bond was still in play.
Right?
Fuck your polluted bond.
Fuck your polluted bond. Fuck it. Right in the bog.
Yes. What do you That'll...
These are my only 2 really good right now.
Well, we could... That...
And that's the problem. Like, they're both, yeah. And even if...
Yeah.
Well, that's probably the only thing we can do.
I mean,
So,
which
but we
one?
probably won't stay
This
alive
one?
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're probably not going to live anyway.
Ah,
But let me... Oh, I'm sorry.
you hate me. Want me to look awful on stream.
Well,
Worse than-
considering how much brutal things have happened in the last 2 games to
Yeah,
us...
I know.
I didn't even get to show off my token collection,
We
guys.
didn't get to do...
The token collection.
This deck
You
was
didn't get
built
to show off a
these
token
off.
collection. We didn't get to do anything.
Well, I killed Callie on sight.
Yeah.
It just... Sorry.
Yeah, you've shut down Kalia pretty bad the last 2 games.
We might need to give you
Are
a
there really
different
interesting
deck.
things in your hand?
No.
Oh, really?
I'm just distracted right now. Let me read what I drew.
I've been getting better at identifying, hey, I think this card is probably my best bet. But yeah, I don't have anything that's particularly good.
Okay. I would look at them and tell you, but technically we are opponents right now. You can show the stream. Yeah.
I'll close my eyes.
So here, I'll show the stream what I have.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, and guess what?
I have 1 card.
Guess whose camera got frozen?
Hooray!
I have 1 card.
Because I'm gonna die, I'm gonna switch out the land I just played because I feel like I should. Just because. Well, I probably can't still play it anyway, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can only play 1 thing.
This happened to us with that camera earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
It's out of battery power.
Oh no!
It must be plugged into a thing that isn't allowing it to charge.
Oh no.
Oh.
A Silumgar,
Yeah, that's not coming back.
Assassin, and Trail of History.
back.
Oh, was it not plugged in?
It's plugged into the front, and apparently the front doesn't supply power.
Oh.
Let me see if I can
Can it reach?
Yeah, maybe.
We got some give if it goes around the other end of the
Yeah,
pole.
you gotta
Hold on.
You gotta pull the
No,
cord
we're okay, we're okay.
back toward you.
We are okay.
Well, we're still dead.
You are still dead.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
can
game.
pretty much
Yep.
confirm.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Unless, can you play, you have a flyer? Probably doesn't matter because she has more flyers than we do.
That was fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's
That's it.
3, and then that's 6, so. Yeah. Go for it. Crackling Doom.
Are you
2 damage to
Suiciding?
each opponent. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power.
Ooh.
And
Wow, they're
we-
gonna die.
and we
to
die to
I gotta sack
ourselves.
this.
Yep.
they're technically
I guess you choose.
they're
if
2-2,
the
and I'm gonna
greatest power.
sacrifice this
Yeah.
because
Yep.
can't be a
And then
thing.
we're still dead.
Yep.
And then you have your turn and we die.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna take a minute for this to figure out what
Okay.
it's doing. So.
Okay. Well, that's game.
Oh.
Yeah, and then I had Baird.
Yeah, Baird would have been a problem. In addition to my ghostly prison,
Do I still
you've got my Oblivion Ring.
and
Is
then
yours?
do you still have
Or that's hers.
something of mine?
I'm in white sleeves, so I don't know who
That's fine,
has.
No, I think that's everything.
Yep, I think that's everything.
All right, so what shall we do for our last game? I think. We wanna
Something
do-
where you don't blow us out.
I think I am not awake enough for a
Yeah.
last game.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
Do you wanna
just
just hang
do
out
three.
and-
Yeah, I was just gonna hang
We
out.
can
Hang
just
out
do
and-
3-on-3
Sure.
or 1-on-1 or
Yeah.
one
You
and
know,
one and
Just
one.
everybody
versus each
against
other.
everybody.
Yeah.
So let's see if we get.
Free-for-all.
Come on.
Yeah, I've been yawning at least once a turn.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I had Dr. Pepper and coffee, and I'm gonna regret that the moment I get home,
Are you?
Can't sleep.
because then I won't be able to sleep. But the important part is not dying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my thing is I have to get back to the hotel and I still have to pack. So
Oh, so you're not gonna be here tomorrow?
no, I leave in the morning. I
Where-
wish I could be here tomorrow.
From
fly
whence
back
are
to
you
Chicago?
hence?
From the Midwest.
Oh.
Chicago.
Chicago. My sister's in Chicago. I like Chicago.
It's a good place.
I've only been there
Try-
once for a ABA
Alright.
bullshit thing.
I was there once
DM,
for
here's the
ASIN.
cards for Kali.
I will put that away.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go at the end of May, but plane tickets are already
it was like
expensive.
that,
That's
man.
my.
Okay, got
It's. I accidentally put 2 in here.
Oh yeah. I've
So,
done that.
first off, if you buy tickets between Monday and Wednesday, they tend to go down in price.
I know, but I can only get Friday and Monday off.
No. I mean,
Buy
actually,
tickets.
Like you buy the
actually
tickets.
purchase.
Yes. So that most people won't search for plane
Yeah.
tickets between Monday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
So your best bet is to buy, like actually purchase the tickets between those. And then the other one is there is a couple of things online, like I don't know, a couple of them where you can actually say, hey, here's the general dates I can fly. What's
Yeah.
going to be the cheapest?
Okay, yeah, 'cause
Cool.
I normally use Kayak.
Yes.
Ah.
Kayak doesn't have that feature. I know that.
No, they do now.
Oh, they do?
You can
Oh.
say flexible.
Okay,
Yeah.
because
And they'll like let
ITA
you do
software
like
and
nearby
Hitmon both have that.
airports. And,
And then because I use a VPN, it doesn't know where I'm from, so it doesn't give me the jack up price every time.
yeah. that's nice.
Ah.
Yeah, no, they do that a lot.
Well, yeah, but I mean, a lot of them are getting astute enough. So when I use my VPN, no news sites let me access their thing. They're like, we can't, we don't comply
Yeah.
with GDPR.
Yeah.
Fuck you, you can't access our site.
Yep, I've been getting that.
Yeah.
I haven't. Oh, actually, no. That
That
might
would
be why
explain some
some
things,
because
yeah.
sometimes websites just won't load.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they
But
won't
I
let
wasn't
you
sh-
because they don't know where you're from, and so they expose themselves to legal risk if
and
they're
see,
not.
I wasn't sure if that was our
Yeah.
network blocking them because
Yeah,
our
I know.
network also likes to be like, hey, you're spending too much time on YouTube. You personally are blocked from YouTube.
Yeah.
Um,
Doesn't want to charge. Let me
Sorry.
switch out the cable and see.
I
Yeah,
didn't
we'll figure it out.
realize.
No, it's not your fault that I set it up.
Now I'm going to call my mother back because I didn't want to answer that on stream.
okay.
And I'm going to use a different cable just in case it's the cable.
Okay.
Hello, friends. Well, since we're fixing some more things, we'll take this moment to thank our Patreon backers.
Oh, we have not done that.
We
No.
have not done that yet. We were distracted by many things earlier,
Yes.
including fixing cameras, playing against each other, and waiting for you. And then you came, and then
And then
More
Jordan was here
distractions
anyway
happen.
talking to us.
yes. So some of our backers are no longer, unfortunately, chatting with us, but we do want to thank them. Thank you to Clover for backing us. Thank you to
Who the hell's Clover?
I don't know, some chick. Some Clover
Just some
bee,
random chick.
Just some cool person that we know, who works at a t-shirt company maybe or something, which is also very cool. I like t-shirts. Thank
I
you.
like t-shirts.
Thank you to Secret Weapon. Thank you to Rochelle. Thank you to Jordan. And thank you to Dragon Gem, who has awesome news for those who were watching earlier.
Yeah.
Dragon Gem was selected by Wizards of the Coast to play on Arena this coming Wednesday Mountain Time, 2 p.m.
It's more about
The debut
Well, that
of the
thing
new set,
hopefully charges a
Pharaohs
little.
Beyond Death. So if you look up Dragon Gem on Twitch, hopefully you'll be able to watch that 2 p.m. Mountain Time on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So
Follow them
very
during the
exciting.
pre-release.
Follow them, and thank you for backing us. If you want to check out our Patreon, please do.
Leave that wine, we'll drink it tomorrow.
Huh?
Leave that wine, we'll drink it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why I brought it. Also, I brought 2 Cotswold cheeses.
Awesome.
They're in your fridge.
Yay.
For tomorrow. Or today, if you want cheese.
I
Right
mean,
now.
it's officially tomorrow,
Is it really?
12:05.
Oh, it is the fisting hour, except none of us are drinking tonight, which is weird.
That's because we're going to be drinking tomorrow.
That's because you were drinking a lot tonight, apparently. So I hear.
Just a
Three
little.
Manhattans. You're the 3 Manhattan man.
The 3 Manhattan man.
Usually do kind of have 3 Manhattans when we play here.
Yep.
Who likes
And the
Manhattan?
last one is ill-advised always.
Yes. So stream, who likes Manhattans?
All right, what are you playing?
I know.
I will. I'm not going to change my mind unless somebody's playing the same deck. I will reveal it last.
Halar?
Nope.
I mean, you definitely don't have the same deck.
Well, you mentioned something, and I think it might have been so.
Derevi? No. Oh, are you gonna my ping?
Nope.
Because I'm not playing either of
All
the
right,
2
cool.
that I already played.
All right, pick one.
Uh,
I reserve the right to change my mind depending on what
Yeah.
you reveal.
yeah. I'm gonna go with
I'm gonna
this
play
because these
Halar.
ones are
All
untested.
right,
But I
I'm playing King Brago
Okay.
Flicker.
Oh, yeah. So my Derevi flicker. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, is your Brago Staxy?
No, it's not Staxy,
Okay.
Show
but
me
it's
what that does
super
again.
triggery.
Yeah.
Here we go. Brago, King Eternal. So, come on. So, it's basically everything in my deck is an ETB.
Yep.
So when Brago hits, I just flicker everything that's in play that I have that's
Exile
ETB.
any number of non-land cards you
Yep.
control. Okay, got it. So, like, enter the battlefield triggers go
Right,
off?
they're all ETB.
Okay,
So like,
got it.
all of my shit that comes in and triggers something
Yeah.
will go
Okay.
off.
Nope. I'm gonna stick with the same deck
I'm gonna stick with it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move closer.
because Derevi and
I'm
Talia
both
have
Bunny
not been
and
played
Jay Brary
in a
at the
while.
same
You are the
You're Jay
Bunny
Bunny?
Brary?
I'm Jay Brunny.
You're Bunny
Jay
Brary.
Bunny.
Bunny Brary.
Bunny. No.
I like Bunny Brary.
Jay Bunny.
That sounds like an actual
Jay Bunny, that sounds like
terrible
a
name.
stripper. Jay Bunny?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
A
Jay
little,
Bunny is your
a-
porn
a-
name.
A little.
Jay Bunny!
Please don't say that. Eh.
Wait. You
Anyway.
remember that was the street you grew up
Bunny
in your first
Brary?
pet?
Oh, no,
Wait.
it's the street you grew up on, and then it could be your first pet or the color of your underwear.
So
Depends.
my drag name is Lady Daystrom.
So it's the name of
first
your
pet name.
animal first, and then
Yeah,
the street.
your first pet and the street you grew up on.
And that's our what name? Porn name?
It's either your porn name or your drag name.
Oh, mine's
I'm
great.
Lady Daystrom,
Mine's great.
which is
Maximilian Enterprise.
that's a stripper name. That's a porn producer's name.
That's an amazing
I
name.
am Maximilian Enterprise.
Yeah. Or Max Enterprise if you wanna. Well, we shortened it to Max.
That's awesome.
So
Mine
Max
just sounds-
Enterprise.
That's fucking awesome.
Mine just sounds like a southern drag queen because it's just Gracie May Carter.
Gracie May.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
you literally had a pet named Gracie May?
Oh my god.
All right.
Because as a child, I hated my sister, so I named my rabbit after her friend, and my mom was like, "You can't do that. That's
Thing
fucking
will
awful."
just not charge.
No.
Well, you know what? We can play like this. We'll actually switch back and forth between
Or-
these two.
Okay.
Oh, right, because that's not going to do it.
That one.
I think it's because
That's
it
one not
rotated.
bad.
We just need to rotate it back.
Well, that's over there. No, well, here.
No, the actual like.
It's picking up what it's picking up from the phone, which is funny. And that is weird as shit.
Because we never rotated it back when
Yeah.
it actually.
But yeah, but then this would not be right.
No, because we fixed that one.
But it's the same camera.
Well, does someone want to move over here? And so
Ah,
that
so it's
too-
good. You can see us here. I'll just do
Alright.
this for now.
But I'm sitting.
Okay.
Exactly.
And these chairs do not like to move for me.
I can move back over here, and someone else's playmat can at least be seen.
Well, you can do that.
Okay. Works.
You want to zoom in on Jayberry? She's very little in the corner.
I'm just small screen.
Ah! And hopefully that thing will, get some power and do something later.
It's just gonna pop on randomly.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
We'll make Jayberry a little bigger. There you go, Jayberry.
I'm bigger. I'm really small in real life. I'm just really tiny.
You kind of are.
I am.
And there we go.
very,
I'm going
very
to put that behind the other one, so...
Ooh, are you coming tomorrow?
No.
Someone has not made
cannot.
their D&D game in like 3 months.
And I've been the
fair.
reason why every session has canceled. Because
Aw.
if 2 people can't go, we cancel the whole session.
Yeah, of course. Well, there you go.
So,
There we
Well, I
go.
hope you have fun.
I'm excited. We're playing Curse of Strahd.
Okay.
Cool.
We're in the the castle.
Nice.
So you could flip back over and be sitting... Oh, no, you can't. Oh, we did flip those around. So yeah, funny, sit right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, no, we didn't. Doesn't matter. I flip them around right now. Whee!
I think I should go first because I died brutal, horrible death
yes.
twice. I feel like.
I think you should be nice to Jayberry this round.
Yes!
We'll see.
We'll be very nice to Jayberry.
I'm gonna
No,
mulligan.
actually nice, not like.
Not
I mean, you're
smug
you're,
dickishly nice.
Yes.
you're
exactly.
always nice.
Not smug dickishly.
Mostly.
That was not what I meant to do.
That's okay.
But also, I just don't want to die a brutal, horrible death.
I'm gonna keep it.
Alright. Jesus. Put that there, because I'm gonna need it.
Alright.
I will fix that for you momentarily.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I'm mulliganed anyway, so find a workable hand.
I can play this. And... Oops, sorry.
Serious.
So what, by the way, I was trying to explain to Bunny. What was your costume at MAG?
Oh,
You were like biker, Sailor Moon,
Yeah.
Sailor Moon biker.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah, so there was a fan art that came out about 3 years ago by, I want to say it was...
Oh, let me go around the
It was
table
Beth.
too.
She does some official comic book art, but she did a pinup biker series of the entire Sailor Scouts.
Nice.
And I had already done a Sailor Moon costume, so I was like, I'll just reuse the wig
There you
and
go.
then dive in.
Clover to my left is playing Alicia, who smiles at death. Alicia.
Alright, I do not have a land problem in this
And who are you playing?
deck. Halar the
Halar.
Fire Fletcher. But I seem to have a land problem in
No.
this deck.
Spell Halar.
Hallar.
There we go.
Fucking hell. I know I have plenty of land in here. What the hell is going on?
It's funny, the way you were sitting, it looked like your shirt said "Man across your boobs."
Meh. Meh, min.
Hey, there we go.
Alright.
I just moved the camera so you're actually on camera.
Eh.
All right.
He was on camera.
I'm good. I can play this.
Yeah.
Alright, come on
I'm just
now.
going with the sentiment on my shirt. Meh.
That makes sense.
Alright. If not, I should just partial after this.
My mother had called me to inform me that we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kids for Saturday.
That sounds
Good.
awesome.
Yeah, 400.
Is that a good?
I'm director of ski and snowboard instruction
Oh.
for children's ski school,
Okay.
so we have 400 signups.
Oof.
Oh.
Fine. I can live with this.
That's a lot.
Hey,
of
relax,
kids.
man.
Hey, relax, man.
You joined us just in
All right.
time for the fourth camera to die. The one above
Yeah.
me showing our playmat. The iPhone won't charge.
Rugged Highlands comes in tapped, taking a life go.
All right. Owen here, just for relax, man, and Zulu. So Jayberry's playing Halar.
Yep.
Clover is not playing that. Clover's playing
No.
Alicia.
Nice.
And I am playing the most awful Brago.
Great. Yay.
Alright, and my turn.
Okay.
I will play a Plane and a Soul Ring, and I will pass... No, I will not. I will tap that for Swiftfoot Boots.
Oh.
It's a thing.
Yeah. I am going to Opal Palace.
Thanks.
Tap and land cycle Ash Barrens.
Cool.
And pass turn.
Alright, untap. Draw.
Opal's not the one that comes in tapped. That's the new one, right? Yeah.
And hey, look, it's on the bottom, so I don't even have to shuffle.
Excellent.
My thoughts exactly.
Shut it.
Kazandu Refuge.
Shut up, Hooker.
Gain a life. 1.
There's no yawning on Whore Island.
Oh, I mean,
I
if
feel
you
like
do,
there's a lot of
You
yawning
gotta
on
know.
Whore Island.
I got a soul ring too. Go.
someone just might find something to stick to.
In there. Yeah. But,
I was gonna say, it's like, you're busy on Whore Island. You gotta...
Everyone's busy on Harline.
Mystic Gate.
Yes. Yes,
And
indeed.
I am going to 1 for a blue and a white, 3/4 for Brago.
College basketball, huh?
And I will pass turn.
Well, thanks for watching us while watching also college basketball.
Evolving
works.
Wilds
Crack
Kraken
it.
Sack
Yeah.
for a swamp.
Okay, my turn.
Yep.
Bray goes in.
Yep.
You just...
Well, I mean, you have your 4 mana. You're going to play Halar now, so...
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Okay.
Oh, how'd your games go? God damn it!
Haha, I infected
Fuckers!
you. I infected you.
Fine.
It's because we had to
hard.
get up so early.
I know. I was up at 6 a.m. this morning. Suck.
Go.
Aw, you're fully devoted to us. Thank you.
Aw,
That's awesome.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, thanks for giving us your devotion.
Sky Shroud.
Where's that
If
card
only we
had
were
the last
playing
round?
the pre-release.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
See, I missed the last couple weeks too, but rather than joining into the stream, I came here
Oh,
instead.
this is
Yeah.
going to be awful.
Yeah.
That's
you just,
basically what I do.
Traveled, thousands of miles.
It's only 900 some.
Yeah. Hundreds
Blue
of
and-
miles.
All right, you ready for this? Watch
Thousands
this.
of miles in the air.
There we are.
There we go.
All right.
You're gonna do mean
Oh,
things.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
what?
going to be
That's his modus
terrible.
operandi.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Your
You
life
ready?
is not 72.
No,
I
my
just
life
gave
is
him
not
the
72.
dice because he didn't have any.
Yeah, I know. But still, I just want to point out your life
Yeah.
not 72. That was last game.
All right, I'm at 40.
Ah.
Oh. Actually, doesn't super hurt this deck.
I'm playing Stonehorde Dignitary. You skip your next attack phase. Jayberry, I'm hitting you for 2 flying. I'm exiling this, so bring it back. You skip your next attack phase.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm done.
So
You're
I
up.
take 2.
Yeah, you each take. You take 2. That's it. You take nothing.
Okay, I was like, I don't have creatures, so
And I still have. No,
Not-
yeah, I still have 1 more.
not gonna attack anyways. Let's see here.
I was staring at the poster behind you.
So I'm guessing
Ah.
that's just going to happen every turn.
Right.
Okay.
So who is holding the giant die?
That's Evan, the star of the play or the
Okay.
movie. Holy shit! It rebooted.
Hey, there we go.
Maybe it finally got enough battery.
Yep.
Footlight Fiend.
Ooh.
Okay,
And
you
he
tell me.
dies,
when
he
it
pings.
dies.
You should tell me what you said because I heard butt
Right
light feed.
Footlight.
Feed.
I see.
That's hilarious,
It's pretty.
though.
Oh, it is. That's very nice.
Little devil holding a candle.
Yeah.
on
And much
stage.
better than butt light feed.
I don't know. It's Rakdos. They would
I
totally
mean,
name
butt lights
something
would
Butt
totally
Light.
be something they make on Whore Island.
It's true. Very
Wow.
They call it butt
Alrighty
lights.
then.
true. Hey,
See,
Whore Island is a new
we
industry.
haven't talked about Whore Island in so long. Now there's just like, now you're here, and now we're talking about
Is that
more
one that was
inventive things
8D,
about
right?
Whore Island.
Now, so the question is would the Vigilance police the industry on Whore Island?
No, because they're a police force. They're
Right.
not like a business force. So
I
there's
see.
so there's another entity that controls like business and taxes and
I see.
whatever. I don't
So the question
know about
is
these things.
would Whore Island be more capitalist or more like socialist?
DM?
It's an anarcho-syndicus commune.
There we are.
But they do make butt lights is like one of
They
the
do
main
make butt lights.
industries and exports.
Excellent.
So one of my friends who runs a family
Yes,
law
sorry.
firm, he
It's okay.
does divorce law and family law for a living.
Oh no.
He actually posted today, I'm working on a filing, and I literally need to know if butt plug is 1 word or 2.
I feel like I've seen it both ways.
It's.
That's your comment on that
I'm
statement?
pretty sure it's 1 word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
I
hold on,
need to
but
know.
is it one word or one word hyphenated?
It's not hyphenated.
It's not
I think
hyphenated.
It's one word.
I just think it's hilarious that your comment on that comment is.
Someone clip
I've
that.
seen it both ways.
I mean,
That's what she said?
Right.
Yeah. I've seen it
Literally.
both ways on
Because
Whore
I
Island.
think
Yes.
it depends on if you're referring to the noun, which is a
Okay.
Are you?
butt plug.
Is it
Or
a butt
are you
plug or are you
referring
butt
to-
plugging?
Or are you referring to a plug that goes
Oh,
in a
God.
butt?
Wow.
Is
This
it
is
an
where-
adjective
this is-
plus a noun,
And
or
no
is it
one's
just
had
a noun?
a drop.
Oh, it's hyphenated apparently.
It's
See?
hyphenated.
No, but it's
I
two T's,
no,
right?
that's not. I don't think it's hyphenated. I think that's wrong.
Well, that just has not enough T's in it.
But I'm pretty sure. Really,
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so.
I feel like
Otherwise-
I need to go to the OED right now.
Right.
Oh my god.
Only
on.
the Oxford English
Hold on.
Dictionary can tell me for sure.
Only the Oxford
The
Oxford
magic-
English Dictionary to the
The
rescue.
magic
Yeah.
of the internet in your pocket.
I know. All right, what
This
am I
is
doing?
what-
I
No
love
one
modern
should-
society where everyone can look up butt plugs.
And yes, that's now in your search history.
Exactly.
I've searched worse.
All right, hold on.
I'm seeing it as 2 words. Wikipedia says it's 2 words.
Wikipedia is not a valid source.
Is Love Honey a valid source?
Actually, yes, they're a very big supply.
How about Amazon?
Oh my
Amazon has them,
God.
and they are 2 words.
According to Spanish Dictionary Translate, it is butt space plug, also, but no space plug. It is both.
Oh my god. I have one floating
I'm really sad that I didn't
for
turn.
Burning Tree Emissary when it comes
Comes in,
in.
you
I
get your
add
2, so you have 3 now.
So I have 3 in my pool.
But apparently, colloquially, people don't use
And-
this space.
For
I'm sorry, colloquially, how do you use your butt plug?
Kicked Goblin Ruin Blaster. If
Yep.
it was kicked, destroyed target non-basic land.
Point
Point out non-basic lands to me. Okay. I'm gonna target whatever's worse.
They both do blue-white. So.
Okay, that one. So that puts a counter on Halar.
She killed your blue eyes white dragon.
I know, that's awful.
Yeah. Okay, so
See, it's
That
much
on
more fun not
Halar.
playing because I can just be a jackass now.
Yeah, you could just be a dick to all of us.
Exactly.
okay. So then everyone takes a point of damage because I
Yeah.
kicked a spell and Halar had 1 counter.
Yeah.
TT is important to the butt plug.
And I am going to
Take that as you
attack.
You have no attack phase this turn.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's my turn. Then. Oh wait, I'm gonna sack Evolving Wild.
Okay. Terramorphic, kill it. Go get
So I need.
an island.
Why are your stacks always taller than
Because they're
the
double
other?
sleeved.
Yeah.
Because I know my friends and they like to spill drinks.
That's fair.
I'll get a forest.
So that's just how that works.
So,
So
where are the OGs?
Yep.
the OGs.
And I think I'm officially not a newcomer
Nah,
anymore.
not anymore.
I've been here like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
So
And
Val is
Buddy's been here before too.
Yep. Val is dealing with some pet stuff tonight, and it is game night tomorrow night. And NPC, it's really not pleasant for her to have to like be out that late 2 nights in a row. And
Yeah.
we'd rather see her socially.
Yeah. So we want everyone to have a good time.
Exactly.
You know, and sometimes late night streaming makes it hard on people. So.
All right, so that's tapped.
But thank you for being here.
I'm
and
gonna
asking.
hit you for 2 flying, and
Yep.
I'm gonna put this out, bring it back, and you can't attack
Can't
next turn.
attack. Yep.
And I think I shall sit tight. Blue is taking a hiatus.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's awesome that you like remember everybody you've been around since the beginning.
Yeah.
Right?
Rock on, dude. We appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
We'd appreciate it more through the Patreon. No.
We were Patreon.
I'm so bad at that. You're so much better at that
Yeah.
than me.
Well, we need to post some more stuff on there because we haven't posted in a while. We
Okay.
have to take pictures of you. Maybe tomorrow we should.
You know what we
take
should do is take pictures of the
studio.
rewards we've been giving people.
Yeah. So we also need to send out our next round of awards.
Yup.
Because when New Month
Of
has.
course you are.
You are an OG. You're one of the greatest.
Aw.
Um,
None of this is what I want right now.
Not that they want to know my step count for the next.
So I'll just do nothing.
well, just saying.
Alright.
Something about
Pass.
that. Okay. I untap. I cannot attack just you, right?
You don't have an attack phase.
I don't have an attack phase at all. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah, sorry. Needed clarification. Draw. Okay. Oh, well, let's see.
Fucker killed my land.
I need. You're annoying me. I have to.
Oh, you're annoying me. I had to destroy your mana base.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. If you're not gonna let me attack a return, I'm gonna do something to you.
That's
The
what
only
the deck
thing I
does.
can.
It's-
Department of Land Reclamation.
Yeah.
Yes. Department of hitting you in the face with goblins and
oddly-
yeah.
Very gruel.
Yup. Good. So each of the two colors in Magic has a clan. Red-green is Gruul, and it's basically Stompy and Bernie.
Yeah.
And their literal purpose is to take back the land from encroaching society.
So my comment was actually apropos.
Like
Yes.
ogres, cyclops,
100%.
goblins.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cyclopses? Cyclopi? Cyclopi?
I wanted to be Cyclopi.
Cyclopi. That's awesome.
Cyclopses. probably.
Cyclopses.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Cyclopi is awesome. Cyclopi. It's a bunch of
I was gonna say
Cyclopi.
it sounds like a Pokemon.
That's great. I forever, ever, I will always lobby that the singular of geese should not, or no, sorry, the singular of sheep should be shoop, following the goose method.
Yeah. Shoop and sheep.
Yep.
Aw, we appreciate your sub. Thank you, sir. Yet so my stuff goes unnoticed.
I'm gonna
Well, it
put-
doesn't if you whine about it.
I'm gonna put Snake Umbra on Halar and 2 for a rampant growth.
Nice.
And pass the turn.
Cool. Play a Flooded Strand, lose a life. I'll put a Hallowed Fountain in tapped. I'm gonna hit you for 2, flicker it, skip your next combat phase. Pass turn. Is it really just, well, I mean, I don't know who else, I haven't seen anybody comment in a while, but it's just you
Yeah.
on Twitch.
Yeah.
There's still like
There are
Mixer,
people
Periscope,
yeah,
LinkedIn,
there's people
Facebook.
who are watching us
There's
but
lurkers.
not talking.
Is it
Yeah.
really LinkedIn stream?
I'll tell you exactly what we streamed to LinkedIn, so you ready? You're gonna laugh your ass off. We're on Facebook, Mob Crush, I don't know what those two are. D-Live, Twitch, there's Discord.
Something that errored.
Yep.
Aired that's Discord.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and sorry,
And all the way at the top is probably. Is it stuck?
Your mouse has been.
it's
weird.
not that.
No.
There we go.
Okay.
So yeah,
Where
we
is
stream live to a whole
is
bunch.
8 the Twitch?
8 is,
Or
I think,
everybody.
all of them.
8 is the channels that we're streaming live to. The other 2 aired.
I
They're probably
see.
Discord channels.
Okay.
And then this, I never know, because obviously Relax
Not
Man's
what I
talking to us,
wanted.
so it's not 0. I
Right.
never fucking have any idea how many people are watching us.
Definitely not what I wanted.
We really could use an admin, but
Yeah.
Details.
details.
I mean, I do stuff? Nope, still can't do that yet. Still can't do anything. Continue.
I go. Alright. I'm sorry.
Well, Twitch says 1, and that's me.
Yeah.
Well, I just signed in Twitch.
Oh, so it'll say 2 now.
Yeah. But I'm seeing 4. So...
What? It's Twitch, man. Like,
Yeah. Twitch hates any device I try to watch.
So I was at NAB last year, and I mean, Twitch is one of the biggest broadcasters in the world, whether you realize it or not.
Right.
And they literally had nobody there from Amazon in the Twitch booth.
Everyone
who
take
could-
2 points of damage
who could-
because I kicked the spell.
Who could talk to me about no one there who could actually talk to. What did you kick? Hold on, don't take that damage yet.
Citadel Wood Readers.
Yeah, no, you didn't. I countered it,
Okay.
and I untap up to 4 lands.
Okay.
Now it says 5.
Hey, look at that!
Now, there you go.
Party.
Woo, party, woo, 5.
I mean,
We love you all.
for 12:30 on a Thursday, anything above 1 is like, thank you so much.
All right, pass turn.
No, I keep trying to be like, oh, like I'll put you guys on in the background while I like slowly fall asleep while reading Reddit, and then it will not let me listen and look at the comments. I can either choose to listen to you
Right.
guys or choose to look at the comments.
You can't
It
do
will
both.
not let me do both.
What?
Yep.
Yep.
That
I have the
doesn't
same
make me-
problem.
Doesn't let me. Doesn't have that. I don't
Yeah.
have that problem.
Twitch just.
I'm gonna play
all of my
Gideon's
devices.
Intervention. As it enters the battlefield, choose a card name. I choose Halar the Fire Fletcher.
Okay.
Your opponents can't cast spells with that name and prevent all damage that we dealt to me by cards with that name. I will hit you for 2 flying, have no attack phase.
Mean.
It's very mean.
Oh,
It's very mean.
you made one of my cards viable now.
There we go. So now only you take damage from Halar.
I know. But if he goes
Can I
away,
see
she
that?
can't
Can I
cast
see
him.
that? Can I see the card,
Yeah.
please?
I don't think you can still cast it. That's
Yeah?
yeah.
Oh,
Because
that's
it's not from the hand; it's from the command zone.
But it says cast.
You're still casting. from
Yeah,
the
it
command
doesn't
zone.
shut off your commander.
Oh,
I'll bring it up
I
and we'll
thought
look at
it
the
did.
rulings. It
Yeah.
doesn't. Because
well, that's not nearly as fun.
Yeah, no, you can't.
I
Like,
mean, that'd be
that
awful.
defeats the point of
Yeah,
commander.
That'd be awful, but
What is it?
So-
Gideon's what?
Gideon's Intervention. So does this mean that the direct damage doesn't hit you?
That's correct.
And the combat damage, if it ever
Right.
gets there, doesn't
Prevent
hit
all
you.
damage. So let's see. Look at the ruling. Many important moments in the story. Blah blah blah. You may choose the name of the land card. Let's choose the name of the card.
I would Google it with the words. Like,
Yeah, I'll look it
yeah.
up. But
Why doesn't my sub show up?
I don't know. Try it again because we've been getting the subs regularly. And I mean, I have the sub box. I'm looking at the box on my monitor right there, so that's
Oh,
where
is
it'll
that
pop
what
up.
that box is?
Yeah, is that what that box is?
I don't know anything about Twitch. When we were doing it earlier, I was just like, I'm just gonna click stuff until
Make it
it
work.
happens.
I think you've just described most of the computing culture.
I mean,
Big stuff. until
I'm
it
the
happens.
generation that grew up with it as it evolved. I don't know how it works. I just know that it does.
You and me both.
All right.
That's somebody. So what it wouldn't do is it wouldn't affect Derevi because Derevi's second ability puts them onto the battlefield.
Yep. He's saying yeah, but I have a Goth Socks ruling on this.
Yeah.
So
That it does work. That it does do what you want it to do.
That
yeah, that it does.
That it doesn't do what I
I
wanted
wanted
to
it
do.
to. Yeah, I wanted it to do that. Let's see.
This is just a
Yeah, I need to find ruling.
Try tapped
Yeah,
out.
how about MTG Assist?
Oh,
And you choose the name of a land card, blah blah blah. If you choose the name of a split card, you choose one side. You must choose the name of a card, not the name of a token.
It's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
the
just
same
it's
as
there.
the
It's
other
just
one.
those are the official rulings, right? What else? What was your recommendation?
I was gonna say tapped out because
Let's
See,
try
this
it.
is why I'm intimidated by this game. Like, we need to look up rulings on the card.
this is why I
Aw.
always have a phone to Google things because I'm like I don't know the rules. I'm just going to look it up.
Discussion.
Is there actually any discussion? Okay.
I guess Control F, Commander. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not even going to deal with that right now.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But let's play it because... Hold on for a second. We couldn't find the page you're looking for. Play it as if, because I'm pretty sure if it did this, my deck's a Lockrick right now. It's ridiculous. So
And it would
doesn't.
shut down your
So,
deck.
I'm confused now. What's happening?
Okay, so it prevents the damage, but you can still play your commander if it dies.
Okay.
I mean,
Though it says that I can't.
Yes.
The point is, it defeats the purpose of commander.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they changed the tuck rules,
Yeah,
they changed all these things.
exactly.
You
Okay.
need to be able to actually play your commander.
Okay.
And I'll keep looking while we take it. So,
Okay.
past turn.
Okay.
Or wait, did you already take your turn?
No.
Oh, okay.
Still not what I want.
That describes many things in life.
Oh, hey, look at Gideon's Intervention ruling.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's all the same.
Yeah.
And of course, all these other things are going to be pulling from Gatherer. There's those same 4 things again.
Well, we can always ask people tomorrow.
Yeah. Does Gideon's...
I'll do this
Shut down Commander.
instead. Actually, we'll leave Opal Palace up. Ob Nixilis, the Hate Twisted.
Okay.
So whenever you draw a card, he does 1 damage to you.
Okay. And then destroy target creature. Its controller draws 2 cards.
Yeah.
All right. I go.
You go.
I go.
I think it just sent you to the...
Yeah, I know. I think it's got to be.
Format? No, the formats and legalities is just telling you whether or not it's
Yeah.
legal in our format. There needs to be like a 24-hour live chat where
I
it can
know.
just be like, ask
I
a
think
judge.
it exists.
Yeah.
There is an Ask a Judge 24-hour thing, you know. It exists.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's just funny.
Oh, that's cool.
I keep being like, I want to take the classes and become a judge, but now they made it a thing you have
You
to
have
pay
to take
for.
classes to become a judge?
So it's online classes.
Yeah.
Even so.
I mean, it's pretty
Wow.
rigorous.
There's a lot of
And there's
rules.
just so many rules and so many interactions with cards.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
man.
I wouldn't even do it so that I could get jobs judging. I would do it so that I actually knew the rules.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
How big
That's
is
what
Braid go?
Check the
2-4
Brawl's
hexproof.
first ban article, because it might
Yeah.
talk about
Is
whether or not it hits
it's
commanders.
hexproof
Yeah,
because
it's
of
the
the
boots.
thing, the boots.
Down.
There we go.
I just want it to be fun what notifies on screen. I mean,
I don't think you're wrong at all.
I don't
Not
think you're
wrong.
wrong. What you can do instead is put in all caps, I subscribed, and then we'll...
And we'll all go, yay!
Yeah.
Do it. Put it in all caps, and we'll literally just go, yay! And you
It'd
can
be
clip
great.
it.
I support this.
It's far right.
Blah, blah, blah.
This, so it's Gideon of the Trials. We're talking about that.
But they titled it Gideon's Intervention. Brawl's first ban. Okay, here we go. Is an evil card I expected... Da, 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 da.
Most likely to get banned. House Rule Claw, Prable lists running heavy cost commanders with few enchantment removal options face a high risk of being locked out of casting. Alright, so I
Yeah.
guess it does.
I'm surprised they haven't, like, errated that to be like, except for commanders. Don't fuck people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't. That's silly.
Verdurous Hulk.
What does it do?
When it enters the battlefield, distribute 4+1/+1 counters among any number of target creatures you control. Countered.
No. Keep it.
Oh, yeah, because it doesn't affect you anymore.
Well, I mean, as soon as you play something with reach or flying, I can't poke her anymore.
So I guess 4 counters.
There you go.
Hold on, we need to do.
Woo! Wait, wait, woo! Thank you for subscribing.
Go.
All right. Did you take a point of damage for drawing a card?
No.
I gotta take a point of damage for
Yep.
drawing a card. So until this thing dies.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I know. So I might attack it.
Do what you want.
You're just getting mad at me.
Hey, guys, it's the one thing I'm doing.
I'm a little frustrated.
I know.
You
I
me.
shouldn't have chosen this deck. It's a frustrating deck to play against.
So like all the decks you've chosen today?
Not all. Not all. Just many.
Truth.
Not all. Just many. All right.
It's like
So this is gonna be
on,
fun.
on an interview. So what is your gameplay strategy? Well, first I think, how can I be a dickhead?
Yeah, pretty much.
Shockingly, I've played against much.
Oh, I'm
much
sure.
worse.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah,
there are
I haven't
plenty of-
played against much worse, but I've seen
No,
much
when
worse.
so
And
a
I was
few
like,
years
oh
ago,
god,
I'm just gonna
glad I
poke
was
you
not.
for 2.
the
No
t-shirt
attack
company was
phase,
at the
pass
last
turn.
DC Grand Prix
Good, you're up.
before it was like rebranded as the Magic Fest, and it's not a t-shirt buying crowd, so like we sold
wait.
one shirt the entire weekend. So we just spent.
Hold on.
Love you, relax, man.
I'm gonna poke you for 1. Or I'm gonna poke Obnixilis for 1.
Okay, so we spent the weekend literally just playing Magic with the vendors next to us.
That's cool.
One of them was super chill guy. His friend only brought Stacks decks and
Okay.
locked you out by turn 2, but then didn't kill you until like 12 or 14
It's-
turns later.
Yeah, I've watched that with Val, where she was playing like a bunch of weeks ago, and it was just all she could do was sit there because literally she could not play
Yeah.
anything. It was just pass,
Yeah,
and
and,
dead.
and all
was
he was
at-
doing was making Drake tokens and being like, and then I make,
Making Drake tokens.
yeah, no, because he got custom ones to have Drake the like singer. On
Oh,
them.
so basically
Oh,
he just
God's sakes.
he built a deck just
to
so
show
he
off
could
his
sit
tokens,
around and
yeah.
show off
And
his
so we're all
tokens.
just sitting there being like, did you bring any other deck? Like, none of us can play. We don't want to be an asshole and be like, we'll all play except
Except
for
you.
you.
I would have been at that
Yeah.
point. I've been like, this isn't fun. Play
No.
a different deck or
Yeah.
we're not playing
No,
with you.
after the third game, we were like, nope, you know what? We're just going to
Oh.
completely ignore you.
Rock on, man. Excellent.
That's
Sweet.
awesome. Thanks, relax, man.
Woo.
Actually, this is very sad.
No.
I'm gonna crack this so that I can
Myriad?
shuffle my
Doesn't
deck.
it come in tapped?
Yes, it does. No, I just want to
Next
shuffle
turn.
it.
Bad times.
Yep.
You don't want to play Alessia?
I mean, she's really only there to pull stuff out of my graveyard,
Okay.
so I don't want to make her expensive
Yeah.
before I need her. So now, I mean, now you got Swiftfoot
That's
out. Swiftfoot makes it hexproof or
Yes.
shroud, right?
Hexproof.
Hexproof. And hexproof covers everything or just targeting?
Targeting.
Just targeting. Okay.
Yep.
No, I'll hold on to this. Yep. Pass.
Go ahead, Jibberry.
Okay.
Ping for 1.
Yep.
If I give you an attack phase, will you attack Obnixilis?
No.
Alright, fine. Then you don't get an attack phase. And Clover's just sitting here
Yeah.
watching you get whittled away, not doing anything.
If
I
that
mean,
gives
I'm
her
not-
the advantage against you, I'm willing to let
Oh,
that
alright, so I
happen.
guess we are now playing Arch Enemy.
There's no arch enemy here because I can't do anything to you.
Right.
You could kill the Stonehorde Dignitary, Terry.
What's that?
That's the thing that's flickering every turn and not giving you an attack phase.
Well, you have a lot of counterspell mana, so no, I probably can't.
If you
I'm just being realistic.
if you chose to kill it, I might not have a problem with that.
Well, you do. You.
Started out so strong.
The story of many games in this house.
Yep.
I mean, Jaber and I both started out with a Soul Ring, so
No, I started out with a Soul Ring after you did.
Wow. First 2 turns.
Vividy the Arcbow. Response.
Let me read it.
It's worse than Ob Nixilis.
Put 2+1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So basically, that's going to kill the Stonehorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to counter that. I'm sorry.
I know. That's what I said.
Yep.
Response. Alright.
It came through!
Hey, relax, man! Woo!
That is hilarious.
Party.
I love that sheet.
I don't get an
Makes
unpack
me laugh
phase,
so
so
much.
I passed turn.
And it plays music, right?
It goes, oh yeah.
It's really
Nice.
loud.
And it's really loud, so hopefully we didn't blow out
and then
people's...
it scares people.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yep.
It's okay. He scares people too.
I shall play a suspicious bookcase.
Yay!
It's very suspicious.
It makes what something. It's like a.
Are you going to file them
Is
to
it
death?
is it like a rogue's passage?
Oh, actually, hold on. I'm not going to do that. I forgot I could do something else.
All right.
Yes, that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to play an Archaeomancer. When it comes into play, it brings a counterspell back to my hand. Hit you for 2 flying. I'm going to flicker both of these. No attack phase, and I get a rewind as well. Pass turn.
Suck it.
Pretty much.
So now,
Yeah.
as
I
long
see
as
my
the
future.
Archaeomancer stays in play, I get a counter spell back every turn.
This is fucking killing me.
Can I see Archaeomancer real quick?
Okay, so now I'm going to pay 2 and sack it just to shuffle my library.
You've just been drawing land all game.
Literally, that's all I'm doing.
That's
It's
awful.
I started
So
with
do you only get to flicker one thing per?
I get to
turn?
flicker any permanent I control.
3 lands
Here.
in my
Because of
hand.
Brago,
Yeah.
And
right?
3 of them
So
were
when it deals
sack
combat
lands.
damage to player, exile any number of target
And
non-land
this-
permanents you control, and return to the
2
battlefield.
basic lands that share a land type. Let's go with...
Sorry, hold tight. You already did all your stuff. I should have attacked
yeah,
Obnixilis,
too
and I
late, too late.
didn't take my damage for Obnixilis.
Sweet. Sweet.
So by the way, this is the thing that's killing us. Wow.
Tapped.
Us.
Well, I mean, every time we draw a card, Obnixilis
Yeah,
is
right.
poking us.
Us.
Yeah, that's what I was
Shut it.
Me.
thinking too. Yeah.
So that's what is hurting us right now.
Yeah.
The royal us.
A little,
Yes,
little
the royal
bitty
we.
uncommon.
You sure you don't want to destroy a target creature for me?
No.
Alright.
Honestly, he's mostly in here for the ping damage because that's what the deck does.
Alright.
Oh, that's not what you call it, your pinger deck?
Yeah, because it's the deck that's built around sacrificing my own creatures because I copy the pinging, but
There's a joke there. I
I'm
copy
not-
the pinging.
I'm not drawing any of my payoff. I'm
What is
just
the line?
drawing land.
Vasily, give me a ping, one ping only.
What was that?
It's from The Hunt for October.
Oh, right.
Like one
Oh,
ping
yeah.
only.
One ping.
I mean, literally. One.
Plays
I
a-
did not
plays a
anticipate
Russian.
submarine this evening.
Sean Connery plays a Russian.
Come on, they dock at Whore Island.
They're
Yeah,
like,
right?
you know what? Any accent.
We need
is
a
an accent.
submarine
Oh,
dock
we
at
need
Rhode
a
Island.
submarine!
You need the submarine bay. You need the secret
Yeah.
spy submarine bay on Whore
So
Island.
the Hunt for
Does that
Red
make
October
Whore
means
Island
something
Alcatraz?
completely different on Whore Island.
I don't know.
Douche.
Secret spy submarine base.
I got it.
Yeah,
we're
I'm
good.
like, yeah, okay. I'm glad someone got it.
What?
The
What?
Hunt
You're
for Red
good.
October means something completely different on Whore Island.
Yes.
Hey, let me show you my submarine.
I'm just gonna keep shuffling till it's my
You're also
turn.
still wrong.
I know.
but-
I get it, but it's still funny. Go ahead.
Oh, it's actually my turn?
Oh, no.
I just ended my turn.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
so it's
Go.
my turn.
I got nothing I can do. That's why I shuffled.
Oh, right. What
You
land
and
did you
me
get? You got a
both.
swamp?
You
Swamps.
and me
Swamp.
I think I have to order a car soon. I'm turning into like the ooze
Pumpkin
that she
hour?
played.
Yeah,
last.
and you know, we may just
Yeah.
maybe at 1 o'clock we may just end
Yeah.
because if
It would
nothing
not be
changes,
smart.
I have a lock on this, and
Yeah.
it's just gonna
Yeah.
get worse.
And it would not be smart for me to stay past
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, and I got to get all the way back down.
Yeah.
So,
let's just say,
Because
one
you're
we'll call it if
staying
we're
near
not
where I
done.
live.
yes.
Yeah.
Are there any flying creatures on the board? Just out of curiosity.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at that going, I still have to pack.
Yeah.
Figure out where to put the mug from tonight.
I gotta put it off to the side so Gabriel takes it to work tomorrow because somebody didn't show up tonight.
Uh-oh.
I mean, they can get it later too. I mean, that's not the end all and be all of mug giving.
Right.
Be
Not
there
the end all
for
be
the
all of mug giving.
for the bestowing of the mug.
Yes.
The bequeathal of the mug.
It's a nice mug.
It is. But I have better mugs like these.
That is a good mug.
I
These are the
did
best
very
mugs
much
ever.
enjoy those. I was looking at the mugs. I was like, oh yeah, this one. It's perfect.
I was looking at that. I gave our boss today a card. It's a princess card, and it entitles
damage
him to be a
can't be
princess.
prevented.
5
5 damage to you.
Counterspell.
Okay. Okay.
Done.
Yep.
Untap.
We need to find you a
Point
stabby
damage.
stabby deck to play against him.
This
sometime.
was my.
Good
I was
night.
trying to play a fast.
Can I
I'll say
relax now?
normally
Relax,
this
man.
murders me very, very quickly.
I mean, I was trying to play a fast deck, but this wasn't. I can't do anything about that. Like
Yeah.
usually, this is a fast stabby deck because it targets everyone. It does damage really
Yep.
quickly, and I just got shut out from the beginning. So
And there
After
there
the-
are
after the-
2 other cards like this in here
Yeah.
that stop attack phases.
yeah, so
DM, we really need you to be open to more stabbings.
Okay.
like
Well-
I think the only chance I had is if I played my Dagoo deck against that.
yeah.
I would have had to play my mono blue counterspell deck
Yeah.
to have any chance in this game. And that's just how it goes. you
It
know?
is. It just,
Yeah, just
I'm
wrong
not
deck
getting
for
any of
that.
the card draw engine, so I'm stuck with the same. I mean, it's just going to be stupid and grindy because I'm just going
Yeah.
to keep getting the counter spells back until I get something. And
Joy.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Me neither. So, bro, I don't know how much you've seen the stream before this, but I hang out in the chat room and literally make these exact same
Oh.
comments.
Yeah, you haven't
I-
been on in a while.
I haven't.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it's
don't.
Okay, now there's a suspicious bookcase.
Okay.
I don't watch super often because I wake up at the ass crack of dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am asleep right as it starts,
Yeah.
which is why I was like,
Sorry.
I'll support
Yeah, it's
via
fine,
the
it's fine.
Patreon.
There you go.
I'm
Because
trying to
it's
be
never
better
gonna be
and not,
me.
you
Yeah, you
know.
are. You're this is the most frustrating thing that can
Yeah.
happen in Magic.
But the first episode that I watched,
And
fully
literally, I'm
was the
never not
episode
gonna
where
have
they
two
taught you how to
counterspells.
play.
I know.
Nice.
I know.
But yeah, I've been coming in here for, I don't know, a couple months or whatever, and just watching them and just making jackass comments. Just as much as I
That's
could.
why I
That's
like
tapped.
playing Magic, because I like shooting the shit with people and talking
Sorry.
all the time.
Yeah.
That's going at Obnixilis.
How much?
1.
That's why I had a playgroup that always wanted to put a movie on in the
You're up.
background, and I was like, I can't do that. It's going to distract me so much. It's going to distract
The
everybody
music
else.
works though. The music helps.
Yeah.
It does.
And they'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, let's watch a movie we haven't seen. I was like, that sounds like a terrible idea.
Especially
We're
'cause it's
playing
a driving
game.
game.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Um,
play like something stupid in the background. Not, I
Right.
was gonna make a suggestion, which I don't find actually stupid, but it's good background noise, which is
Yeah.
there's a
Purple
lot.
Rain, like the Purple Rain movie.
Well, because you might as well be listening to an album at that
yeah,
point.
basically
Yeah.
you're listening to an album, and occasionally you're gonna look at the screen because
'Cause Prince is pretty.
Because Prince is pretty.
Destroy all creatures.
Or that movie
Counter?
where like everybody
Yeah.
in the world forgot all the Beatles songs except for that
Countered,
one.
I will untap 4
Yes.
lands.
Yep.
Okay.
I just love the giant dice. It's just fantastic.
Did you see this
We're
die?
gonna do
Yeah.
this
Looking at that
then.
one.
It's the Eldraine special die that you
Crackling
got
Doom.
with
Countered.
the gift box or something.
You know I was
Crackling
holding 2
Doom
counterspells
Eldraine.
in my hand.
I know, I wasn't looking at your mana.
Yeah, I was just looking at
Yeah,
Well,
you
because
can untap 4
The,
lands.
the
Every-
rewind lets me
Is it
untap
every
4
turn
lands.
or just Just that one time.
Well, if I get the rewind back,
yeah.
which
I
I
just like
will
the
hopefully
ethereal
insert.
nature
But
of
you
the
get a
purple
turn with no
one.
counter spells, Jay Barry. Do it. Shields are
got
down.
one.
Oh, it has glitter.
One
But I
whole-
still can't attack, right?
Yes, that's why that one's
No attack
beautiful.
phase, but the shields are down. I have no
Alright.
counter spells.
Alright.
And that's the
Yes.
extent of my mana.
Alright, my
I
turn.
did my best.
You did.
Yeah.
And we're all proud of you.
Shields are
I'm-
down.
I
Yep.
am a gremlin for
Fire
like,
my laser.
sparkly, weird dice.
That's why we were looking at this. This is
No, that one's mesmerizing.
It
I
is.
actually, because I couldn't find the box in stores anywhere, I didn't
What?
end up buying
Destroy
it
target
online.
artifact, target creature, target enchantment, and target land.
Nice.
Alright.
That's her second card.
Let me see that. Oh, you're decimating.
Yeah.
All right.
You're dividing by 10?
No. So, target artifact.
I'm assuming the boots. Otherwise, you can't hit
Yeah.
the creature.
Boots.
Well, I don't know. You might want to do this creature. It's up to you.
Either
The suspicious
way-
bookcase makes something unblockable, whether it's hexproof or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to go artifact first.
Boots.
Okay, the boots go.
Target creature.
As you get the bookcase.
Is that the thing
This
that's
is the thing that's
flanking
stopping
me?
attack phases.
Okay, that. Target enchantment. Yeah, if that's the only one. And then target land. What's
Yep.
your most annoying land?
Here, it does blue and
That
white.
one. Oh, okay.
Hooray!
I
Awesome.
helped.
Alright, I have
Done?
2 mana. No. 2 mana left over. Let's see if I can do anything else.
So, Clover, this is your...
Yes.
I really like these. I've been staring at these all day. These are awesome.
Thank you.
Sparkly rainbows.
Right. And then, like, these ones
I
have
can see if that
The
works.
stars in them.
the little rainbow stars.
Alright,
in
Yeah.
them,
Yeah, pass.
What's on Halar over there?
Snake Umbra.
Got it.
So.
He's only got one counter on him.
Yeah, because I was only allowed to kick one spell, all the rest were countered.
Mm.
Gotcha.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, so he has a +1/+1, basically, but then he has a counter, too.
Yeah.
So, 2 different things.
Meteor Golem blows up the Gear Hulk.
Okay.
2 flying.
Okay.
The Meteor Golem flickers and blows up Obnixilus.
Permanent.
Yeah. That flickers and gives me back a rewind.
Did you take the damage from him first?
I did take a damage. There we go.
Oh, I didn't take a damage. I think from drawing last turn.
He did his job. Stuck around a lot longer than I expected.
Yep. And then
That's all you can really ask for.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna play an Eldrazi Displacer.
Oh, shit. I should have done that. Fuck. Could have kept my
Don't
gear.
annoy me, or I will just keep
I
flickering the
could
Meteor
have. I
Golem.
could have kept my Gear Hulk.
How? Get a card.
Something in my hand that I was gonna play, but can I play it?
If you want to.
It was gonna Vines of Basswood, kicked.
Kicked
So target creature can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control.
until the end of turn.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, this turn.
Well, hold on. What did I do with it? Oh, I
You
blew up the
kicked
Meteor Golem.
The Meteor Golem. Does that count?
So I'd already targeted
ability.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, you got it.
Alright. Keep my Gear Hulk.
It had
And the
what?
tokens, and
Yeah, and you got all the
add
counters on it.
counters on Hopar.
Yep.
Yep.
So everyone takes 2 points of damage.
Yep.
Yep, from Halar.
There we go. The game is accelerating now.
Alright,
Yeah.
alright. That was just an instant.
And it's still my
it's
turn.
still your
right?
turn.
Yeah, it's still your turn.
I'm gonna play a Sun Cleanser. Sorry, and remove all the counters from Halar.
Okay.
Pass turn.
Not land.
Well, it's gonna be 1 o'clock in a minute. Do people
Yeah.
want to keep going, or do we want to just stop?
Yeah, let's keep going a little while longer.
Because now it's not a lock.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And I want to see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, playing 2 board wipes in a row didn't help.
No. I mean, it sped up the game.
Yeah,
It didn't do what I wanted it to do, but it did something.
Yeah.
Yep.
And sometimes that's all you can ask for.
Yup.
Tell me before you end your turn.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 black. Butcher!
Butcher Malakir.
Nice.
Whenever another creature I
Dies
control
ping.
dies, everybody else sacks his creature.
Hooray!
Okay.
If I'm going, you're coming with me.
Yup.
Yeah.
I'm flickering the Meteor Golem and blowing up the Verduran Gear Hulk.
Okay.
You just hate that card.
Well, it's... How big is it?
I know.
It's an 8/8 Trampler.
Stompy,
Yep.
stompy.
Stompy, stompy.
Okay. Oh, then I would have gotten another +4 too, so it would have been +8.
How?
Vines of Basswood.
Oh.
Okay, I go.
Yes.
Rootbound Crag.
That Eldrazi Displacer is awful. Oh, and Halar can't have counters put on it for as long as Sun Cleanser remains on the battlefield. That's the Stop Experience counter deck.
Oh,
card.
yeah.
So there are these commanders that give you experience counters, and that's one of 2 cards in all of Magic that can remove experience counters.
Ow.
No, I can't.
No, because experience counters live in
It's
the
not
same zone.
creature. It's not a creature though.
What do you mean? Experience. So target player can't get counters. So it removes the experience counters.
Target opponent loses all
Counters.
Okay, so it's the second one, not the first one.
Right.
Yeah.
First.
I was looking at the first one. I was
Yeah.
like, that's not what the first one
Yeah, the first
was.
one is the stopping Halar from getting counters.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright,
Because they still have. I mean, that's one of 2 cards that interact with the
Which is why it's an
emblem zone,
awful.
basically.
Yeah, it's an awful mechanic because there's no cards that interact with it.
Yeah.
So once you play it, like nobody can stop it from
Right.
happening.
Kind of like you're doing now.
What?
Which
No, this is a classic control deck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's counter spells and disruption.
so that's 7. Can I do that?
I'm just assuming, she's going to blow up the board. Which, quite frankly, right now I'm okay with.
yeah, I'm beat.
Just see if it's worth it.
Blow shit up. Blow shit up. Blow shit up.
I can only do it
Even worse.
once. 4. And then 1. Alright, so 2 red, 4 colorless, and 1. I'm gonna deal 4 damage to that. Comet Storm.
Okay.
It's
Poof.
more than 4 colorless.
Well, 4.
Of any.
Yeah, and then I can only kick it 1 time.
Poof.
No, I
I
mean,
only-
like, you included
Dead.
4 that's 2. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, it
duh.
needed
It's
4.
four.
It needed
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
to do
Yeah.
4 damage
Sorry.
to that. So that's
Right.
the 4. That's the one for the kick, and that's the 2 red.
Yeah.
for
The kick
cost.
doesn't happen though because it's still in play when you cast the
Yeah,
spell.
I know.
Yeah.
But I needed that gone.
You did absolutely needed that going.
So,
Yep.
and can I? Am I?
You can
I
attack.
can't- I can.
Yeah.
You didn't
He hasn't
do.
pulled it out of his
Nope.
graveyard.
Oh, okay.
But I have a
I
3/3,
filled
a
in
1/2, a
with
0/4, and a 3/3.
Well, then I'll just sit here then. So.
All right. First thing I'm gonna do is flicker that and blow up the fucking butcher. Is it it or
Does
any
the tr-
other?
Does the
Yes, it
trigger
is.
happen? Yeah.
There we
What
go.
happens?
My suspicious bookcase dies. Everybody sack a creature.
So we sack 2 creatures or 1?
No, just the one to the butcher.
Okay.
Damn you
Goblin,
and your suspicious bookcase.
Goblin, Ruin Blaster.
Brago.
My graveyard.
You know what? It's your fucking turn. Brago, take 2 flying.
Okay.
Alright, I flicker the Archaeomancer and take back a counterspell. I flicker the Meteor Golem and blow up the Priest of the Forgotten Gods. And I play an Evolving Wilds and crack it past my turn. And I want an island. Thank you. Tapped.
bringing out Alicia.
Okay.
Is she 3-2? Yeah. You're at 35.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to use half of Fantasy instead because
Yep.
Well, because she wasn't
I'm
getting hit that
casting
much
her,
with
which means
Saber.
I'm casting a creature that shares
Yep.
a creature type with my commander. Nope.
Yeah, neither of us have really been drawing what we wanted this game.
Not at all. Like, this is the most hosed I've been.
I've drawn more land this game, and I've had 2 of them blown up.
Yeah.
With good reason.
Most of the stuff in my deck only costs 3 or 4. I normally don't have this much land. I have 1 card in my hand. I don't care.
I have 2 cards in my hand. I wonder what they could be.
Counterfill.
Yeah.
So I like in Arena so you should actually download it. It's free to play, and it'll teach you more. And when you reveal a card, your opponent has a little thing, and all the cards
Just
that
so
have
when
been
she
revealed are
inevitably
shown
dies,
at the top of the screen,
I
so
get
you
a
know like the
creature.
revealed cards in your opponent's hand.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
No attack.
What'd you put?
I put Avacyn's Collar on her because
and vigilance, and then when it dies, if it was a human, put a spirit in.
literally so that when she inevitably dies,
Yep.
I get a creature.
Cave of Temptation.
I've always wished she had haste instead of first strike.
First strike's way better. Because
Yeah.
there's so many ways to give, so many equipment that give them
Yeah.
haste. You
But
know?
like, I don't play her as warrior tribal, which is what most people do.
Right.
I play her as pull stuff out of the graveyard.
I gotcha.
Well, let me do this.
Pingy things out of the graveyard.
Yes. Or like
Armory of
things
Erois.
like Priest of Forgotten Gods.
Counter.
What is it? Let me pull it up.
Whenever a crypt creature attacks.
You guys put a counter on it?
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Alright.
I will rewind that and untap 4 lands. God, rewind's awful.
Yes. Yes, it is.
We're in Refracticus.
That's, you know what? Are you kicking it?
Yeah.
No, I'm countering it.
Okay.
Are we all top decking now?
Yeah, but I'm going to get some stuff back.
Yeah.
You done?
I can attack, right? But what do you have
A
out?
3/3 and a 3/3.
Alright. And I can attack you now, right?
Yeah, if you want.
4/4 and a 2/2.
I'll block the 2/2 and kill it with
Okay.
a 3/3, and I'll take 4.
Alright, 4 commander.
Yep.
Go.
All right. Oh, that's an awesome thing.
Oh god.
I don't like that.
Yep.
I mean,
Oh,
like the
oh
game,
God,
but-
it's awful.
I'm not even playing and just, oh god.
Oh, that's terrible.
You're terrible.
Clever impersonators of Meteor Golem.
Alright.
No.
It blows up your thing.
A Snake Umbra.
Fills up your Snake Umbra. I hit you for 2. Flicker 2 Meteor Golems. Blow up your commander. Blow up that equipment.
oh,
The Archaeomancer flickers and brings me a. Sorry.
Who you attacked with Brago? Who?
You.
Okay.
And it brings me a rewind back.
Brago is flying.
Yeah.
2.
Yep.
So much death. So little time.
Well, I think the lock is back.
Yep.
I've got.
Yep.
I literally have Meteor Golems, 2 Meteor Golems that I can flicker right now at will with the Eldrazi Displacer. Should we be done?
Can I see it?
Yeah, I'm done.
And when I flicker this, I can bring it back as a copy of anything on the battlefield.
Okay.
So much death. So
Oh,
little
that's
time.
awful. That's a terrible combo. And by terrible, I mean fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I feel like all
I
of
can
my
see.
land ended up on the
Yeah.
top of my deck.
So let's see.
Yep, I can
Land. Tap. And there it is. Every time I flicker it, I tap all your creatures.
see. Yeah.
Crazy. This deck's
There you go.
neat.
Here's the first card that would have been helpful this week.
Wow.
Hey, look, it's late. We went a little past our 1 o'clock time. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
We used to do 2 or 3 o'clock.
It
We're-
still
we're
says 3
getting
o'clock
old.
online, and I was like, oh.
Well,
We're getting old.
thank you for letting me join tonight.
Yeah, did you have a good time?
I did.
Oh, you're welcome anytime you come in, like once every quarter for our stupid quarterly meeting.
Yep.
And nice to officially meet you.
And nice to
Quarterly
meet you.
meeting and
And-
feasting.
Yes,
That's what it
exactly.
sounds like.
And I'm sorry you didn't get to meet at MAG, but, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I tend to be very busy at MAG. I'm wearing a couple too many hats.
No, that makes sense. I also was barely there, so.
Yeah, it was our first MAG, so.
Yeah, I mean, and then he didn't come in till Saturday, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, anyway, thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
We will see you.
Hey, good night.
I
You're
thought you were
still
going to
there.
bed, but
You
thanks for
said
staying.
you were going to bed.
You
Still
lied.
watching basketball.
All right, thanks a lot, folks.
Good night, last
Patreon, social media,
Yeah,
blah blah
Covenant
blah
MTG on
blah.
everything.
And Whore Island.
And Whore
Whore
Island.
Islands.
And
Long
on
live
that
Whore Island.
fucking note,
Good night.
yay!